Get him, kill him.
On the rock, for me. I got him.
I got you, fun.
Should we insta go back up or like is the strat to like
wait up,
some more time looting?
I stole a knock. I got another knock on that too. Knocked on that.
That's an enemy. Enemy. Vehicle. Nice. I'm gonna do for you.
Oh wait, that's Tyler. That's Tyler.
Oh.
This is them.
Oh, there's so many people here.
So bad. I hit him out. They're so low already.
Yeah.
On, man!
I got killed by Rolex, but we got Tyler. Rolex is with the hammer.
He's not in. I thought it was tagging. Wait, so low.
I'm deaded. I can't move.
Okay, I got Brandon, and I got Jacob, and I got Mo.
Nice!
Oh my god!
That was kind of clutch. Let's go.
You're so clutch, dude.
You have any more coins or no?
That's it. Good on another one.
Don't want me to.
Let's go, guys.
You want this one? Oh, yeah. We can wait for a little
He
bit.
got me. He right? You got that, brother? Oh! That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was crazy.
You're actually crazy.
Who's Jacob? Who's Jacob?
Let's
Everyone,
go.
Jacob!
Got one. Got Jacob. Did you Jacob?
Let's go, Rolex.
iPad user?
I killed Mo.
Let's go, baby!
You're
Down
done.
you go.
One more.
Change your position. Change your position. Nice. Let's do it!
Clutch.
It's been 2 years since I played professionally, man.
I love that for Pep Bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me!
Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye.
Nope.
Help me!
What happened? Excuse me.
I love that for Pep Bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last. How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but Nikhil goes. Just the other player do it! Make your dreams come true! Looking for the rundown, but no.
Nope.
Tires on go. Sent by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. It is the East League, and it is the East League Finals, more importantly, and not to mention it's the final day of the East League Finals. I know it's a lot of East, it's a lot of League, it's a lot of Finals, but all you need to know, at the end of the day, we're going to have our 9 teams through going into our Grand Finals kicking off in January. A lot of money on the line today, a lot of pride on the line today. And all these teams have a lot of pressure on them, especially of the teams who are outside that top 9, trying to break through, trying to get their chance at a shot for glory. But everyone, I'm Jason Campbell. I'm still your host here. We got Maxman to my side. Max, nice for you to finally join us on the show, and Kalaris there on the very end. Max, you know, I'm just kidding. If you missed out, I've been ripping him all day, all the event long here about not being here for the event, but he has been here. But Max, I mean, we're into the final day here, and it is getting really rough for some of these teams. I mean, Bigatron, for instance, bottom of the table, they need a hell of a day if they want to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, until yesterday, there was still an opportunity for the teams in 15th, 16th position to make a comeback. Now, when you're looking at BTR, they actually have a 41-point difference between themselves and 9th position. So one good game is not going to cut it. We need to see the big comeback of BTR today if they want to make it in that top 9.
And Kalaris, I mean, the question is, for a lot of teams, can they even do it? Can they even pull off a day? 6 matches separating them from the end of the entire event. Can Bigatron, can these teams sort of on the table get enough points to qualify? Because it is a large gap.
I mean, we've seen, what, like 78-point days here from some of these teams, etc., and things like that. So technically, if things go right for the bottom teams and things don't go that well for those teams on the cusp, then it is doable. But as, you know, Mr. John Allen, as well as some people are saying, moving goalposts, moving goalposts. So, you know, we've always got to be careful of that.
You know, it's an American football reference if you're unfamiliar. You know, it means that you're chasing a moving goal, because the teams that are in 9th place and above are consistently getting points throughout the day as well. Just to explain it, in case you didn't understand, Claris, I know you're European,
Thanks,
but
yeah.
you know, you also watch wrestling, so I have faith that you know American football. We can see the format of the entire event. We're into the league finals, so it is 6 matches a day, but these teams have been playing out for 3 weeks straight, max, onto the 4th week, and they got to be getting a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted, but some teams, it seems the longer form tournament, into the 4th week is where they start to perform, like Damwon Gaming.
Yeah, it's been a great step up from Damwon. We looked at their player stats as a whole, and every single player on their side has been performing at a similar level. So the team as a whole stepped up, especially Juni. I think Juni is definitely the rising star we've seen from the South Korean region as a whole in this PMGC event for the Eastern Conference. So great step up from them. Also, D Xavier, we were talking at the start a little bit of inconsistencies, going up and down all the time. Well, now they've got actually 4 top 4s in a row, 2 of those actually resulting in a win. So, I mean, D Xavier are looking to be even more consistent if they build upon that even more today. I mean, I think we can assume they're pretty much already qualified in the top 9, but now they can maybe pick and choose a few of the teams that are going to make it in that 9th position.
Well, it is $6 million on the line. A lot of money here. $362,500 for that first place. And the drop-off is quite steep. So, yeah, getting through into the grand final is obviously your major goal. But, you know, hot dropping teams, if you're in contention for that first place, might not be worth it in the end, because you can lose or win. I guess technically a lot of money here. But you mentioned D Xavier. There's a lot of other teams. Nova looking fantastic. 6-2-8. It feels like a lot of teams, in my opinion, Claris, have just kind of taken maybe like the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks kind of off. I mean, we talked about this vacation mode. And then when it comes to these final 3 days, they're like, all right, okay, it's time to get down to business. It's time to defeat the East League.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that kind of position where, you know, they come along into some of those final weeks in the league and think to themselves, well, we're already qualified. Okay, we can kind of maybe use this time not to go super hard, but try and extrapolate and take away as much information as possible about the teams around us based on that. And I do think Damwon Kia has been one of the teams to successfully do that quite well. Some of the positions that they found themselves in were fortunate, but you don't get to 154 points with the 2 wins that they've had, but just by being fortunate, right? They have looked so much better than their previous selves here, and now sat at the top.
Yeah, sat at the top, and I'm still amazed, flabbergasted that they're doing so well. But at the same time, you know, for D Xavier, another team to mention, like they were on 2 chicken dinners, the only team to be on 2, and they were around, was it like 8th, 7th place? They were behind other teams so far, but then they get another 2 chicken dinners on the 2nd day, and they shoot themselves up the rankings. And looking on the list, I mean, I feel like all these teams deserve to be in top 9, but yeah, you're running out of time here, Max, and I'm getting really worried for quite a few teams.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams are actually just on the cusp right now. You got Team Secret that is in 9th, and you also have DRS that are currently in 10th position. So there's going to be maybe a little bit of back and forth between these 2 teams. But if you look at the top performing player from these 2 teams right now in the League East Finals, you had Kid, which was the big step up from the team that the big addition to Team Secret that we had in this tournament after the fact that we had Yuhai Boy go over to the side of BTR. Kid, I thought was a little bit silent at the start of this tournament, but I think he's really stepped up in terms of overall fragging power in these finals. I think he can still bring a little bit more, not only for himself, but as Team Secret as a whole. So I would like to see Team Secret hopefully get a win throughout today, because they're just way too close for comfort.
I mean, they need it, right?
Yeah.
First day for them, 3 third places, brilliant stuff, getting plenty of kind of eliminations from that. Yesterday, though, they barely cracked like 15 elims. And there's teams that are getting that almost in a single game here. So Team Secret, whilst they had a brilliant start and were, I think, even top 3 in day number 1, now it is not looking pretty for them. They need to solidify a position in this top 9.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, I'm going to be perfectly blunt here, gentlemen. If Secret play like they did yesterday, today, they're not going to make it.
I think
and
so.
that's kind of unacceptable. Like, you can't be so up and down. They didn't make the third super weekend. We saw a couple teams not make the third super weekend, and then when they actually came into the finals, they stepped up drastically. I don't understand this fall from grace for them, but, you know, as you were saying, Max, it might just come onto Kid's shoulders here because he has been a real stand-up player and getting better over the course of the event. But for Secret to not make it into the grand finals would be quite a shock.
Yeah, sorry, Blank. Unfortunately, the duo of Fredo and Jumper has not been performing as well as of recent times. So Jumper not able to really get that high KD as of right now. But the main issue I see with Secret is that every time if we see them make it to the late game, they are just not as a full stack squad. They just don't have 4 or 3 members. They just have the numbers dwindling out so early, and that just hurts them drastically because then they can't get those big elimination games if they do not have the numbers to take those fights or defend breaches. And they just can't get placement points either because unfortunately you have to fight for those positions in the late game, and they just can't make it happen without having those 4-man stacks. So I think Team Secret, I already talked about this a little bit earlier, despite them having really good macro, they rotate extremely well. When it comes to fighting, that's where I think they struggle the most. So I want to see that in particular hopefully improved upon on this day, but it's very close cut here.
And we can see here the final 6 matches of the day. We're going to have 2 Erangels, the 1 Miramar, sorry, 3 Erangels, the 1 Miramar, and the 2 Sandhawks. So for teams who can heal out in the blue, Nigma Galaxy, Infinity, yeah, I shouldn't say Nigma Galaxy, I should say Rove. This is a chance, again, to build up some solid points, and we're going to find out if teams can really bounce back. But to remind you guys at home, again, another time, because this is probably the last day I get to do so, OnePlus, our amazing sponsor here at PMGC, going to remind you about them well, I can't say one last time. There's 3 more times I should say, maybe more if I feel like it. With flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro is your best shot to climb the leaderboards.
You liked that first name. Yeah, you liked that.
I wanted to get in on it, but I had to talk at the same time, so it's kind of impossible to do both. But gentlemen, I mean, looking over the course of today, I can't imagine the pressure you're under as a team. Like, the thing is, like, I don't think as talent we kind of understand what they go through of playing an entire year and obviously their entire careers, right, to get to this point. And to be in the situation now, realizing if I make that one mistake and we wipe, we could be out of the grand finals, compete against the best teams in the world to potentially be crowned the best in the world. I think we're going to see some teams become diamonds. I will say that. Just
no.
Max does.
That's true.
Oh, you're pulling out. Jason's pulling out the big guns here, I see. I think up until this point, Jason, for me, this tournament has been all about those power duos. And I don't think we've quite seen that here in the grand finals just yet. If you're looking at the Infinity, Stalwart, and Genesis Dogma, you've got Newsy as well as got Tunny. In Stalwart, you've got Action and Top. And in Genesis Dogma, you've got Satar as well as Daybot. Satar and Daybot especially today have to bring back that power duo capability, I think, here. Because they need to be moving up these leaderboards.
Yeah, I got to be hopefully stepping up a bit. I think the 2 only teams that had still that power duo that you mentioned, right, Kalaris, have been Infinity and also the side of Stalwart, but they also had those really good supports. You had Scry and PK that's been working really well into the league phase, but it's true they're not looking as persistent as they were during the entirety of the Super Weekend matches. So, you know, they're still going to be normally making it just fine coming into this. Like, they're looking still really comfortable, but they're safe. They're not just safe just yet. Stalwart, potentially you could say they're safe, but Infinity, one bad day and they're done. So they need to try and come back a little bit more heavier today.
Max, when was the last time Infinity had a bad day?
It's been a while ago. Yeah, it's been a while.
Day 1 and 2 of week 1 of this event, 4 weeks ago. I mean, come on, for them to have a bad day here. I mean, statistically, you could say, well, they're destined to have one really soon. But at the same time, I mean, they've been so consistent over these 4 weeks. I find it hard to believe. But we'll find out, and it's time to get into our predictions as well, since the match is about to kick off. And I'll start things off. I'm going for my boys from Infinity. I have faith that today's not going to be a bad day for them, and I want to see them get top 9. I feel like they deserve. I'm going to give you some explanation. I feel like they deserve to make it to the grand finals because of how well they've played, how dominating they've played. 97 points ahead of any team going into the finals here.
He's passionate.
In East League, with the best teams in the world, they deserve a spot.
He's gone.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll jump in with mine. We were talking about Team Secret and DRS, how they're just on the cusp of that 9th position. I would like to see a DRS win here from the Nepali guys, so let's go for the first win.
Okay, James.
Stalwart, it's time for the championship caliber team to be the champions. Let's do it.
All right, well, let's see if they can pull it off here. Thank you very much, guys. Let's head over to our commentators, though, to jump into that first match of our final day. Imperium and Blur, take it away.
Thank you, Jason. You know what, Imperium? I wish
Yes.
Jason picked me once in a while instead of the Infinity, because the way he waxed eloquent about them. I mean, no one has said such nice things about me in my entire life.
My love for you is Infinity. That helps.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. But ladies and gentlemen, firstly, Merry Christmas to everyone celebrating. And if you're not, happy holidays. We're going to be jumping in to the first game of the final day over here. And for me, Imperium, there are a couple of battles taking place. Number one will be the battle of the top. Battle to decide who is going to be the Kings of the East and going to be taking away home 300,000 plus US dollars. That's a lot of money on the line. Second battle, obviously, to be one of the teams, the top 9, to make it through and play in the grand finals later on. So much on the line, and I am so ready for it.
I'm more than ready for it. I hope the teams are. You are dead right with the two fights that are taking place, and it's all within the same lobby. So all these teams kind of have their own little goal, their own little set of mind. And yes, you could say that the Xavier, Stalwart, Enigma, they're secure, but they're also close to the cusp of kind of getting into that fight for the first place, right? So if they have a couple of good games and Nova and Damwon have a couple of bad games, we could see that leaderboard shaking up. And as you said, down in the bottom, the desk alluded to the likes of Team Secret, DRS, Rico, Infinity, 4 rivals. That kind of last maybe 1 to 2 spots in line. Reject, they had a hell of a good day yesterday, Blair. They scored a total of 55 points, 3 strong games in a row. It fell flat after that, but it does show the potential that they have to jump from, I think it was something like 14th or so, 13th, up to 8th place at the end of yesterday.
Well, Team Secret, though, off to a bit of a rough start here. Unfortunately, lands right next to Nima. And Nima's like, all right, I'm just going to carjack you. And that's going to be the opening elimination going the way. First blood being drawn here by DRS at the expense of Team Secret. Looking at the way the tables are, I mean, it is kind of, I wouldn't say, good for DRS, but that's a team they need to face off against, right? Secret on 80 points, just a measly 14 points separating them before that elimination took place. Now 13 points remain for DRS to try and snatch the 9th position away from Secret. You pointed out Reject, Secret, even 6-8. They shouldn't be feeling very comfortable here because the teams right beneath them, 4 rivals, DRS, Rico, Infinity. Sure, they haven't had the best of times when it comes to the past couple of days in the finals, but they have shown that they can stand with the best in the lobby, at least during the Super Weekends and the league stage. So if they do show up here today, and it could very well happen, then Reject, Secret, 6-8, their position, even Infinity's position, is not secure at all.
No, not at all. And to highlight 6-8 a little bit more heavily, they bookmarked yesterday with some strong results, but in between that, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, 1, 1, 1, and 3. That to me isn't even kind of volatility. That's more saving your day by the skin of your teeth, so to speak, in the amount of points that they scored. If they hadn't have had the 19 and 18 point games that they did in the first and last game, they probably would be behind the likes of DRS and even down with the 4 rivals guys. So for sure, I'm definitely not super safe if I'm in the eyes of 6-8 and DRS. They had a little bit of a similar day to Reject yesterday in terms of scoring 43 points in comparison to 23 under day 1. We haven't really seen the magnitude of results that are needed across the PMGC from DRS, but if there's a day to do, if there's time to do it, it is now. I liked where they dropped. It was kind of on that Lipovka area because of that plane path that was a little bit more up towards the kind of southern side. So they kind of stopped there. Now they sent 3 of the players up towards Yasnaya. It made sense. They got early looting and they picked up an early kill.
2 teams who had very different entries to the finals here of the East League. Like, you're talking about BTR, you're talking about Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma, honestly, if you'd asked me just 3 days prior, like, hey, you know, do you think Genesis Dogma are going to make it to the grand finals? I would have said yes, 100%. Because it looks so good during the Super Weekends, but right now, 14th place, 50 points. They were looking so fantastic. And then you look at BTR, who, like, till the very last couple of days of the third Super Weekend, we were still questioning, are BTR going to make it? You know, we were lumping them alongside the side of FaZe Clan, who didn't unfortunately make it. But BTR, they had a little bit of a resurgence, so to speak. But it feels like they've kind of run out of gas on the Super Weekend itself. Right now, 16th position on just a measly 39 points. And I gotta say, it's not impossible, but it is highly improbable they're going to be cracking the top 9.
It is simply because they haven't really shown it in the final so far, and they rarely showed it across the PMGC. It was that last Super Weekend which we saw lights of like sparkles of strength from the BTR side, but their weaknesses, their mistakes in the finals haven't really been connected so much to the strengths they did show in the final Super Weekend. Their rotations have been poor. They've made silly kind of tier 2, tier 3 level mistakes where they allowed Nova to get ahead of them and they got absolutely wiped by Nova. They've went brazenly into the circle at times. They've just had some odd decision making, and I don't know why, how, who, what, or where exactly in terms of why they're doing these things, but they just need to forget about the last 2 days. They're consummate professionals. They've been around the PUBG Mobile game as players, as a team, for at least 2 years. They know what they need to do, and they have to have belief and trust in themselves, and those performances hopefully will show. Talking about this phase 1 though, it is on the eastern side, kind of complemented the playing path. We see some early movement from the likes of Genesis Dogma away from Milta, BTR as well, away from Farm Area. Down1 Gaming going for a pretty early rotation to create that kind of line right in the center. You can see Luxy getting a knock onto Booms. Other than that, nobody else is really harshly towards the center. The Xavier around the prison region. You have 6 to 8 now heading up at Potato Hill. There's a lot of opening areas for teams to rotate throughout this phase 1.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports, I'm keeping an eye on them. They're having a very, very comfortable time crossing the Nova Bridge and heading towards Milta. And then, of course, you have Reject, who've moved in a little bit earlier. And again, Infinity, the timing is just so pristine. The way they're able to seemingly every single time just thread the needle and cross on over towards the Ferry Pier Bridge. The one time they got caught with the pants down was by 6 to 8, I think a couple of weeks back. I think it was week 2 or week 1. But apart from that, they have looked incredible, impeccable, I might even say. Although thus far, 6th position, 107 points. They could still have that pop-off day. As Adesk alluded to, they've never really had a bad day apart from the beginning, the very beginning of the entire tournament. Of course, 2 teams I want to keep an eye out. Like just this battle for the top place, right? Down1 Gaming, what an incredible couple of days they had. The South Koreans, they have come in all guns blazing, looking to claim the title of being the kings of the East. But then Nova, it's just been a gradual rise. So for Down1 Gaming, it's almost like, if you look at the rise, it's almost like a straight up vertical line.
Yes.
But for Nova, it's been like a nice exponential curve upwards, where we were questioning, are they going to even make it to the finals? And here they are, 2nd position, 144 points.
And coming into yesterday's games, I wanted to allude to, but kind of Down1 have already kind of spoken in game what I was going to say verbally, and that was, you know, there's no such thing as like Chinese domination, because I'm sure a lot of people, when they looked at the leaderboard at the start of yesterday and saw Nova on top, thought, oh, okay, Chinese domination, because that tends to be the thing. Clearly, it's not the case. Look at Down1 Game and look at what they've done. Look at the Xavier, right? And the performances they've had. They're only 9 points behind Nova, and then you counter in the might of Mongolia in the arms of Stalwart, their very first big global tournament, and they're close by. We see already Jimmy getting knocked down. Man, Nova, they may be close to the top. They can't start off like that, losing a player right off the bat.
Yeah, it's just going to be so very close between Down1 and Nova. And as you pointed out, losing a player early on could be problematic. And looking at the way Paraboy and Order are repositioning themselves, okay, they're looking to take the fight. I like this from Nova. I like this challenge on towards MS Chonburi team right now in the 15th position. So for them to even just have a snowflake's chance in hell of making it to the top 9, they need to have some monstrous games here today. And the first challenge, if they can manage to hold their own. Oh, Ponzai lines it up. He whiffs it. That's a shot you need to land, Ponzai. And it just goes whistling past to Paraboy's ear. Smokes are getting deployed as well, and the res might just take place. And MS Chonburi, they seem to be a little wary of committing to this fight.
And honestly, I kind of agree with that. I'd nearly say they should fully disengage. I don't mind them not pushing this fight in a major way if Jimmy gets knocked once again. QCI goes down. They lose 2 for the price of 1.
That is the way MS Chonburi want things to go. That looked like Nova were going to pull off the great escape, but now MS Chonburi, now they should go for the play. Now should go in for the hit. Now should go in for the squad wipe. And Ponzai continuing to tickle away at the HP of Order. Order and Paraboy. We know how capable they are.
Don't go on your own, Jasper. Don't go on your own. Okay, okay. You're not full sending it. Yeah, I'm glad he's stopping by the dip. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have the trap, right? Like, it doesn't look like there's any escape route for Nova. So right now it's about trying to defend his fortress. And I like that MS Chonburi aren't getting too gung-ho. We saw a few teams kind of fail because of that yesterday. But if it takes too long, another team could come in and third party and ruin their day.
There is a potential indeed of a third party from 6 to 8. Now, that's more towards MS Chonburi the longer they leave this fight, because at the end of the day, Nova's 2 players do have the protection of 4 walls outside of the windows. Whereas the MS Chonburi guys, they're out in the open. They have a 3-1 split. And they could get surprised if they leave it a little too late. Into the vehicle they go. The push comes through.
Lovely driving there, avoiding the preemptive nades being lobbed in by Nova. Nade sails in, Order should fall here, right? He should fall here. No, he's going to patch himself up. Meanwhile, Paraboy duking it out amidst the smoke. 1 player remains for Nova, and his days seem very, very numbered. They come pre-firing around the corner, and MS Chonburi, sure, it took a while. Sure, it looked a little worrisome at certain points, but they do a very good job of neutralizing the threat of the Chinese side. Cryptics, though, they're aware of what's just transpired there, and they're going to use that opportunity, but hold on, they're going to be exchanging blows with the... Oh, yeah, never mind. It's the 1 player of MS Chonburi out in the distance, providing eyes, and because of that, Cryptics are like, you know what? Maybe not really worth going for this fight.
This fight kind of took long enough that we transitioned from phase 2 to phase 3, shifted up towards the northeast. The King of the Hill, the Lion King compound is held onto by Rico. Mansion is open. There's a lot of flat terrain, though, between kind of Mansion and Prison that teams will need to be aware of. You do have the museum area, which I believe is held onto now by DRS. That's a really good split that DRS have. Now BTR, they're going wild into the circle, going up against Genesis Dogman. This is very, very tricky up the Lumberyard Hill.
The 2 teams at the tippity top. I won't say they're struggling. You know, I mean, Nova obviously struggled a little bit there. They got a complete eliminated, but Damwon Gaming losing a player as well. Sung's going to be knocked down and finished off at the same time. Damwon Gaming, they are bleeding. And if I am D Xavier right now, I'm like, yeah, boy. Yeah, let you keep going. Keep going.
Die, my pretties, die. Give us all the points.
Die, 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 my darling. Nigma Galaxy, in the meantime, might be going up against their MENA counterparts. And we've seen this so many times, Enigma against Cryptics. And I'm just going to pull a number out of my butt. But I feel like Enigma's always seem to have Cryptics' number, majority of the time.
Well, to be fair, I'm not saying it's every single game, but kind of the points speak for themselves. I have to give credit to Cryptics. Hell of a day yesterday overall, comparative to their day 1, 37 points compared to 15. So they show they can do it. But yeah, compared to Enigma, who've risen up time and time again and have proven their worth, between those 2 teams, it has for the most part been Enigma coming out on top. But Cryptics have a good position, and it's not really a position that Enigma can massively push on unless they get, I would argue, 2 knocks. 1 knock doesn't secure a push from where Enigma are because it's so flat. You're going to get bombarded by shots if you go in vehicles, right? So right now, they're probably going to both coexist until phase 4 pops off. Infinity going up on towards the very tippity top of the Prison Hill / Lumberyard Hill. It's down on the southern edge, and it's just Infinity doing what overall Infinity does best, which is biding their time, waiting, scouting on the edge of play, knowing behind them is secure, they can focus fully in front of them.
I feel like Infinity basically play like the old DRS, except better. You know, taking a sweet time, not really taking too many fights, as you pointed out, playing at the edge of the circle, moving in slowly, sometimes a little late as well, but always managing to just ruin everyone's days. I do spot Reject, who somehow, even though they start off, and I do believe they were towards Ferry Pier, they're right on the eastern side of Prison, which is an insane rotation, having somehow avoided any skirmishes.
It's a bold rotation as well, because the plane was kind of down south towards Milton Power, and even though the circles haven't like stayed towards there, they're taking a risk because they're presuming that the south edge of Lumberyard and Prison Hill is free, and it was. So fair play, good call. It's worked out for them, and they even to an extent have a little bit of a free pass line into the eastern edge of the circle, albeit it's not massively secure.
Oh man, this is just a look at the amount of teams and players making their way into the zone from the southern side from Shelter. And because of that, a number of bodies are gonna fall. They're gonna hit the floor. Genesis Dogma caught out in the open. They're at least able to trade. And 628, unfortunately, are getting third party by Enigma Galaxy from the distance. The 628, the Chinese side, they're struggling a bit here. If it was a one-on-one fight between them and Genesis Dogma, it might have panned out. Meanwhile, MS Seanbury going up against the might of DRS, but DRS are getting annihilated. Mafia Ninja has everything to do, and in a blink it and you miss it. MS Seanbury just wipe out DRS, not even taking a single like death. That's insane. Two team wipes already.
I respect as Genesis Dogma go out as well. I have so many things to talk about with regards to that, but I gotta give credit to DRS for going for that push onto the compound. Maybe they could have scouted a little bit more. It doesn't look like they did. But MS Seanbury, defenders of the compound, the kings of the compound, it's still inside the circle. Let's go, MS Seanbury. Is this gonna be their day? Are they gonna make their way into the grand finals? Man, I'm here for it if that happens. But Genesis Dogma 628. When you have this kind of circle shift and there's open fields pretty much all on that south side, going for straight quick rotation on that circle shift is 9 times out of 10 a bad idea. It doesn't matter how many vehicles you have, because everybody behind you and who's already in front of you solidified in the circle has free shots on you. There's nobody else really distracting them. And that's what happened to both 628 and Genesis Dogma. Kind of silly play, to be honest, from them.
Well, I mean, they do get punished for it, right? And
exactly.
Man, listen, if MS Seanbury can have that day where they claw their way from the 15th position right now in the overall standings and they make it the top 9, I'm just gonna be blown away. It's gonna be a hell of a fairy tale run coming in from the side. MS Seanbury, or I think they're 14th position, I beg your pardon. I'm not too sure where they stand right now. But yeah, 8 eliminations, all 4 still alive. They still have control of the little compound of theirs. They're still tickling away at the 2 not members of the Xavier. And I gotta say, it's not looking very likely that a res could potentially take place, because Rico Infinity are going to be joining the fray, and they could completely ruin the Xavier's attempts to go for this revive.
What I find interesting about Rico Infinity is they are not playing Fidan. They have their sub YWZ3, and that's the first time I believe he's playing. I hope, obviously, I hope Fidan is okay. I don't know why they would make this change so late into the tournament. You know, again, I just hope it's okay. Either way, they need to trust in their decision. Just something I observed, and indeed the Xavier under a hell of a lot of pressure. 4 rivals going up against Infinity, and Melek gets the opening knock.
4 rivals, not a team who have a lot of work ahead of them. Almost like climbing Mount Doom at this point in time. Not going to be easy. Mela, low on health, but very brave. Just going to be lobbing in the nades. Just shy of getting the kill confirmation. He's going to be lobbing in a couple more, and finally he's going to patch himself up. is just going to be trying to keep those two members at the edge, because the zone's going to be shrinking on in, and it's going to try and make their life miserable. If you look at the remaining members of Infinity, the rest of them are well entrenched inside of the zone. MS Seanbury now trying to go for the rotation. They're going to skirt on around, but it could get very risky. They could be facing off against multiple teams. They could easily get third parties. The Xavier going to unload onto MS Seanbury, and I do believe they have lost Bonsai.
Cryptics, you need to start making some noise. You have a divot, but you can't allow teams to get around you, because if the circle shifts away and you need to move out of that divot, you're going to have Reject, you're going to have Team Seeker, you're going to have Infinity. Why are you prone down in that dip? Make some noise. Say, hey, we're here, and get some opening knocks. I know the risk is that you alert people to your position, but in my eyes, the benefit will be much more highly rewarded. MS Seanbury need to start moving out, but it's not going to be easy for them.
No, they're just a moving target for every single team right now. Jasper, last man standing for MS Seanbury, and I gotta say his days seem very, very numbered. In the meantime, we have also lost Damwon Gaming, the current kings of the hill.
0 eliminations. Well,
yeah, just rough about Damwon and Nova, and for the Xavier, they had a chance here, but down to just a two-man squad. I'm not too sure they'll be able to capitalize on the fact that Nova and Damwon got eliminated with 0 points to their name. Reject, in the meantime, getting harassed by all the nades being lobbed in, although Team Secret do lose a member. The second one getting knocked as well. That's a beautiful shot coming in from Newsy with the Arctic Warfare from the distance, and he's going to finish off Jumper. Team Secret down to just a one-man standing. It's all on Fredo, and Reiji is looking for him.
he's not looking into the right direction right now. He's behind a rock. He's going to get caught out. Fredo opens the door. Says, hey, I'm here. Gets a knock into Rage also. By no means safe. He has to climb into the edge of the circle. Throws out a smoke here. Throws out a smoke there. And again, Cryptics have the opportunity to third party this. Why aren't they? I know they have Infinity behind them now, but even then, they could probably take shots towards Infinity, because Infinity are kind of a little bit more focused on Reject and Team Secret.
Uzi is being quite a problem with an AWM, but he's also got to be careful. He's getting shot at by Stalwart Esports from the distance, and Pika has an M24 to try and snipe a few heads as well. I'd love to see a little bit more bolt action taking place. Fredo, still alive. Cryptics, 0 eliminations, and as you pointed out, they just, get up, start delivering. Lamborghini trying to deliver, though. The last man standing for his side, I believe. Yes, indeed it is. And he's got to go up against the entirety of Rico Infinity, or rather, yeah, the entire Rico Infinity, all 4 alive, and they're going to be going in for the finish. Esketon with a little bit of some style points there, finishes off the Xavier. They will go down in the 9th place with 3 elimination points.
Stalwart, 4th place team, 122 points, 8 eliminations. They're going to be in the running for the top spot if they keep on going like this. They do have to get past Sigma Galaxy. That's going to be a tough ask, but initial knock onto roof by Pika is wonderful.
Pika is being so very brave here, and I'm starting to sweat for him. Great nade, as you pointed out, to get the knock. I'm not sure who picked up the finish. SK10 out the open. That's a bit of a problem, and he should be done for here. Appy is going to ensure he tries to get the elimination, but the play zone is going to steal it away from him. Rico Infinity have lost a couple of members here. It's not looking pretty at all. They do have 6 eliminations in the name, but as you pointed out, Stalwart Esports, 10, and they're moving in for the kill. Enigma Galaxy, I think they just have 1 member still standing, and Stalwart are pushing in for the kill, and I do believe they've done so. Enigma Galaxy out of here. Stalwart Esports, sure, they have a man down, but the res is going to be coming in. 13 eliminations. They're looking for more.
Could we see the record be broken on the final day of the PMGC finals? That would be certainly sending a message to the rest of the lobby. That would be Stalwart making a massive statement to the rest of the lobby, saying we are here, we can do it, we will do it. The grand finals, the global finals, the big dog and event powers for the taking.
I mean, there are like 12. They found another one as well. Rico Infinity will finally fall. And yeah, Stalwart Esports, 14. They have 12 more players to find. They can easily break the records if they do wish to. Action, however, for the time being, a bit of a halt to the action, as he will be brought onto his knees courtesy of 4 rivals. Reject will, in the meantime, will also be knocked out. Down to the final 4 teams, 15 still alive.
For Rivals, they stuck in this. They were put under pressure by Infinity at one point, but they got themselves up as a full squad. They used this little bit of a dip on this side of the hill to their advantage to be avoided by the teams up and towards the northern edge of the circle, even get a couple of counter shots off, and they're away from the sightlines of Infinity and Cryptics, more importantly. So for Rivals, although they now have to move into the circle, they played some great positioning in this game.
Yeah, even Starwood Esports, even the Cryptics, they do have that trench. The fact that Starwood Esports have the zone as well, I don't think they really need to move in. So this could potentially come down to Starwood Esports and Cryptics. Lazy Boy trying to go over the top and is going to get a knock onto Newsy. I think it's been finished off as well. So Infinity getting harassed in multiple directions. Godtunny will fall to 4 Rivals, and one member still standing. It's Logan. He's got to pop his claws. He's got to go big here. Rez looking unlikely, and 4 Rivals can see them slowly crawling away, trying to take care of Infinity so they can concentrate on the other 2 teams still alive in the zone.
Cryptics again could be getting a little bit more aggressive if they wanted to, but they are allowing Infinity and 4 Rivals to take each other out. Logan put down to like 10 health. How is he still alive?
I think they saw it. Oh, there we go. Eventually he'll fall. His healing factor doesn't really come into play here. 3 teams, 4v4v4. We rarely get to see this. This is going to be spicy, Imperium.
14 eliminations for Stalwart, 8 for 4 Rivals, and finally 3 for Cryptics. Man, I'm so happy with Cryptics. Another MENA team possibly making it in to the global finals. That could happen, but Senke goes down. That's not good for them.
Yeah, losing a member now. Clearly with a 1-player disadvantage. 4 Rivals taking fights on multiple fronts. They're going up against Stalwart, they're going up against Cryptics, and they're the one team don't really have much cover. They're the one team who's also outside every single player outside of the zone, but they manage to creep on in. Rithal providing a little bit of suppressing fire, but Top is gonna find him, knocks him down, and quickly finished off as well by Action. Now the 4v3v3 advantage for Starwood Esports, although they just have these smokes to obscure the vision for 4 Rivals and for Cryptics. And Appy just pushing on top.
That nade
is massive, along with the incendiary as well. And Cryptics have just got absolutely annihilated by 4 Rivals. And now it's all on Starwood Esports to put them down. It is a 3v2, I do believe, and 4 Rivals make that just one man standing. Can he hold down his own against the Mongolians? It is looking unlikely here. He's gonna lay prone. He's got no first aid kits, and Starwood Esports are gonna take the chicken dinner. 17 eliminations. Sure, they don't break the record for the tournament, but holy hell, we might be seeing a 4th contender for the throne now.
32 points. 32 points in that one game for Stalwart. God damn it. This team is just so good. They played it perfectly on that northern side of the map. They played through Mansion. They were aggressive. They were proactive. Yes, again, a good few teams made a couple of silly mistakes, such as kind of Genesis, Dogma, and Stalwart. Most notably, I would argue Team Secret as well. Kind of reject to an extent. But man, that fight onto Enigma, for example, that was really kind of the actual, like, the idea behind how Stalwart were playing that whole game, and they deserved a chicken dinner. I have to say, 4 Rivals did a hell of a job, but that's where I was so fearful of Cryptics not being aggressive enough. They allowed that team to get close enough where that dip, it's good, but it's at risk of nades, and they paid the price in the end.
Yeah, for Cryptics, I really feel they needed to do more considering where they're placed on the table, right? When you're given the zone, you have the positioning, use that opportunity to strike.
Exactly.
And I felt like, as you pointed out, they took a little too late. Great work from 4 Rivals, mind you, and unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out for them. Stalwarts were just a little bit better, and the timing panned out for the Mongolians. But valiant effort coming out from 4 Rivals as well. They needed the game like this.
They did. They were just slightly ahead of Cryptics, so indeed 2 points for two good set of points for 2 teams who are kind of fighting to climb the leaderboard and get into that top 9. I have to say, despite Cryptics not doing enough, it was a good base result for them.
It was a great result coming in, and I'm sure James is happy because James said, you know, Starwood Esports need to start playing like the championship team that they are, and they indeed have.
Okay, I was expecting a little bit more gloating out of James there. I know I would have been gloating if Infinity won.
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, What was he doing with his fingers? That was interesting, but also the victory out of Stalwart was interesting, as we did see there, closing things out with quite a few eliminations. 18, as a matter of fact, 33 points. The boys from Mongolia, a fantastic finish for them. But also, you got to give credit to 4 Rivals who did need these points. They were not safe. They were not in top 9. And, well, the question at the start of the day was, will teams that need to step up do so? And so far, the answer's been, yeah.
Yeah, 4 Rivals, Cryptix needed himself a good performance here to kick off the day and hopefully build a little bit of a momentum going throughout these next 5 games that are going to be happening today. So great from 4 Rivals, great from Cryptix. Want to see a little bit more. Cryptix were a little bit on the lower side. They had a total of 52 points before this one, so they are going to be closing that gap a little bit, closing that gap with themselves and Team Secret, which is good. Same for 4 Rivals, but we still need a little bit more, right? And hopefully we're not going to have some topsy-turvy results. We need to see some consistency from these guys in particular if they want to have a shot at the top 9.
Yeah, that's all cool, but let's talk about the championship caliber team, all right?
Okay.
They were in the south, I think Circle 1 and 2 as well, having a barrier to entry. What do? They rotate east and go all the way up to the north, and it's top again! Number 1! 1,100 damage. That's going to count as my noise for this one, Jason, because it was loud and high-pitched. They are the championship caliber team. The rotate that they did in the east side was absolutely crucial for them to stage this campaign here in this game. And then they started sweeping, Jason, and then they found themselves a top spot. And now look at that, Jason. They're number 1. They're the championship caliber team. Sorry.
I don't know what to do with that, Max. That was just a lot of energy for 4 AM for me. But yeah, you're right. 155 points, Stalwart. A fantastic showing for them. And again, $362,500 on the line here for the number 1 place team. It is a perfect time for Stalwart to step up here and make some bank. But we got to look down the list here, Claris. I know you want to talk about your championship caliber team, but Max, man, 4 Rivals have been able to get into top 9 for the first time here. And Secret, they've fallen out.
Yeah, if we would stop the tournament right now, it would be 4 Rivals just barely making it in with a 6-point lead above Team Secret. So good to see a little bit of a step up in that game stuff for second place. Of course, it's not going to be a chicken dinner in 4 Rivals fashion, as we would expect, but it was definitely a lot more confident from this team. They took a really good high ground position. Their main focus was to make sure that they could get rid of Infinity. If Infinity is gone, you have full ownership of that last circle. Cryptix are not going to pose a threat at all, and even the side of a Stalwart could not make that push happen towards the end, unless the circle moved away, which it did. So got a little bit unlucky for them at the end, but 4 Rivals were playing that position extremely well, remaining as a 4 stack and really trying to just destroy all the teams in their vicinity.
And try and destroy as much as possible, and you guys at home, you can destroy, well, this doesn't really make sense. I was going to say destroy your chance to get a permanent item, but you can't, the chance to not destroy. Don't destroy your chance. There we go. Don't destroy your chance to get the treasure box going on currently between the 22nd of December and the 13th of January. You can get some permanent items unlocked as well as some special rewards on top. All you have to do is be watching the Esports Center here on YouTube. You accumulate these PMGC tokens, and also you can win 900 of them if we hit 500,000 or more peak concurrent viewers. Don't worry. It's not like we have to hit 500,000 exactly. It's 500,000 or more. I got your back. Don't worry. And all you need is 1,200 in total to unlock the chest anyway. So you're getting really close. We can hit those numbers today. You have about 6 minutes of time before we get into the next match here in Colares. Championship caliber team. Are they going to be the championship caliber team of the day, or is it just in the match?
No, it's today. I've decided, just like I decided that Unicorns of Love were going to win in EU West, and I kept riding that unicorn for the entire time. Now it's time for Stalwart to show and pay bank. We have got them at now number 1 here. They've won 1. They're going to win at least another today, Jason.
Okay, big words coming in from Colares, but you know his predictions have been spot on today. 100% accuracy in his predictions. We'll see if his prediction accuracy will hold on though as they enter a second match. But that's coming up though after a short what, Max?
Break. It's break time.
It's like, you kill me, why kill me? And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me!
Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye.
Hey!
Nope.
Help me!
What happened? Excuse me.
All right.
I love that from Pepper. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last. How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but Nikhil goes.
Just
the other player
do it!
chasing.
Make your dreams come true!
Looking for the run down, but no
Nope.
tires on.
Oh.
Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of the PMGC League stage here in 2021. This is the East League in particular. We still have West to come up there after this show, and by the end of the day, we'll have at least 15 of our 16 teams participating in the grand finals, and we do have a special announcement, actually, at the end of the show of the team from India. So make sure to stick around for that. I'm not going to spoil it just yet, or if you follow me on Instagram, maybe I'll spoil it to you in DMs. Who knows? But, you know, Jay Kaplan won instead of an L. But we're going to be heading into our second match here in just a few moments here, gentlemen. I believe we're going over to Sandhawk, if I'm not mistaken. And things are going to get a little bit rough for some teams out there. Sandhawk has definitely been proven to be one of the most difficult maps when it comes to being consistent, just in general, when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But here, I feel like with the teams who need points, I feel like we're going to see so many of them just turn to healing as much as possible and trying to stick out in the blue.
I was going to say, it's consistent if you're able to pick up 30 first aid kits, Max, right?
I mean, unless you're Rolkis or you're Ralph, right, you're gonna do great. That's why I can't wait for the finals in January. It's gonna be the best crossover ever.
Oh, no.
Rolkis next to Ralph just healing like, hey, how many? Just a little competition off heal off, see who's gonna be able to survive the longest. But yeah, of course, Enigma Galaxy's coming to this. You know, you expect them to be a top 3. That's pretty much a given. They're gonna be able to scavenge all of the first aids in the entirety of the map of Sandhawk. Yeah, but otherwise it could be an opportunity for some other teams to have their big step up. That is the map where we had the initial step up from Damwon was those 19 elimination games. It is an opportunity for maybe another team that's currently struggling to get another big performance and to start creating some momentum here.
Max, for your scenario to play out, you need Unicorns of Love to not be 16th, though, right? Because it's not...
Yeah, true.
Well, to be fair, Alpha 7 were outside top 9 before yesterday, and then they were able to actually get into it pretty quickly, funny enough. I think they got 2 chicken dinners on the day. But taking a look at some stats here, when it goes over to Sandhawk, okay, well, we're going to move past that because the match is about to go. I was trying to read the graphic in time. We were comparing Damwon and Nova, which is interesting because normally Damwon is a team you would compare against the top dogs. But again, if you've missed out on any of the days of the finals, well, they're currently sitting in second place, and they've only lost their throne because they're tied first place now after Stalwart and their victory. But we do only have a bit of time left, a little bit of time left.
A little bit.
So I think it's time to get into our predictions here. And I'm going to go with Infinity, Maxman. He's going to go with BC Swell. Kalaris, he's going to go with Unicorns of Love. Go ahead. Oh, wait, no, guys, stop! No, I didn't say it! I didn't say it! That's not even the team! Okay, BC Swell with the new logo and new name. No, Max, explain your 628 pick.
So the first day where we had ourselves 2 Sandhawks, they actually got a 2nd place and a 3rd place. They were still lacking on the eliminations a little bit, but they got really close to a chicken dinner. And as we know, back to last PMGC, teams from China tend to be actually pretty good when it comes to playing the map of Sandhawk. So I think that they haven't got a chicken dinner yet. This could be the one where they start to create a little bit more momentum to secure themselves in that top 9.
Okay, well, the Godfather on the very end of the desk here, who has 100% prediction rate here in the 3rd day of the finals. Who's gonna win?
Nova.
I feel like all he needs to do is speak one word. If he speaks more than that, I feel like he might. Wait, what's that? Did I hear something?
That's
no.
it.
No. All right. Okay. Well, Nova coming in. I mean, Nova's a strong pick. I feel like Nova have definitely shown a turnaround since the first 3 weeks of play. I feel like Colors is just going to nod. I do like how much Colors has participated, though, in this segment. So thank you so much, man. And also like how our cast can be participating by bringing you guys the match at home, Imperium and Black.
Thank you, Jason. Interesting picks coming in from both Max and James, and they really seem to feel that the Chinese teams are just better on this particular map of Sandhawk. Jason obviously continues to be the most biased caster in PUBG Mobile history, just going for an Infinity. Why does he do this? I don't know.
It's an okay shout going for Infinity, at least so far in the finals. They have a 6.7 points per game average in Sandhawk. But I think people are sleeping on Damwon. They currently have the highest point average in Sandhawk, 17.3 per Sandhawk game. And yet, they're not picked. Okay, Nova are close behind in 14.7, and Stalwart on a side note are 13.7. But yeah, people sleeping on Damwon.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to sleep on Damwon. I feel our South Korean friends can definitely claim the chicken dinner here. So instead, I'm just going to flip it a little bit this time around, Imperium. I'm going to go first. I'm going to go with Damwon Gaming. I believe in your numbers, and numbers rarely lie. Are you going to be siding with me as well, or are you going to go with something a little bit more Mongolian? Because we know what Stalwart can do on Sandhawk.
I'm gonna go for Stalwart. Just it means I kind of.
You don't even believe in yourself. What is this?
Whoa, 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 whoa! It's not that I don't believe in myself, but I recognize that Stalwart are off the back of a 33-point game. That momentum, that confidence, going into another map that they're strong in. That's a recipe for success, right? That's like adding MSG to a meal. It just automatically makes it tastier.
Okay. I agree. I feel MSG is very villainized in the Western world, Western cuisine. And I'm like, listen, guys, it's amazing. What's wrong with you? Asian food is just better than everything else. I'll just say it out there. I'm biased.
And much like MSG, MSC had a good game in game one. See what I did there with transition?
Yeah, I can't believe
I'm kind of proud of that. I'm kind of proud of that. They had a good game yesterday, but the unfortunate thing for them is that teams who were ahead of them coming into today's games did better. 4 rivals, Cryptics, Rigo Infinity. So as much as it was a strong 9-point game, that barrier, that cushion becomes a little bit further away for them. It was helped that the likes of DRS and Team Secret had bad results, but you know, if other teams ahead of you are getting stronger results, it does continue to make it harder. So I'm hoping that they can sprinkle a little bit of that MSC magic and get a successful game in this Sandhawk one.
I have a question for you, right? As we continue with the day, right? Once we enter game 4, game 5. Oh, I like that, Zuck. See, look at that. Great style points there. Unfortunately, not able to get the points in the server right now, RBTR. And coming to that, let's assume you're one of the teams at the very bottom, right? Like the bottom 3. Okay. And your chances of making it to the top 9, it's not even minuscule. It's virtually non-existent. Like you'd need like a 50-point game to qualify, which is just unreasonable to ask. Would you just continue playing a game, or would you just say, screw it, I'm just going to mess with a few of these teams and just go for some hot drops and try and ruin someone's day?
That's a really good question.
I'd do it. 100%.
If it means your regional counterpart has a chance of qualifying, yes, I would. You know, there's it's a hot topic to entrench. When you got nothing to lose, you can be quite dangerous. If that means hot dropping, if that means having a major game and taking points away from teams that kind of need it a little bit more heavily, yeah. I don't think we're going to get that in the last day of these finals. I feel like every team is just kind of locked in on just trying their best every single game and playing their normal game. But I would like to see that little bit of drama, that little bit of spiciness in the final couple of games, because it would add a lot of weight to what is competitive PUBG Mobile. It's a good question to ask.
We're going to be finding out if that's going to be the case. And I really do hope to see that BTR hopping and skipping. They come into Rico Infinity's stomping grounds, completely unaware where Zuxi and Luxy and a member down already in Rico Infinity. They already taste the blood. Nade's going to be sailing in from Prestigo. Fortunately for Luxy, he did manage to reposition himself. But now Rico Infinity, they know where BTR are, and they should be going in for the wrap, or maybe not. They're taking this one slow. They have so much to lose, both these two teams.
Time and time again, BTR have made these mistakes. Time and time again in the finals. Unprecedented. I've never seen them make a consistent amount of the same mistakes. You know Rico drop here. You know that. And if Rico had looked at the VOD from yesterday's, they would have seen that you guys drop on that kind of coastal line. So therefore, technically, there's a team to hold on to, right? There's a team to wait for. And you walked right into their trap. Hook, line, sinkered. Take care then, bye-bye now. Like, you couldn't ask for, kind of, with all due respect, easier kills onto BTR right now.
Duxie could try and at least get some... Oh, they're getting bullied.
Yeah.
BTR are just getting absolutely slapped around like a little kid, you know, from kindergarten, and just wound up in a bullies, you know, a football field, a high school kid just beating them down. These are free kills. You said it.
Yeah.
These are free eliminations, free points coming in. Prestigo, yeah, sure, the knock does take place. Doesn't really matter. There's no trade. Rez going to be coming in for Rico Infinity. They have all four alive, and BTR, they're just gifting points. It's like, you know, a care package, and it's just down to who finds it in the server, and you get free 4 points, and it's sad.
It's sad.
It's depressing because I want them to perform, and right now, speaking of unaware, Cryptics are so unaware as to where Booms is, and Boom will strike. He's going to find Senkai and the rest of his teammates, as well as one right behind him. And I like this from Booms. He's not being too Rigor. Okay, he dodges the fucking lazy boy trying to run him over.
No, don't get baited.
Is getting shot at as well. Somehow he survives, and this is a very interesting fight here between Genesis Dogma and Cryptic. Satar from the distance trying to be a problem, but what a spray, a laser beam from Marshall, but he will be knocked back down to his feet by Booms and quickly finished off. Cryptics, they are not in a comfortable spot at the moment.
Perfect.
Another knock comes in from Booms. Clinical shots.
Oh, the back of a solid 13-point game. In the previous one, Cryptics are not looking the best. They're down to just Lazy Boy.
Lazy Boy, Senkai still alive though. He can try and get the res while all of them are hyper-focused. Lazy Boy able to get a knock in return. Senkai now up on his feet. The last man standing, and he's gonna find 2 knocks. 1v1. Nice little for the Senkai.
He does it!
Senkai clutches it for his team. Incredible from Cryptics, and he even has time to go for the res. Genesis Dogma, they have dropped the ball, Imperium. They had that. They had that squad wipe.
Oh my god. Talk about never giving up. You know, that was fantastic turnaround by Cryptics. It ideally shouldn't have happened, but the one thing that made it easier, and this was probably the biggest mistake that Genesis Dogma made, is that Satar got knocked. He was the backline player. He was the one that was kind of putting the kind of long end pressure on. Arguably, he probably shouldn't have been so far away. However, at the end of the day, he was there. He could have made a difference. The second he got knocked by Marshall, that made it just a little bit easier for Cryptics to get back into, because it became a lot more of a close quarter combat fight. There wasn't that off angle to put suppressing fire onto Cryptics. But either way, that clinical 1 health left from Senkai, that could be the reason why. I know Cryptics have a long way to go, but that could be the reason they make it, or if they don't. However,
they might not.
Yeah,
they're not making it.
Yeah.
They're not making it. I like the way you set it up there. You did a great job, but Nova, they like hyenas in the savannah. They smell the blood. I wonder what's going on there, Cryptics. Despite the heroics of Senkai, it's not looking good. Nova looking to redeem themselves after what was an abysmal first game. 0 points for them, 0 points for Damwon as well. So they're looking to definitely redeem themselves here. And they know there's a player nearby. They know it was an instant wipe, and they're looking for him.
Is it worth them looking for so long, though? They do lose a couple of core positions inside this phase 2. Has shifted down to southeast. This is probably the most southeast circle we've had in these Sandhawk games, I would argue, across the whole of PMGC. It could shift, of course, in phase 3 back up to the northwest, but with Kampong heavily in play, even the edge of docks, you have Quarry right in the dead center. This is a tricky circle to maneuver around. There are a lot of kind of peaky hill areas that you're able to control. That's why I think Nova should maybe look to disengage away from this sooner rather than later. As El Chapo, the solo player, if he's able to disengage away from this and in any way loot up Painan and the compounds around Painan and pick up a few heals, he could pull off a bit of a heal strat. But I can't argue, I can't see him getting any more than an extra 3 to 4 points from this one.
Well, Chapo is basically just lying, just completely prone, just holding his breath, hoping Nova don't hear him. But if you're Nova, though, right, like you said, you know, how long do you stick around?
Yeah.
At least one thing they're not doing is when we saw a couple of teams do this yesterday and even the day before, where they're just like a 1v3 or something, and they just go in willy-nilly, just one player just running in and giving those 1v1 duels, allowing their opponent to potentially pull off the clutch. At least that's something Nova aren't doing. So kudos to them for that. Looking at the circle, though, second one, you know, 20%, about 20%, 25% of the zone still in the water, which is something you rarely get to see in on Sandhawk. Could make things potentially interesting if it does start to, if the third one starts to form towards, let's say, Kampong.
Exactly. And this phase 2 shift was really good for the likes of DRS and Team Secret, but they do have to think about the likes of 4 rivals, and that direct eastern coastline is by no means safe. So I'm a little bit more worried about Team Secret because they have a bit of a 2-2 split. However, that 2-2 split is allowing them to get a lot of information directly on that eastern coastline where 4 rivals stand. Jumper, Fredo especially, with eye shots and Kid a little bit deeper into the center of the circle. The Xavier on that northern tip of Quarry, Reject down on the southeastern side, Stillwater on that kind of northwest hillside. A fantastic place to be if you're 6-2-8. A lovely spread, good control. Phase 3 is about to pop up. It shifts over to the east. This becomes a little bit spicier.
I like spice. I love spice. And yeah, that zone, man, I love it. Got a little bit of water.
It's good.
Yeah, right. And you got this little huts on the stilts on the beach as well. Infinity coming in from the northern side as usual, coming a little bit late. You know, always aware about their surroundings. Pop on a tuk-tuk. You know what? I'd pay money for Pop to drive me around a tuk-tuk. Have you ever been in a tuk-tuk?
No. When I was in India in 2019, I never got the opportunity just because the event, it was just kind of mainly there to do the event. Yeah, haven't had the opportunity to go into tuk-tuk, but I'd love to.
That was in New Delhi, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I would advise you not to take a tuk-tuk in New Delhi.
Okay.
I've been there, and
Hey,
listen, I was like, I don't even have my life insurance on me.
So
anyway,
basically, you're inviting me to where you live, and you're going to take me around in a tuk-tuk?
I'll take you around. You know, Van was a nice place. The traffic's so bad, you barely move, so there's no risk of actually getting into an accident. As Infinity going up against Rico Infinity, the 2 Infinities, and Rico Infinity able to get the first knock and the finish on towards their namesake, so to speak. Newsy with a nice nade. A little too deep, though. Not quite able to find Prestigo.
It's going to be tough, kind of calculating it over that little bit of a ridge to connect perfectly onto Prestigo, and then that gets a lovely back-end knock onto Logan. One of the Rico Infinity players is knocked, but he's more likely going to get revived, especially now. One thing that I love about how Rico played that is they didn't automatically jump to go for the revive. They were very focused on getting control of this fight, getting that potential second knock, second kill to really drive Infinity away. Now they can get the revive, although Sick Ton is down to about 30 health. Newsy's able to get a couple of shots off as he looks to try and disengage. But overall, once again, a very clean team-focused fight from Rico Infinity.
Yeah, and listen, if they can continue this particular trajectory on this map, and they can have that one pop-off game, they're right now 11th position, mind you. 74 points, 4 rivals and 88. 14 points is nothing if they have a good game. This could be the one game they need. So all eyes are going to be in Rico Infinity, at least ours are, for sure. 6-8 in the meantime, they have somehow managed to evade any potential battles. But right now, they seem to... They don't know where DRS
They
is,
have
but...
to know. They have to presume there's teams in that bit. Yo,
Now
they do, but they would have had to presume because, you know, it's simple math. Sometimes things are actually quite simple, right? Especially if you've done your research. 2 + 2 makes 5. DRS dropped by Camp Bravo. Team Secret dropped by Le Quai and Camp Hong. The circle is in the dead center. 2 and 2, they're going to be in those buildings, right? That's just something that 6-2, I'm sure, we're aware of. But the next circle does go over to the west, puts a little bit more pressure onto DRS and Team Secret, but more so where they are against each other and less so where the other teams are around them. Because for the likes of 6-8, their focus now is to kind of really protect their northern side, which is in a great position away from Rico, away from potentially the Xavier and even Stalwart.
Yeah, this particular battle between Rico Infinity and 6-8 could be everything, but both of these teams could be screwed because Damwon Gaming's still there. They're in the blue. But which direction do they take to make their way into the zone? That's the question. They seem to be looking to avoid the fight currently. As we have a nice pan of the battleground. Stalwart Esports on the western edge of the zone. And you picked them, and I'm not too surprised because, you know, especially when they have so many players alive late in the game on Sandhog, 8 times out of 10, Stalwart Esports, they get a chicken dinner. Can they get the back-to-back is the question over here. But for 6-8, if someone managed to find their way, at least a couple of them, into the zone, the question is, Rico Infinity, are they going to take the fight, or are they just going to opt to just try and go for some of the other parts of the surroundings, which is not occupied by 6-8?
I don't like that 2-2 split from 6-8. It puts them too much at risk of taking multiple fights at once as a duo and getting drowned out. I would much prefer 3-1 focus on one side of that northern edge of the circle and take those fights in a more of a confident way. Hopefully for them, they'll be able to be benefited by the fact that Rico and Infinity as a duo, as 2 teams along with Damwon might be kind of taking each other out.
Newsy. 1 point of health. Oh, it's going to be found. And quickly finished off as well. Rico Infinity lost a member. Prestigo's been down as well, but is still battling it. And of course, 6-8 are very, very aware of which direction Rico Infinity is going to be making their way in. MS Chonburi, though, I was keeping an eye on them. They have managed to, at least the majority of them managed to find their way into the zone, but they will potentially have to be going up against Nova. And even when they move on into the zone, Reject are lying in wait.
Nigma are coming in outside the circle. Powerboy is knocked. MS Chonburi.
Nigma outside the circle. Good. I'm not surprised.
I know, right? It's a beautiful combination. Reject right now are in a fantastic spot compound that's a little bit more into the circle on that south side. They'll be able to gatekeep the likes of MS Chonburi and Nigma. That next circle does shift heavily away from them up towards the northeast, right into the arms of 4 rivals. Couldn't ask for a better shift.
Ooh, yeah, 4 rivals are very happy. Even DRS, right? About 30% of the 30% of the compound is within their control now. If it shifts away, sure, it could be problematic. But for D, Xavier and DRS on the polar opposites of that particular zone, they're going to be comparatively pretty happy. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy, their usual game plan on the map of Sandhawk, it's not quite paying out for them this time. They're getting gate kept by MS Chonburi, and I don't think, considering it's just Zone 5, and it's still so many players still left alive, so many teams, 14 teams still vying for the chicken dinner, I have to say that I don't think they're going to make a top 5 here. Or even a top 10 for that matter.
This is what I was worried about with 6-8. I don't think they did the best job of gatekeeping and really controlling that northern edge. And now, because they they took too much of a split and they allowed 4 rivals to enter on that northeastern edge. They're kind of getting punished by them. Lord gets knocked by Reject. Reject doing what I predicted they could do and at least punish some teams on the southern edge. They do allow Pop to make it into the circle on that vehicle, but let's see if he's gonna pop out of the lobby if he gets called out. Fredo gonna be pushed in. T-Secret and DRS, the fight is initiated.
Initiated and quickly finished off by DRS. Only shots remains out in the blue. And yeah, Team Secret again. You brought this up at the beginning of the day, Imperium. You said Team Secret, they every single time when things started to look good, the inconsistency, it doesn't quite pan out for them. And right now, yeah, a team battling to make it to the top 9. They had a good start. Right now, it's not looking so good for them. Still a player alive, though. A lot of teams just won alive. There are 7 teams with 1 player alive. And apart from MS Chonburi, every single one of them are out in the blue. 6 to 8 are getting annihilated in the meantime by D Xavier. As Reject having to go up, or rather DRS striking from underneath, from below the hill. And they're making quick work of them. As Subtrawd Esports also going to be joining into the fray. And third partying in Reject's position, it's looking quite untenable at the moment.
Cryptics go down, their final player bows to the blue. Stalwart on course to get another strong result. It's why I put their name in the hat. They've looked so confident on these Sanhok games. The circles have benefited them. They played it well, but they've got to deal with the Xavier. Reject being heavily hurt. Whether it's the blue, whether it's shots from DRS, and now as they crawl their way up that hill, pressure being laid down as the Xavier take the fight to Stalwart.
The Xavier, 6 eliminations, man. 7, all 4 alive and kicking. They are looking like the Xavier of yesterday. They are looking almost unstoppable at the moment, but DRS as well can't count them out. Sure, just 3 eliminations, well, make that 4, but they also have all 4 members alive. And this could come down between these 2 teams. In the meantime, 4 rivals, they need to make a move in, but the Xavier doing an incredible job keeping them at bay, but Frankie and Duck will be dropped, and DRS are gonna finally strike, and I do believe that was Reject getting eliminated. And now a bit of a lull in the action as everyone's going to try and patch themselves up. But MS Chonburi are just completely dismantling the Xavier, who had 4, now they're down to 1.
We lost so many players in a matter of seconds. So many teams. The Xavier had like a full squad, and now they're down to 2.
Oh, they got the res.
Do keep themselves up together.
Duck's got to patch yourself up, bro. Pemburu.
His last player, 4. He has to wait.
I know. How long, though? Crosshair trained on Mafia Ninja. He spots Galton as well. He's looking for the 3rd. Now he sees Nima. They have no idea. They have no clue. And the distance, Shots is still healing out in the blue. AJ, a little bit of noise being made. And now Pemburu knows where all 4 players of DRS are. If he pulls this off, it's going to be
He has to move in.
Oh no! Oh no! He waited too long! Oh, that is so unfortunate for Pemburu, and in the end, DRS, it looks like they're gonna claim the chicken dinner because there's only 1 more player left alive and is nowhere in the zone. And DRS, the real soldiers, it took a while, and would you believe it? 9 first aid kits this late. Dude, like, how much did he have? Did he come in an ambulance? Like, you need to loot a hospital to have that amount of first aid kits, because Ruff has been in the blue for the past 45 minutes, okay? This is ridiculous from Nigma Galaxy.
Okay, here's how it goes. Roof, level 3 backpack, okay? He has 20 ammo, 1 smoke, the rest is all meds. That's how Ralph works. That's what it is. Don't give me ammo, give me meds. It's incredible, and hey, look, it works pretty much every time. Don't get me wrong, they don't have the strongest average in Sanhok. They really don't. They're kind of a middling team in Sanhok with an average of 7 points per game. But it's still a solid average, right? There's no, you know, there's very little volatility on how they're playing because the med strat, it works, and they're making it work.
What's a movie or the meme where it's like, you gotta keep getting away with this? That's a meme that comes into my mind when I think of Nigma Galaxy. Eventually, Roth would fall. When they were getting gate kept by, I think it was MS Chonburi,
Yes.
Or was it Reject? I think it was MSC, yeah. When they lost 3 members, I thought that's it. I'm like, yeah, Enigma Galaxy's their game plan. You know, today it's not going to quite pan out. What the hell do I even know? Get a second place. Bit of an anticlimactic end, but the real soldiers, DRS, they needed a big game, and they found it.
They found it, and it was overall a deserved win. More circle luck than they've had, etc., etc. We've waited too long for a real soldiers chicken dinner in my eyes. We waited too long for that DRS highlight at the end of the game with that chicken dinner in mind. The thing is though, they need to keep it up, right? They absolutely categorically need to keep it up. They were coming into this game down in 12th spot. They'd kind of dropped out of that direct battle for 9th with the fact that 4 Rivals and other teams did good. Unfortunately for them, 4 Rivals are keeping their performance up. That was, I think, a 3rd or 4th place result with the number of eliminations for 4 Rivals. That is very strong, but DRS, I want to see this continue.
Yeah, like I remember you and I talking about this during the break before the game as well, where I was like, I'm not really believing in DRS right now, but looks like they have come to play here. Sure, it's just been the second game of the day here, a big performance, but they might have cracked the top 9. I'm not too sure, but to talk about all the points and how the standings are right now, of course, we have the desk. Gentlemen, take it away.
I don't know what to say about that. Enigma Galaxy, their go-to strategy, it works out for them, it seems like most of the time, but it is definitely not, and I'm going to probably get a little bit of hate, the most entertaining PUBG Mobile to watch. But it is a valid strategy, and again, if you're trying to make an extra 50,000 bucks, you know, I would do exactly the same. I'd be doing the exact same thing that they were doing. But DRS, taking the chicken dinner, at least 22 points, 7 eliminations, but Xavier again, just trying to solidify their place in the top 9 even further.
Look, Jason, I was 1 game too early on my prediction. It's fine. It worked out at the end. They got himself the win here. 22 points total for DRS. Able to also remain as a 4-man squad until the very end, which is great, but it made it a little bit easier because at one point, I think it was pointed out by Blair and Imperium Blair in particular, you had 7 teams healing as a solo in the blue. Like they don't hate the blue anymore. They just embrace the blue right now. They just live in the blue, which is
bored in the blue.
We were expecting it to get worse over time, but I didn't expect it to get this bad.
Yeah, weird, isn't it? I mean, even before this game, just so people know, Ralph has 6,000 healing, and that I don't even know how much he's done yet because we don't have the exact numbers across the board. But I think by the end of this, because we have another Sandhawk coming, Jason, in this finals, Ralph is probably going to have 10,000 healing, which is actually ridiculous. So yeah, we'll see where that ends up.
Pretty sure that's more than some people have in the entirety of the event.
Yes,
I think,
correct.
Yeah, pretty sure. he could have died 100 times over if he gets over 10k. Like that's how do you do that?
Oh, well, when you loot an entire hospital and you fill your entire backpack with medical supplies, you can live a long time here, as we found out. But we can see Frankie going to be the MVP. 7 eliminations. That's a lot of eliminations considering the amount of damage he actually did of 782.
Yeah. For DXev in particular, we talk about dynamic duos, right, Kalaris, a few times. I think that right now, when you're looking at the dynamic duo of DXev, it is Frankie and Lamborghini working hand in hand. It's just great to see these 2 players together. At this circle, there was some circle luck involved, but they were taking the eliminations. Being given a circle and actually using the circle to your advantage are 2 different things. So credit to DXev where credit is due. They did get themselves some really good opportunities from time to time, but they could have maybe had a little bit of a better opportunity towards the end there to maybe gun for that chicken dinner, but still holding on by just barely 1 point ahead of Damwon, able to now take away that 2nd spot. And Xavier, if they keep getting these top placements every once in a while, like even Stalwart's not going to be safe on that position. Xavier could be first.
Well, speaking of, first, let's actually maybe look towards the bottom of the table because some things are shifting. Reject falling out into 9th place now. We can see Rivals able to get up to 8th, and DRS actually able to tie Team Secret as well. So things are getting really spicy towards the bottom, and I'm really curious to see how things will work out in the end when we have finished off, because we still have 4 matches left to go, which means there's more chances for you at home to win the treasure box or to unlock the treasure box to get some permanent items. Maxman, we were told that the analysts need to talk about this as well, so I'll let you do this whole thing. Give you a little practice at hosting.
Oh, okay. Look, you look at this pan. Do you want this pan? Well, go get the permanent rewards right now. You can choose 1 out of 3. You can get some cool gear. I already have the gun, and I can tell you it's the best skin that I have, so I recommend it 10 out of 10. There you go. I don't have the script. I don't know.
Keep going. We're not done yet, Max.
No,
There's
what?
another
Oh,
screen.
come on. I hate when you do this, Jason, so much. And you can also gain some points by watching PMGC live on YouTube right now. I mean, if we do reach the 500,000 concurrent viewer, we can try and get an extra 900 tokens right now to try and unlock as many extra crates as you can to get, once again, one of your few permanent items you can pick from. And especially I recommend the pan once again. And thank you, Jason, for that experience. That was great. I love it.
No, you're still not done yet. You're still not done yet. Look below you.
And you can also claim these rewards using the code PMGC token, and you can follow the instructions in the live chat below. There you go.
Jason,
Okay, now the 1+ call out.
There's no way you're getting him to do that one. Jason, is it not also in the esports center in the game as well? Did Max make a mistake and just say the YouTube?
Yeah, but I'm used to Max
Oh,
making
okay.
mistakes. That's why we are here to clean them up like little janitors on the show.
That's right.
We can see Miramar going to be coming up next. Max, this is just your early Christmas present, you know, just to
Surprise.
help you become better.
I'm going to turn into the
around
Grinch now.
as a talent.
I don't like this. I
Well,
still love
Miramar is coming up
Christmas.
next. It is the final time for Miramar here in our PMGC run, at least in the normal stage before the grand finals. And Reject, who have been, or unfortunately have fallen down to 9th place, need to have a good place in here. We'll find out how they're going to do, and others will do after a break.
What a play! What? He's gonna get it! He gets it! Tony K!
Movement on the vehicles, and Frankie, a prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon here is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon here eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fnatic. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fnatic. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other. Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched on Shifu. He jumps a corner. He goes
No!
to Freak, but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so to real life, if times is right, he knows it's there on the corner. Molotov. Yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes Brief firing. What a play!
What?
Freak absolutely ruins that Ice Guy's days. Yeah, Emma Chonburi have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. If that M249 could shred them, he's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry does go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. There's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock for Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K. The 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast. I love that from Pepper. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me!
Nope.
No! God, please, no!
Goodbye.
Nope.
Help me!
What happened?
Ooh.
Excuse me.
I love that from Pepper. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last. How's he not dead?
He rolled under the tires there, but Nikhil goes.
Just
the other players
do it!
chasing.
Make your dreams come true!
Looking for the rundown, but no
Nope.
tires on go. Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hit the halfway point here of our final day of our finals. PMGC 2021 East League. What's up, Cloris? Your hair looking good?
Spectacular, absolutely. It's not quite as tall as yours, but you know, I'm trying my best.
That's because I'm losing mine, so I gotta use this to compensate by getting like grow out. But speaking of losing things, Maxman, your predictions have been pretty off today. But then again, it's pretty hard to predict a team out of 16 teams, especially with how wonky all these matches have been. But let's focus. Miramar, only match we're gonna see it, only time we're gonna see it today. And we have had a lot of movement down towards the bottom of the table, and for me, that's what's really scary. Actually, the top of the table is great. You know, winning $362,500 is amazing. Dropping a second, you know, losing around 100 grand, that does suck. But at least you're gonna play in the grand finals. At least you're gonna have a chance to win, you know, over $1 million for the entire event, right? Yeah. The teams who are around that 9th place position, they're just trying to even just get to the show. And some teams have to not make it. And I feel like we're still going to see some major shifts over the course of the day.
Yeah, I am going to spoil my prediction here. I'm going for Reject, right? They have been known as the team at the start of this PMGC, especially the first Super Weekend, that was extremely strong on this map of Miramar, extremely consistent, having some of the best macro, taking those fights extremely well every time. Now in 9th position, there's been a little bit of up and down from this team, right? And you don't have many more games. Now you can see on the screen, you've got 4 more games to get those results and potentially get just enough points to make in that top 9. Reject, we need to see that Miramar prowess we've seen in the past, right? Otherwise, these next games might be the reason they don't make it, which would be so sad because they've improved so much, Jason, as from Bluebees now into Reject from last PMGC, and them not making it again would be just so unfortunate to see.
I mean, of course, you compare them up against Damwon, like Japan and Korea. Korea with Archer last year didn't do that well either. I mean, Bluebees, I think we can all agree, did definitely do better than Archer. But this year around, it seems like Korea seems to have everyone else's number.
I think it's actually not even. It sounds very, very big, grand, and things like that, but it's very much a cultural thing as well. When it comes to South Korea versus Japan, South Korea has had esports infrastructure for a long time, and better than everywhere else. Better than everywhere in the West. better than everywhere in the East, and that does include Japan as a whole. So I think, you know, there's the pedigree there for the South Korean teams, and eventually you just give them time, Jason, they are going to dominate games.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen it happen so many times across so many different titles. And also, as we mentioned before, like, mobile gaming isn't massive in South Korea. And this is a really good chance for them to put them on the map when it comes to this kind of esports. So we'll see if they continue to do so. And obviously, with the points they have, they should be into the grand finals. But it's about the other teams not trying to qualify, like your Rejects, like your DRS. And DRS with that victory are able to tie up against Team Secret. And that's a team I never expected to say might not make it into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's an oddity for sure. That them potentially not making it would be really weird when you think about it. But not only that, I mean, teams that you think it might not be able to make it, and I would almost put out of the race for top 9 right now, I would have to put BTR and Genesis Dogma from Indonesia. The two teams from Indonesia that the first game, they both got 1 point. The game before, the last game actually just on Soundlock, they got 0 points each, both going out almost instantly at the start of that game. These are not the results we expected from these two teams if they wanted to aim for that top 9. If it keeps going this way on the next, I would say, 2 games, they're done. It's 100% finish for them. So we need to see a comeback like Illico Presto. It needs to happen here right now.
Illico Presto. I'm not.
Is that a French thing? I don't know.
Might be.
Is that?
Yeah, it's probably
Harry
a French
Potter.
thing.
Is that what that is?
That's just an expression. It's about. It's fine.
Okay.
Like,
well, we'll move on from that. We'll talk about OnePlus. Max, I hope you're ready.
No.
Talk about OnePlus here.
I'm going.
Is our sponsor here at PMGC with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards and also get rid of Maxman. So fantastic little side addition of what it can do. Though I never want to lose Maxman, so let's not have that happen again. Max, stay here, don't leave.
With me.
He's been nice now. I don't know. Maybe play host.
I just like to
before
see his confusion. It's like, you know, you just toy with his emotions so often. You be mean to him, they start to be nice, and he's like, wait a minute, should I? I feel like there's
syndrome.
Yeah. That's true. I think that's why Max loves me. And let's start to talk about some of these teams. I want to bring up like the leaderboards again to bring things up for you guys, since we have about 6 minutes, so we're heading to match. I think there was a remake. Secret 90 points, 11th place. Rico Infinity Team 82 points, 12th place. And then I'm gonna skip down a few. Genesis Dogma 53 points in 15th place. I never would have thought Genesis Dogma, with the performance they've had with Sitar and Daybot, would be this low in the leaderboards.
I mean, the thing is, we said it at the beginning of the day in terms of these power duos, right? And Sitar and Daybot was one of those power duos that came up. In this final, they've not performed, unfortunately. And it has been Booms that's been trying to, you know, leverage his position here for this team compared to those guys. I mean, currently, despite Genesis Dogma not being in the best position right now, Booms is still at 9th place with damage done overall. 10 eliminations off the back of that, which is not that high, but still, he is putting in work, whereas I think the rest of the team is having a really rough time here in this finals.
I think so far for the side of Genesis Dogma, it's only been really Sitar with his M24 or his Kar98 or even his Orm if he gets it from time to time. He's doing a little bit of work there, but they just can't convert that into eliminations because when they close the gap, they take those fights that tend to crumble. But when you're looking on the other side for example, BTR, I didn't see last game if Yuhai was there because they went out so early. I didn't even have time to see, but Yuhai Boy wasn't on the roster for that first game. And we talked about that many times. Yuhai Boy was potentially even the reason why they qualified for this stage in the first place, but having Yuhai Boy potentially benched on these very pivotal games would be a very drastic change that might just stop them from qualifying in the first place.
As Max says, I think these two teams are done. I think that's it for them, unless somehow they had an absolute miracle run in these next couple of games, which it's a shame to see these big names kind of go out in the position that they're in. But again, the rest of this region has stepped up around them, and you've got to keep the pedal to the metal, Max, if you want to keep up with the ever-changing lobby, the ever-changing dynamics here.
And I feel like I want you two to actually maybe keep me in check here, but I feel like this is like the official end of a dynasty for Bigatron, because they've tried roster changes. They brought in, you know, 2 different people on the team, and yet they're still not able to perform. I feel like that Bigatron that, you know, will always live with rose-tinted glasses, looking back on it, is almost dead. I don't think we're going to see Bigatron in its current form ever be in the top echelons. Well, they're in the top echelons. Don't get me wrong. They're playing, you know, with 20 or 19 other of the best teams in the East, but they're never going to be, I think, that #1 team anymore that just dominates the world. I think there's just too many good teams, too much good talent moving up in the ranks for them to do so.
Yeah, the BTR era was end 2019, mid 2020. The last big tournament they were able to take a win in was the PMWL that we covered, Colaris, and it was close. It was down to that last game where they actually made it. So even then you were like, oh wait, teams are starting to contest. It is not that easier of a domination for them, and from there on out, it's just been slowly downhill. And they tried to make big changes, of course, Microboy going out from the team, bringing in Liquid, which brought some amount of success for the team in the finals of PMGC last year. And now they got Yuhai Boy in the team, which, no, I think Yuhai is a great addition to the team, but on par with what teams have been able to bring to the table, I just don't think has been enough. And they're going to have to come into next year's PUBG Mobile esports circuit with a completely different approach, because this is not going to cut it anymore.
Well, I mean, as you said before, Max, you did hear maybe like rumors of Ryzen wanting to take a step back and maybe take some time off. I mean, maybe that, not to, add into rumors or anything like that, because they are what they are, rumors, that I wonder if there's a chance that Luxy and Zuxi might take a step back for a little bit of time and just kind of recoup and just try to think things over about their future, because they've been grinding at this. And I feel like if we talk about the mentality of teams, right? It's so much harder for a team who is at the top for that period of time, for a year, 2 years, to lose it and then struggle for the next year or two to try to get it back and be unsuccessful than a team who's never been able to break through to the top.
Sorry to interrupt here, because I guess this is kind of directed at Max, but the thing is that I think that teams like BTR, where they were for a long time, they're slightly ahead of the meta, and it's everybody else's objective to catch up to that. And it's easier to catch up than it is to stay at the top and innovate, if you know what I mean. Like, if you are then suddenly looking to be like, okay, this is the current meta, but what's ahead? What's next? And that is such a hard skill to have. And for a long time, they were there. 2019, mid 2020, they were there. They were doing that. Now, not so much. I mean, they got second place in PMPL Southeast Asia. That's very commendable in terms of that finals. But the global stage, yeah, I think there's a lot of hunger from a lot of these regionals, a lot of these teams, and it is hard to innovate against that.
That was directed towards you, Max. I was going to let you go there.
But yeah, I fully agree. I think it's really hard to innovate if you're one of the top teams, right? And you talked about the hunger of other regions that have been trying to aim for that position, and they want to be the next BTR. I mean, the legacy of BTR is never going to be forgotten, even if they do not make it to the next stage and they just can't quite make the cut in these next 4 games. So they've still been great, but they laid the path, I think, for these teams to try and innovate as much as they can to be on par to what BTR done in, as we said, end 2019 and mid 2020. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but the good thing is that you can have so much more talent that every year, every single tournament is brought into the scene. So I mean, BTR, we're always hoping to see them come back strong, but at least we're going to have a 100%. New generation that's going to be even better, even stronger. I can't wait to see play here, Jason.
I mean, the question is this now the legacy, not the legacy, but the reign of Nova? I feel like if they win here for PMGC in total, right, in the grand finals, it definitely is their framework to their legacy. But the problem is, I feel like, is that Nova and Chinese teams in general don't play enough against international events or in international events. I mean, obviously with COVID, I understand it's been extremely hard this last year, 2 years, but they've never played like BTR did against teams from around the world. But then again, BTR never really played against like top teams from China. We did have like some other teams come through. I'm trying to remember, was it Box back in 2019, Box Gaming, or was it Top? I think maybe it was Top Esports actually. Yeah, it was Top Esports, and they weren't necessarily the best of the region. So it is a little bit hard to like justify, is this the reign of Nova? Did Bigatron ever have like a full-on chance to try to dominate the entire world because they never played against the best from China? I feel it's a really interesting conversation, but it's a conversation that you can never really have a full answer to.
Not until maybe everyone's back on, an international stage all together, everybody's there right then and there, and having that fight off against one another. Because again, if you've got a long form LAN, huge LAN, like they get the opportunity to do so in China right now, then as we see that evolve and that meta evolve in that chamber, then we'll maybe see.
Well, so on that note though, I will not criticize PEC, but PEC for me will never be on the same level as like a PMGC, just for the fact that when we see teams go, they're never full rosters because people can't fully go to China. It's hard to get visas to get in there for teams from all around the world. So we see teams have like 1, 2, maybe 3 people max from the actual roster that's participating. And and again, that is the asterisk that always I think Chinese teams have to deal with when it comes to these international events that they hold with PEC.
Yeah, I do think it's a good representation of how good a team could potentially perform in PMGC. I fully agree with that one. So I don't know if they're going to bring changes potentially to how PC is going to work out. I think that potentially going to online would help out to have actually the true main rosters being part of it. But as we're talking about teams, for example, from China that you were mentioning there, Jason, of how they have not had the chance to play against these international teams too much. One big change that's going to be happening actually next year for the PL and for the Chinese scene as a whole is they're switching from first person to third person. I can't wait to see what type of new metas and maybe macro rotations are going to be coming out of the Chinese region after that, because I think that's one of the biggest changes that's been happening in the Chinese region in recent times. And coming into next year, I wonder how things are going to work out, because they're going to come into next year's PMGC, the Chinese teams, with a completely different approach that I think could be changing things for the better.
I mean, I'll be blunt about it. I feel like playing first person is way more difficult and competitive than third person, but it is a slightly different game, right? You gather so much more information when you have the ability to play third person, so you play angles differently, you play situations differently. But when you limit information that players and teams can get, I feel like it makes you rely more on those like strong in-game calls. Any information you do gather becomes even more impactful for you, and not to mention your mechanical skill has to be a lot higher because you don't have the ability to react and play out positions where people push on you, and you have the information, you can see them before you even take the shot.
Yeah, it's what makes 628's finish to the way they qualified to this tournament even more impressive. The fact that they were able to do something like that. They're currently sat though where they are right now, I think in 7th place here. It is, I feel like they could be higher. They're not obviously right now in the overall standings with only about 100 points to their name here, and actually kind of threatens to not qualify into the next stage of this, right? If you're in 7th place here with just 10 points bearing down on you where DRS and Secret are, yeah, you've got to be scared of 628 as one of the teams coming out that, in my opinion, looked really strong coming into this tournament.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be scared of pretty much any team at my skill level. But yeah, I mean, when you're in those positions of trying to get top 9 and being on the precipice of being knocked out, the precipice of getting in, it just feels even scarier. And the fact that you could be focused by any team and you want to avoid as many teams as possible. At least you got Miramar here, which is a lot easier to avoid the teams earlier on. Not going to see a lot of early fights happening. But with about 1 minute and 15 left to go, I think it is time to head potentially into our predictions. I don't know if you guys want to start to give them with me. Well, I won't go first. Since we already know, I'll let you guys go first.
I will go. I am going to pick the Infinity because that's what I wrote 15 minutes ago. And no, I do think it's about time for an Infinity win, all things considered, because they're a fantastic team.
Okay. Flores, I had Infinity written down like 2 weeks ago when we started doing these predictions. So suck it. Max Fan, what about you?
I went for the side of Reject. I think I had that written down since last PMGC. So yeah, we'll see if they can get a win. They're on the cusp. They're on Miramar. They need to get a win here.
Can confirm he had it written down since last PMGC, even though Reject wasn't even an organization playing in PMGC, but he had that forethought. You can see the giant head on him. He knew it was going to be happening. Sneak in a little random neg in there. Don't worry, Max, I love you. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to be tough for all these teams. I want to see Reject qualify as well. I feel like just as a boom in general for Japan, it would be phenomenal, and to really reinforce the hard work they've been doing this last year has worked out in their favor. But last thoughts, going into Miramar here. Any last thoughts, Max, before we jump straight into the game?
Just a good playing path. I just want a normal playing path. We haven't had many of those. They're like typically very south, very north, very east. So just a fun playing path, please, for this one. That's all I ask.
Okay. All right. Well, let's head over to our commentators to kick off our second match of the day. We're heading up. Sorry, third match of the day. We're heading over to Miramar with Imperium and Blah.
Thank you, Jason. And heading into map number 3 here, the stakes have never been higher as our analysts just broke down their Imperium. So much on the line. And also our final game here in PMGC East. It's been a hell of a journey.
It's been a hell of a month. It is our final game in the PMGC East.
It's our final game, of course, not for the teams.
Yeah, our final game,
yeah.
The last two are going to be done by the wonderful John and Blank. And look, just to give a quick, massive shout out to yourself and all the production and everybody involved on being part of the month, all the fans. It's been an absolute honor to cast a PMGC, especially with yourself. And I can say it's the most enjoyable event I've done this year, and probably the best event I've done this year. So, yeah, thank you, and kind of Merry Christmas to all of you out there.
Are you going soft on me?
I did. I went a little bit soft for a minute, but...
Joking aside, yeah, Phoenix Mutual, man, had a blast, and I'm looking to, at least for us, end this one on a bang. Miramar, a lot on the line we were talking about. We're talking about a lot of teams and, how well the standings are right now and how things might be panning out for a lot of them. I do want to touch upon what our desk did allude to quite a bit in detail about the end of this, the dynasty of BTR, so to speak, or I'm sure John's watching. I'm going to call it dynasty, so to speak, is supposedly is how you're supposed to pronounce it. And he's English. I'm Indian, so I'm just going to believe the English here.
To be fair, I've always heard it as dynasty, so I'm going to have to back with John on that one.
Listen, I have nothing in this fight. I'm okay with either. But looking at the placements, this is what I wanted to touch upon, right? Starwood Esports, they have that little bit of a lead, 159. DXavier 156, Damwon Gaming 155, Nova 149. The top four, the difference is 10 points. And that's 300 and something. It's so many numbers, I can't keep track of it. There's a lot of money on the line for the first position. But then you head on down, 6th place to the 11th place. The difference is a measly 30 points. Anything can happen.
I do want to shrink it a little bit. You're dead right in what you say. I kind of want to exclude Infinity away from 4 rivals in the bottom because that's 20 points. Whereas from 4 rivals, indeed down to Rico Infinity, that is 18 points. That's just above a chicken dinner. That is massive. And then to allude even further onto that, Blair, one thing we need to consider is the very first tiebreaker when 2 teams are on the same points. That is the chicken dinners earned. And the reason right now why you see 4 rivals ahead of 628 and Secret, well, actually, technically DRS are ahead of Team Secret, but the reason why you see that differences is because 4 rivals have a chicken dinner and because DRS have a chicken dinner. So do Reject as well. Right now, 4 rivals, 628 and Team Secret, they don't have chicken dinners.
Yeah, that could be. Imagine if that becomes a factor. Imagine if that is what decides whether you, don't participate in the grand finals or if you make it, right. And for DRS, sure, they're right now in the 10th place with 90 points. Reject, the team above them, 94 points. But you look at 4 rivals, they yet to get a chicken dinner, 6-8, as you pointed out, yet to get a chicken dinner. Just one good game for one of these, the earlier 2 teams I mentioned, and a couple of bad games for the latter teams, and boom, immediately we have a flip, and that chicken dinner coming into play would be just heartbreaking for a few of these teams. So yeah, they would definitely be looking for a chicken dinner over here. Looking at the zone though, it's going to be a bit of a more north than northeastern, right? To Astoria Almada, we got Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle, quite a lot of places where most of these teams have already landed towards. Los Leones, just out of the zone. We do, of course, SMS John Burry and Reject, who could potentially be going up against each other, but a bit of a quieter start here on the map of Miramar. And looking at a zone, I don't really expect too many early conflicts or even ambushes taking place.
One thing that I find interesting is that the playing path was quite south in comparative to the other Miramar maps we've had in the finals. And BTR have gone to Puerto Priso. I don't know if Reject were predicting this or expecting this. They've changed to their normal south of Los Leones drop. It seemed like they all went there anyway, so maybe they were expecting BTR to go to Puerto Priso, but I do find that observation a little bit interesting. As of right now, in the center of the circle, you do have a couple of teams, 4 rivals, their normal drop spot in Hacienda del Paton. You have Damwon Gaming, and then you have Nova just a little bit south on their spread across the Minas Generales area. To bring in the chicken dinner aspect, or at least the first tiebreaker rule, it does help also the Xavier, right? Because they have 4 chicken dinners. That means that if they end on the same points as Stalwart in first place, they take the top spot.
4 chicken dinners, it's kind of mad. considering you know, it's
a
only
day.
18 games, and yeah, it's just like yeah, they got it in 2 days, and you still have 4 more games to be played out here, 4 including the Miramar we are observing right now. That's just as nuts, man. Like, at the end of day 2, there's 12 games played, 4 chicken dinners. That's quick math. That's, I think, 33%.
1/3 of games.
Yeah, just insane. Ooh, a quick left turn from Lazy Boy. Able to avoid the shots from Lord. Enigma Galaxy. Maybe if Lord hadn't shown himself, he could potentially have pounced on the Lazy Boy, but Lazy Boy, for the time being, has been able to avert what could have been a disastrous start for Cryptics. It's interesting, right? How, I don't know, it could be just recency bias, but I always seem to see Cryptics go up against Enigma Galaxy early on. Doesn't matter what the map is.
In this situation, that's less of a, in this direct situation, it's less of coming together. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Lord is so far south on that main roadside. But we have seen Cryptics and Enigma go up against each other quite a few times, as you pointed out. And I think it's the fact that they're both very familiar with each other within the MENA region. They've competed against each other time and time again, tournament after tournament, whether it's PMPLs, whether it's PUBG Mobile Star Challenges, you name it, they fought against each other. So that brings a little bit of familiarity and a potential opportunity to try and clash. And you bring in the third MENA team of Rico Infinity, and you have a beautiful MENA party. Now for Cryptics and Rico, both of these teams are fighting to try and make it into the top 9. It's a lot easier for Rico because they are 82 points, only, like I said, 18 points away from 7th place. Cryptics do have a bit tougher of a journey to take. They had a good game 1. They didn't score a bad amount of points in game 2, especially that clutch squad wipe against Genesis Dogma. But they do have a bit of a gap of 12 points behind Rico alone. So that's a total of 30 points between 13th and 7th. Cryptics haven't shown like a massive control prowess in the final so far. 4 games left. Let's see if they have what it takes.
Indeed. Regional rivalry is something I do enjoy. And yeah, for quite a few of these teams, opportunities, it's slowly going to dwindle away. You know, you always have the mentality, it's all right, boys. We lost 1 game. I mean, we didn't really deliver here. 0 points in this game. We still have 3. We still have 4 remaining. Later on, it's like, we still have 3 remaining. Then you're like, guys, we have 2 remaining. And then you're like, okay, listen, we have 1 game to make it. We need to deliver. You don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be put in a spot.
It's a worse position to be in, man. It's a worse
exactly,
because
then it's not just about you getting 15 points, 20 points, or whatever. It's also you hoping that the team right above you gets 0 or, you know, get wiped out early on. So many factors outside your control. So if you're any of the teams in that middle of the pack, you're in the table, middle of the table, that little bubble, you want to try and give yourself a big leg up in some of the slightly earlier games. 4 rivals looking pretty comfortable here, smack in the center. All of that being said, there are all a multitude of teams all around them, but considering it's Miramar, there's quite a lot of distance between them as well.
Yeah, the centering up in phase 2 is good for even the teams that are now kind of outside the circle, such as BTR, Reject, Rico Infinity. It's a little bit more clustered on that western side with the likes of Stalwart just making their way outside of San Martin. You have DRS on that kind of northwestern edge. I don't really like where 4 rivals are positioned, being perfectly honest. The good thing for them is that it is the center of the circle, so they can kind of wait another couple of circles before they might have to move. But the thing is, they really don't get that much information. I think it's a bit of a false point to be in. They're completely hidden from seeing where 6 to 8 are. They do get a little bit of information down south. But yeah, I'm kind of worried about 4 rivals despite them being in the center.
I'm more worried about MS John Burry right now because Member has been knocked down. Nova, one of the Twin Peaks, both the Twin Peaks, in fact. That nade, somehow Ponzai staying alive, but a rescue mission is
a lot of utility being used. A lot of utility being used.
They want to keep all 4 alive. And you pointed this out a long time ago as well. Like, on a map like Miramar, even if you might be a 3-man squad, you want to have all 4 alive, but never mind. All that utility, all the utility just gone to waste. Sarah just comes in like a little thief in the night, as you said, and just steals away the kill point from Nova. So both Nova and MS Chonburi probably seething a little bit at the moment.
It's like, what? Oh, that's a player on his knees? Oh, thank you. I'll take that.
Such
3
an
points
easy
for us.
knock as well.
It is. But Nova getting a little bit of revenge on MS Chonburi, considering what they did to Nova in the first game of the day, and then the second knock by order on the pop. The Weasel goes down. Now it leaves MS Chonburi with just 2 players up. In the leaderboard, again, they're a little bit like, well, they're worse off than Cryptics, to be fair. Down in 14th place with a total of 67 points. I would argue that this is their kind of real final opportunity to make a big push. Overall, I could be proven wrong, of course, with 3 games after this. But like you said, again, it comes back to kind of what you said, like, got 4 games left, 3 games left, 2 games left, and that mountain becomes so much sharper to climb.
Indeed. And right now for MS Chonburi, from Nova to Genesis Dogma. Nova, they're just battling for that first position, pretty much almost guaranteed to qualify for the grand finals. Chonburi and Genesis Dogma, not so much. Genesis Dogma, like their opportunities are slowly but surely just fading away. Both these 2 teams, 14th and 15th place respectively, MS Chonburi and Genesis Dogma. So whoever comes out on top here, even if they get a team wipe, it's still, I don't know if it's still going to be enough for them to make it the top 9. We do see the zone shift towards Hacienda del Patron, just east of San Martin.
It's a good shift in my eyes, because it's not too much of a hard shift. It leaves Graveyard open if anybody's aware that nobody is there. Reject is fully straight up on that with their rotation from the southeast over to the direct south. Second knock, or third knock, should I say, into MS Chonburi leaves with just 1 player left standing, Jasper, the IGL. Cryptics have rotated to a good spot just down towards the eastern side of the San Martin Hill. A little bit shy south of where Stalwart are located. The good thing about this kind of area, it's quite flat, dead center, but it's also not completely flat right up until the edge. So there are a number of little dips, rocky areas that if you have a couple of vehicles, you're able to spread out a little bit. It becomes quite a positively controlling area. Like I said, Graveyard to me is probably the core place to be right now, because it gives you pretty big sightlines on the teams up high above, down low, such as, let's say, Infinity, possibly Down One Gaming, Cryptics even to an extent. So Reject could be is it like the Eye of Sauron? Is that a Lord of the Rings reference that I can use?
The Eye of Sauron, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
You got it?
Cool. Thank you, man.
I still can't
I'm learning.
I still can't believe you haven't watched or read LOTR.
I'll watch it at some point next year.
I mean, you could do the Director's Cut Marathon during the holidays, I'm just saying.
That's if my girlfriend allows me.
Has she watched Lord of the Rings?
I think she has. I
Listen.
think she's a little bit surprised that I haven't watched Lord of the Rings.
Oh, listen, man. All I have to do, like, just tell her you want to watch Lord of the Rings, and she's gonna be like, 100%. She's gonna cancel the plan to the next day, 100%, and you're gonna sit there and watch 12 hours of some of the most glorious piece of cinema ever made.
Lord of the Rings and chill. I'm down for that.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings and chill. Gonna try to ignore any innuendo you might have tried to inject into that statement, but in the meantime,
I didn't inject anything. Thank you very much.
You didn't? All right, cool. No. Yeah, just flexing that you have a girlfriend. Cool. I see what you're doing here, Imperium. We do have the fourth zone coming up very, very quickly as Team Secret have been spotted by Nova. Nova's been keeping Jasper pinned down all this while, and they have no idea they could be walking into the waiting jaws of Nova. But fortunately for Team Secret, they're going to be making their way in from the other side of the compound, providing them a semblance of cover. But looking at the shift in the zone, they might have to make a move anyway.
I get the idea around Team Secret's rotation, but it's such a short-term success, long-term failure of a rotation. I really don't get it. Now they have to go back from where they came from, because of that circle shifting up north, they could get caught out. We see DRS in the kill feed getting an initial knock onto one of the BTR players. It seems like BTR's rotation, although a lot more variable in this game, which I give them a little bit of credit for, just a little bit too variable as Team Secret have to wait it out. At least they're up as a full squad. Nova are a little bit more split than you think, so there's that chance they could get just a tiny bit picked off.
Come on, BTR, do something. Well, not doing much.
That's
doing much. Just, man, I feel like we spoke about the the end of the dynasty that is BTR, but it's such an ignominious end. It's such a ugly, just without even barely a whimper. Right, not even a semblance of a fight being put up. And I wonder maybe at this point I feel like just the mentality might just be cracked for BTR.
Motivation, everything. It's definitely at their lowest. And look, BTR will come back again. I know Blank talked about it. We've no doubt about it. They're no means kind of done. I've talked to a couple of people. I see what they're trying to build for next year, even to an extent. I know BTR will be back. It might be a completely different roster. That's something we'll have to wait and see. For the time being, their journey, in my eyes, in the fight for the Grand Finals position is over. They'll have 3 more games to try and pull out some kind of good win to end on a tiny bit of a high note. But Nova, Jimmy, has the high note onto Reject and gets a bit of a knock. That's where Nova's spread is working out for them, despite them getting knocked by Jasper, the last player of MS Chonburi.
How fortunate are DRS that we know they're right now in 10th position. They need those points, and the team they have to go up against is BTR. They gotta be just thanking the lucky stars.
To an extent,
yeah, right. Like for all the teams you could go up against, you go up against the one team who has just been just so down in the dumps thus far in the grand finals. Reject, the res will take place. If you kept your attention focused on the kill feed, we did see quite a few players get knocked down, primarily from Reject, Nova, and Rico Infinity. MS Chonburi still the one-man squad, still live out in the blue. Nigma Galaxy once again. These rotations make me so scared for Nigma, but they make their escape. Lord, though, caught out, left behind, and found by Newsy, down on his knees. And Nigma Galaxy, for the time being, are a 3-man squad. As long as they somehow get the rest, no, it's not going to happen.
I definitely get the idea around Nigma's rotation, because sometimes we talk about these wide rotations. We talk about these kind of going from the north directly down to the southeast, those kind of big brain rotations. Sometimes that kind of direct, full send it in is good, because some teams aren't really expecting it, right? Because they're focused on, let's say, a team that is already in front of them. They're not really thinking about it. It probably was a little bit blind for Nigma. They're lucky to get away. And this next circle shift does fare pretty well for them, despite being a 3-man team. They've gone ahead of Reject, gone ahead of Down One Gaming. But again, there is a lack of information in terms of where the other teams, such as Genesis, Dogma, are, so they need to be careful.
Newsy, oh my lord. Just unloading in the direction of Cryptics, and they're just down to 1 member right now. El Chapo, the 1-man, still on his feet. Newsy still making life very miserable for him. Down One Gaming, bear in mind, they have somehow managed to keep most of the teams most of the members of their opposing teams at bay. And they still have a 4-man squad. Newsy going for a brave rotation. Mayline himself with the 2 members still standing for Infinity. He's going to be going in for the rotation straight through. In the meantime, Powerboy getting the knock onto Nigma Galaxy's Roth. And even though they went straight into the center, it's not quite working out for them. As Stalwart Esports taking the fight with the Infinity and quickly taking down Mela. Infinity down to just a 1-man squad. Playzone able to finish in the meantime. And it's going to be Team Secret almost catching out Daybot.
Fredo's low in health. Kid is knocked. iShots needs to pull out a glorious knock. Jumpers on the back line. It's a good spread from Team Secret because they're close/inside the circle, so they don't have to deal with the worrisome of the blue. Genesis Dogma lost a player at the hands of Nova, so they're down to 3 players. They're less likely to push it, but I'm a little bit surprised they aren't pushing it, because in my eyes, they're also a little bit like BTR in terms of nothing to lose in the overall standings. But maybe they just don't feel confident pushing it because of Jumper being in the back line.
The way Nova is spread right now doesn't really bode well for them to challenge the tippity top of the table, at least for the time being here. Down to just a two-man squad, both of them spread very thin. You can see Powerboy and QCL pretty far away from each other, so if a knock does take play, there's no chance for a trade, no chance for a res as well. Divine comes charging in on his buggy, almost on a suicide mission, and that's going to leave Duello all alone here. But he has a bit of cover. He might even get the res on a Divine. Now, for Team Secret, they can lob in a few nades to try and make life miserable. They don't really need to commit to this particular hunt. They have a great spot to work with here. And shots, even though he's been knocked down, the res should be coming in. Secret doing a great job holding on to this
lovely.
compound.
Lovely nades being thrown out by eye shots. Indeed, you're dead right. They don't need to worry about pushing that. They can allow kind of Hamodi if they have any idea or potential of a player coming in from behind. I love how proactive Jumper is being, but they need to focus on Genesis Dogma. That's a direct fight that's in line. Rico, by the way, went down with 0 eliminations. Cryptix went down with 1 elimination. MS Chambori went down as well. So the teams that are below the 7th to 12th spots have had bad results. Therefore, it makes it just a little bit easier for them to focus in their own little fight. As DRS go down 4 eliminations with, I believe, 1 placement point. That's 5. It's again, it worries me that it might not be enough.
Oh, the angle from Hamodi! What an angle for him. He saw all 4. But he also has to be wary of Damwon Gaming. Looking his direction, he is just chipping away at Team Secret. And now Team Secret have to be worried about this. They also have to worry about Genesis Dogma across those few huts. Damwon Gaming, though, taking fights on multiple teams at the same time. 6-8, the Chinese squad trying to make their way up, but they're getting pinned down not just by Damwon Gaming, but by Genesis Dogma across the map.
4 rivals, a hell of a day so far. Day 1, they got a total of 4 rivals, got a total of 29 points. Day 2, 35. And the first 2 games today, 36 points. Big uptake from them, but they need to keep it going. They're down to 1 player, 1 elimination point. They need to stay alive.
Team Secret, as a pack, like a pack of coyotes, going to be pouncing upon the members of Genesis Dogma. They're going to find one. In the meantime, Hamodi from the distance still harassing players, lying prone. Team Secret grouping up together, trying to dissipate the danger being posed by Genesis Dogma, and a couple of members still standing for Nigma Galaxy. Hamodi, though, somehow out in the open, hasn't been taken down yet, as D. Xavier Rab is trying to go for a desperate gamble with that rotation.
Perfect.
And he's managed to do so. D. Xavier, all 4 standing, 5 eliminations. Damwon Gaming, all 4 standings, 4 eliminations. They're potentially gunning for Starwood Esports' position there right now.
Chicken dinner number 5, question mark? That could certainly be the case. But right now, Team Secret wiping out Genesis Dogma. They need to deal with the solo players and get into the circle. Hopefully, Free can get taken out by QC1. That'll make it a little bit easier for Team Secret. The last player from 4 rivals is stopping Team Secret from entering in, along with Hamodi's hanging by their side.
Oh, one bullet is also not needed to eliminate Nova. But he's still alive on 1 HP. Hamodi will finally be finished off, and with that we say goodbye to Nigma Galaxy. 7 eliminations. Considering for how long they were a 2-man squad, they're going to be pretty happy with that fact.
Oh, yes.
The D. Xavier, in the meantime, losing a member. That means slight advantage for the time being for Damwon Gaming.
Oh, no.
And look at this for QC1. He gets
so important.
And not able to get an elimination, but doesn't matter. He's done the damage, and Damwon Gaming are going to use an opportunity to strike. And Secret, they're out of here. Damwon Gaming, 7 eliminations, 4 alive, potentially having to go up against D. Xavier, who's the only team who could potentially ruin a chicken dinner game here.
6-8, 4 rivals still going strong. They only have 1 elimination point apiece, but 8 to 10, possibly 12 placement points could be very much on the cards for these 2 solo players. Well, actually, 6-8 do have 2 players up, so it's a little bit more likely for them. The circle has shifted away from both of these teams. Hell, it shifted away from all teams. So what was looking like a very strong spot for the Xavier has been ripped away from them.
And they tried to preempt that by just pushing in, but Rab is maybe jumping the gun a little bit there. Damwon Gaming knew the Xavier had to go for a wild rotation, and I gotta say, Chicken Dinner number 5 looking very unlikely right now. Damwon Gaming don't really have to commit to any fight with anyone else. All they have to do is just keep their guns, keep their crosshairs trained in the direction of DXavier, because the zone's already moving in. They're out in the open. Duck's been taken down, and Frankie's the last man standing here, and I kind of feel he's just going to try and play the heal battle, because Sung is going to keep him pinned down. No matter what's going on the other side of the map, Sung knows it's still a member alive here for DXavier.
Take nothing for granted. You see the knocks, you see the single confirmations, but you don't see the full squad. Confirmation is Penbora, picks up one, puts Yu Yang on his own. 4 rivals stealing the second place away.
Oh no! 4 Uni comes in, finishes him off, and now Yu Yang falling, and that is going to be DXavier. Frankie still healing out of the open, but Damwon Gaming, the South Koreans. Fabian coming in to finish off the job. Not quite, but doesn't matter. The blue, Papa Blue comes in and finishes it off for him. A well-deserved chicken dinner coming in from the South Koreans. Damwon Gaming, they reign supreme, and if I'm not mistaken, right now this game of leapfrog to get that first position, that 370,000 US dollars, it's not stagnant at all. It's not stagnant at all, and I love everything about it.
Damwon Gaming, take a bow, take a damn bow, because it was a tough game for them. They were kind of positioned in between the likes of 4 rivals, in between the likes of DXavier, so it wasn't an easy game. They had to be proactive. They had to play the down one playstyle that they have shown across the finals. You saw the amount of eliminations they got, and even right up until the end, to be fair, they gave DXavier a second place because of how frantic they were on picking up every single kill they could, whether it's on the 4 rivals last player, whether it's on the last player 6-8. It was just like, yeah, we're just not taking anything for granted.
And I feel it really, it's even cooler for me, because we had the desk talking about, like Kilaris was talking about how, and we talk about the South Korean region when it comes to esports, primarily in the PC esports and all of that, going back like 20-25 years, they have a legacy of esports excellence. And despite the fact that, you know, mobile games is not a very big thing over there, a team like Damwon Gaming out of nowhere just coming in and delivering like this, man, if they're gonna be big in mobile esports as well, I'm telling the rest of the world who probably don't know about South Korean supremacy in esports, just be very, very afraid.
I'm so excited, but the fight for the top 9 does continue on, because Team Secret did get a half-decent result. So did 4 rivals, and so did 6-8.
Well, I think that's it from us over here. I love the Santa hat as well, by the way, Imperium. But from my end, of course, from Imperium as well, a very Merry Christmas. But don't go anywhere, because we have 3 more games remaining. And trust me, it's going to be some bond bonus out there. But for the time being, we're going to be heading straight to the desk, where, of course, we have Jason and 2 wonderful lads.
By the 2 wonderful lads, he means Jason 1 and Jason 2, I guess. I'm not sure where I was going with that one, but what I can say, Damwon taking a win yet again. 26 points for themselves, looking to, I think, retain their title back in first place and get that 362,500 bucks closer towards them, and even DXavier as well. So some good point soaking happening towards the top. But Team Secret, I know we want to focus on quite a few different things here, gentlemen, but Secret off the bat is one of my main focuses, because they have just disappeared in day 2 and, well, at least in the first couple matches here in day 3, but this was much needed points.
Yeah, and also the fact that they outperformed by a significant amount Reject, that was, before this game, the new moving goalpost at 9th position. Team Secret might be able to push himself back in top 9. We'll have to see if we check the overall rankings to see if they were able to actually overtake that position, but that was a very well-deserved performance from Team Secret, able to get a few extra points, though. We've seen a redundant factor here, guys, and that is just Genesis, Dogma, and BTR just not able to get the games. We said it, these next 4 games, they need to get results, but I think that we can say it's GG, well played, like it's over. I can't see a comeback happen here.
Yeah, it's been rough, been very rough as we take a look further. And Freak, Nigma Galaxy, I mean, kudos to them for trying to make this send. They didn't really have much information on making the send towards the middle, but, you know, they found themselves an all right spot. Not a few points coming off the back of it here with the Elims, Jason. You can't fault it, considering that they were in no man's land. They were in a really rough spot. And when that kind of thing happens, yeah, sometimes you just got to make these sends.
Yeah, and obviously Nigma Galaxy, like, they should be safe top 9 as well, so they have the grand finals to look forward to, but they're still trying to fight for a buttload of money, and they're only 19 points behind Nova. But, ooh, Damwon, 181 points. Wait a minute. How many points did they score in the super weekends?
That's good.
222. They've almost scored in the finals the amount of points they got across the 2 super weekends they played in. Like that's just really a showing and a sign of like how much they've stepped up here in the finals.
They could actually beat that number. They could easily beat 222 points with the next 3 games remaining. So we'll see if they can try and beat that amount of games. 18 games alone would be huge. But especially the one thing that I loved in this game was how Damwon were playing their position where they had a really strong compound next to the road to the west of those late circles. They sent Fabian forward to actually scout, get information in that circle, because that circle is pretty rough to play. You got to have a very good understanding of the terrain and how to play those positions. Sending Fabian forward to get information and then instantly send it on the northern side of the road where you have the perfect dip here, Kalash, to get the information on the teams down south was so well executed, and the timing for them to push out of that position at the end also was pixel perfect. Like, it was so well done.
The bolt through from the east side to the dip that they eventually take is crazy. I know, Jason, you want to talk about this, but I don't want to. I want to talk about the game. The one thing that scares me a little bit is the fact that they're 4 alive at the very end, and then they all of a sudden just scout everywhere for the final person. And it's Xavier that they're potentially giving a knock and then a flush to over on that west side. You got to be careful about that in these situations when the points are close up towards the top. 1 point could easily be the difference at the end. So, yeah, good that you get the win, but just be careful, lads.
All right, well, Max, you know what time it is?
Oh, please no. Please no.
He's trolling you.
I'm muting.
Yeah, he's trolling you.
Okay, well, since Max won't do it, I will. The Treasure Box still going on until the 13th of January. If you guys are watching the Esports Center over on YouTube, you can earn PMGC tokens that you can use to unlock treasure boxes and also get some permanent items unlocked for yourself. We hit 500,000 peak current viewers. 500,000 or more, I will say. It's not exactly 500,000. That's a little bit impossible. Everyone will get 900 of those tokens, and we need 1,200 in total to open up one of those chests. So make sure you guys are letting your friends, your family, everyone know about it. I know Max forgot to remind you about letting them all know, but I'll do it here because that is why I'm the host. We can use PMGC token as well in the chat. Max looks so happy. But he's going to be happy because he's going to be getting his pan unlocked, and he's going to be throwing that thing at his enemies all day long when playing some PUBG Mobile. But he can't do it just yet. We still have 3 matches left to go. We got 2 Erangels, and we got 1 Santa Hawk left until we do have our 9 teams, until we do have our champion here at the league stage. Who's it's going to be? I can't tell you. But one thing I can tell you is we're going to be heading to a break while we get things ready here for our next match. And we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes' time.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Arthur going to be falling on top. That is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Help already from the inside here from Yasma Polyana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save. Don't save it. The paraglider is okay.
Mello, though, in a position to maybe receive open arms for AG in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me!
Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window. Lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Pachiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams were like helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say helicopter, helicopter.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No!
One of these days, we're going to get Max to do that dance here live on air, but today will not be okay. It will be the day. I wanted to see more of the hip movement, not the head and hands.
Stand on
Not family friendly. We're not now.
What's not family friendly about dancing, Max?
Wow.
We'll see what type of dancing we're talking about here. We'll see.
Just, dancing to music. I don't know what you were thinking. But I know what you were thinking, at least in one sense of, oh man, Bigatron, Genesis Dogma. I don't want to say it's over. I know you kind of want to close the final chapter on them, but technically, if they win out the rest of the day, they can still qualify. It is possible. It's very unlikely.
We know the infamous, like, mathematically speaking, they could still qualify. Well, yes, okay, they could still make it until the very last game. If they eliminate everyone in the lobby, Jason, yes, it is still possible. But from the tendencies we've seen so far, I don't think so.
Max, I think it's funny because your curse has been so good this entire event. Maybe it was misleading you to lead you up to this moment where it's just going to come back in full force and just destroy you. As you said, Bigatron can no longer qualify, and they just win out the rest of the day. I mean, think back to a PMPL not too long ago, back in Season 1 here earlier on the year. They had to win out the final day to get into the next stage. I think it was into the finals, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And, well, can they do it again?
No.
No, yeah, no.
Oh, man. Now
You're making me think. I was thinking for a second, but no.
I closed this book last week, Jason. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, I don't read, so I can't close books. No,
okay.
I read on a device, so I can't turn pages. Like you see a little head-to-head here between Freak and Fabian, and we talked a lot about Forrest and Uni, I believe, coming in from Dam 1. So nice to see, again, someone else on the team can step up here and join the ranks of them. And the amount of eliminations they've been able to get in this final still just blows my mind. I think there was one extra placement point. I think it was like 91 to 90 or something like that. For them to get this many elims just out of the blue, it's insane. And I don't think they were trying to like save energy or reserve strategies going into the finals. I feel like something might have just clicked within the team.
Yeah, it's just something that when you look back at their last game, sure, there was maybe they got a little bit lucky in positions that they got, but they used those positions so well. Just even looking back on that last Miramar game, how they had the split above the road, making sure they got every single team in their sight lines, were just so well executed. So sure, maybe sometimes they get a little bit lucky and again those positions, but the execution is top tier, chef's kiss.
Okay, but predictions. Cars, I can't get him right now.
I'm going with Stalwart because my previous Erangel went pretty well in favor of them. So let's go back to the basics. The championship caliber team is going to be the champions here today.
Okay. My prediction is going to be Infinity because I'm sticking with them for majority of the event. Ever since I think we've had to do predictions, I think I only strayed away maybe like 3-4 times in total because they're my boys coming in from Thailand. They're going to take the whole thing. Max, you don't get a prediction because of your chef's kiss. That was very weird. Now, who's your team?
Okay, I'm pulling a Kakashi. I'm going to be stealing Kalaris' technique, and I'm going to go with Stalwart. They had a good first Erangel game, so we'll see if they can get it here. Kakashi. Okay.
Cereal?
Well, oh my. We're going to have a conversation in the preview, Jason. We have to.
Well, you know what? We're going to have a conversation in about 10 seconds because we're going to throw it over to our commentators to dive straight into the match. It's going to be John Allen and Blink to round up the last 3 matches of the day.
And not only that, the last 3 matches of the tournament, Blank. We're here, we're right down to the wire, and it's all to play for in the middle of the tables, as well as at that top spot. I'm excited to get involved, to get in the action, to get amongst it.
I'm involved now. That's what it's all about. And I can't believe that Jason doesn't know of Kakashi, the famous copy ninja. I'm sure Max is going to give him 1,000 years of pain after they head to their little break. But we are no breaks, all gas right now. Coming into our angle, we have the boys dropping in. Genesis Dogma out the plane immediately.
They're going down towards Milter, I guess, towards Milter Power, around that sort of area, generally. Normally what they do, Stalwart back over to Novo, and look at this, the Infinity. They're breaking out early. It's a return to Sosnovka.
Most likely, that's what we're going to see here. I think for the Infinity, slightly unfortunate we haven't seen those same results that we saw from the old league play. But the Infinity, 124 points. It is a long way to go to get towards Damwon Kia's position, sat firmly at the top with 181 points after that last beautiful Miramar. I think that, it's possible, mathematically speaking, as Mr. Max would not be happy to hear me say. But I do think the Infinity, pretty much confirmed for myself in my head canon, that they will be making it through to those grand finals. Right now, there are some teams towards the bottom, though, John, that we are looking at, specifically Rejects, DRS, Rico Infinity team, and Team Secret desperately trying to hold on to that 9th place spot.
It's very, very close. I mean, even all the way up to... I feel like the Infinity have made it safe at the moment, and Blank, I ran some numbers. You'll be surprised to surprised to know. I know, I spoil you. But we're going to be looking at a bubble predicted of around 119. That's what I had as my the actual number that came out. Plus, I had a ±4 on that. And Infinity do now fall outside of that boundary over these 16 games. And it's looking like we're on track to hit something like that. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing a couple of those teams push out and break out towards that boundary. So 6th place and upwards, I'm looking at as fairly set and secure, given that they still have point earnings potential. But even our boy Reiji over there is not safe yet, sat on 97, a full 22 points away from that bubble.
Yeah, they still have a little ways to go. Our angle has not been going well for them here for Reject. And I think for them, you know, it's a case of solidifying their position down towards this spot on the southwest side of Erangel. A lot of times they're being caught off guard by the Infinity's position, perhaps even Galaxy coming down their way, or Bigatron. I think Bigatron, though, no longer really posing that threat anymore. I think Blair said it earlier, where they looked like they were floundering, to be honest with you, especially on Sandhawk. It is saddening to look at. And I think that we've had so many conversations before about Rico Infinity Team taking Paradise Resort. I'm just wandering right into that mess. You know, I just don't think that they're going to pose Reject too much of a threat. Though, I will continue to say it, you know, Reject, I'm hoping they make it in. I think with how far they've come, with the improvements they've made, I think they're a team that deserves to be in those grand finals. And I think that if it's just improvements we're basing that on, Reject all the way.
All right, we got a backer for the Japanese region here. Blank is singing their praises, but they have double digits in their place rank right now, and that will not be good enough. They still need to chase that dream, Blank, just a little bit more. Look to the rising sun and run after it.
Exactly. Akira Manaide for this team. They cannot give up at this point in time. They've got to keep going. Stay strong. Nova, on the other hand, looking at them, goodness me, what a change of performance it has been for these guys. And to be honest with you, I say a change of performance, that's strictly just from league play to the league finals. But in terms of their historic performance of sometimes underplaying their league play and then coming hot into the league finals, that is nothing new. Though, dropping down into 4th place, that is a bit awkward for them, I think, with Stalwart as well as Deke Xavier jumping over them, with Damwon Kia right at the top there, which we've got to say is a phenomenal result for that team.
Absolutely. From a region, South Korea, that in general in PUBG Mobile hasn't had that massive breakout team yet. So it's great to see that they are really, really giving it here over in these finals. And it feels like they have been the decision makers, like they haven't sort of sat back as some of the other teams towards the top might have been, as we were talking about behind the scenes. It feels like they have been agents within their own destiny here. So Damwon sat at the top is a pretty solid decision. But I'm going to wrap back to the point that I just made, is that Deke Xavier sat here. I mean, I don't want to dob you in it, but I'm going to dob you in it.
You're dobbing me in?
I'm dobbing you in. You felt like Deke Xavier maybe didn't have as much as a proactive stance within their own standings right now.
No, look, no hate towards Deke Xavier, let's put it this way, because, you know, even watching them at the World Invitational, I was very impressed by this team, and I still am, to be honest with you, and I think they have some great players in this roster, but I do think so far there has been a fair few times where the Circle has decided to give Deke Xavier a fair chance, and there's a few times where even Deke Xavier haven't been able to capitalize on that chance, but those chances still come. Now, for me, what would you know, I know this is a long shot, but what for me would help me realize that this decision, or maybe this inclination of mine, is wrong, would be if Deke Xavier can top the standings at the end of league finals, and that would be a massive chunk of money going their way for a team that has fought so hard for this spot in the PMGC, and now even fighting hard for the top spot in league finals. I think the Circle look is just something that happens, and it's something you have to account for. Ooh, heading downstairs. It is something you have to account for. But at the same, yeah, I am. I love the basement. It's so good. Yeah, it's just peaceful down there, really.
You're a basement dweller, aren't
but stop it. I'm trying to talk about Deke Xavier here. But yeah, I think that if they can top the standings, that would be very good, and almost lead me to believe that, you know, they deserve to be in this spot. Not to say they don't deserve to be here. There is a fair amount of skill you do need to clean out a game. I'm looking at you, Four Rivals. So like, you can actually get that chicken dinner when you're given the abilities to grab it. That is a test of skill even in of itself. Looking at the map once again, though, John, Damwon Gaming immediately towards that center side, north side of Pochinki.
They have just been sending it fully and reaping those rewards, but the Infinity's returned to that military base. They've sent across this bridge early. Again, against the reject positioning, which was loose, disparate around that ferry pier bridge on the western side of the island, and has not stopped the Infinity from getting that foothold onto the mainland. So they will not be able to stymie that, and will have to play with Infinity at their back on this push towards central Pochinki. A lot of those other teams, though, looking to move in. Genesis Dogma on the east, they've made a fast push, and they're now ahead of Bigatron, despite starting slower behind them.
Again, just looking at our rankings over here on the eastern side of your screen, like the eastern side of your screen, the east side of your screen, your Genesis Dogma stand 55 points. You know, it would have to be the most marvelous performance at the end of the day. And this is something that I even talked about in league play, was the case of, can Genesis Dogma replicate this kind of play when we head towards the league finals, where you are specifically playing against the best teams? Is it as easy to manipulate positions around the map, maybe take out some of the teams that aren't doing so hot in the league play? Like, that seems to be the way I see it. Unfortunately, I will say one thing, is that this is not where I expected them to be, even if they weren't able to do that, because they have shown themselves to be a great team. You know, Daybot and Satar will forever sit in my memory now, but at this rate, it looks like they will just be memory if they don't make it happen in the next 3 games, which is very, very unlikely, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, right, that bubble is predicted to be around 119. To be able to get there, they're sat, what is that, 64 points off right now?
Yeah.
3 games remaining. 20, what is it, 21 and a third points per game.
21 and a bit, yeah.
21 and a bit per game. That's chicken dinner every time.
Yeah. Or at least second place with like 10 plus limbs. Do you see where we're coming from?
Yeah.
Like, it is not likely.
And we won't even talk about BTR's totals, but the shift does go their way. So, you know, there's hope. There's hope, Blank. Please.
There is some hope.
Please.
Yeah. Please, give just some points. And I think that is one thing that would almost not remedy the situation, but at least give some redemption to Bigatron, is to have a good game. You know, if FaZe can finish off on a chicken dinner before going home, I'm sure Bigatron can hit us up with a chicken dinner before they unfortunately do not go to those grand finals. Looking at the map, though, you got DRS and Team Secret. Both teams very, very much on the edge. You can see them there, DRS with 95 points and Secret with 102. These 2 teams have been duking it out between themselves throughout the entirety of the tournament. Very closely in numbers, very closely in rotations. Regardless what happens, DRS and Team Secret, they are not far from one another.
Oh, QC1 just catches the ankle there. Daoshi, 6 to 8 suffering on this push from the southwestern side at the moment. The first one is down, and yeah, Daoshi does get flushed as well. Yu Yang not really in a position to do anything about that.
Do you think Daoshi's brain is in his ankle? Because he went down practically immediately.
He was on a sliver of
couple
HP. He had no HP on his bar, which is
okay.
Been sprayed down before.
Understood. I thought he had full HP. That makes a lot more sense now. I was like, how did he just... Is toe very vulnerable? Is this Achilles heel all over again? You do have Damwon Gaming, though?
I have a fun mathematical point about Achilles and the whole thing, but I feel it might be too... Well, no, the Achilles units for the Greek army is very interesting. The armorers would look at where the wounds were on the returning soldiers and would armor those points more specifically. But the thing that they missed was that they weren't armoring the places where there were no wounds, because all of the soldiers who got hit there died. And in the Achilles units, there was no armor on the heel because they were looking at the wrong set of data, despite it feeling pretty intuitive. And you know, maybe there's a couple of times where we see that happen, something similar in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, no, I actually have heard. It's funny because I've actually heard about this fact. So this is a crazy little change of events here. Me actually keeping up to date with your brain filled with trivia.
Hell yeah.
Right now we have a lobby filled with teams gunning for that money towards the top at the moment. Your Stalwart at the moment, who I am actually very pleased to see in 3rd place. I mean, I gave them a lot of troubles, let's say, towards the end of League play and towards the beginning of League finals, in fact, saying this is not what I expected from them. Top, however, looking much more on form. I think Kolaris is saying he had like 4 second places, 1 first place yesterday in terms of damage numbers, which was incredible. Like, that does not happen every day. In fact, I don't think it's happened one of the days during this entire PMGC event. So I think for Top, that is an incredible achievement. And I think Stalwart coming back on top in terms of just their ability to frag out. And I think that's one of the huge things that you have to give credit to this team. You can see, well, I can see that, you know, Top is sat there with 69 eliminations and Action in 5th place overall in terms of eliminations at Erangel in 64. So these 2 guys really do lead the pack. Not to say that Scry and Pika don't support them in their own ways. Pika kind of like this anchor support player, and Scry more this flanker who very much deals in playing in the backside with the grenades, with the utility. Next circle pops though. There you go, DX Xavier. Right, Potato Hill, around center.
And so a down one as well, which is pretty, I mean, it's characteristic, right? It's fairly characteristic. And you're playing in the center, not of the circle itself, but of the landmass that was available, which is where down one were basically slap bang in the middle of. And this circle has moved to that area. Rightly so. DX Xavier are actually leaving Potato Hill now. They're moving a little bit further north. They're moving away from that conflict.
I actually don't mind this move. I think this may be quite a smart move, knowing that with the way the playing path was situated, there's going to be a lot of teams on this western side of the map. So moving away from Potato Hill, perhaps giving it up a little bit and taking some time to reevaluate your situation. Really good idea from DX Xavier. We all know how quickly Potato Hill could become an absolute mess and a shambles of eliminations coming through and getting caught out. I'm not even going to talk about Bigatron here because I'm not.
I think that's reasonable, Blank, I'll be honest with you. Ryzen, nowhere to be seen. Zuxi also on the dusty trail towards DX Xavier, actually, and might crash into it. DX Xavier, I feel like their move was prompted by the fact that they had quite a fairly large split on Potato Hill. They know they can't hold it with the teams crunching in.
Yeah.
So they had to compact, and they didn't go to the middle. They fell backwards instead. And
exactly.
And as you were saying, I think that's super smart. I admire them. And maybe we were just wrong about their agency within these circles.
Well, exactly. This is what I'm saying, is that they're still an impressive team, but it's how they play these circles. It does take some modicum of ability to actually get towards the end of those games and clean out a chicken dinner, right? And I think for DX Xavier, coming in from that northeast side anyway, like, you know, you've cleared a lot of those positions. You know, most likely DRS are going to be Team Secret's going to be down towards this eastern side. This is fine. Very, very good stuff from DX Xavier. And, you know, we'll keep an eye on them throughout the rest of the game, because just as easily when we talk about team, they could just be gone in a click of a finger, right? And that's the difficulty of PUBG Mobile. It's, we can predict all we want, but sometimes teams will just go for those outplays. Down one game, on the other hand, now we were talking about them. We said that they've got the 3 good leaps in them, right? They're kind of this kangaroo team, but those legs run out of gas very quickly towards the end of the game. And if it's not that 3rd leap, then they tend to, you know, drop out in those 3rd, 4th placings. So they're a car that runs on very little gas, but it does go very quickly at the beginning. And I think that that late game is where things start to get a little bit tricky, but if they don't have to move around, you know, that is absolutely fine for them. I think for the moment, with Down One Gaming's performance and ability switching up towards a more center-oriented playstyle, it's been great, honestly, to watch.
It has been fairly entertaining, and we were talking about their position as maybe similar to that of Tang Jiabao in the league stages, in the earlier stages of this tournament. You know, people will start to figure it out and play against it, but Down One have got those leaps in them, and as you brought up, I think yesterday or the day before, it feels like they are more aware of their surroundings, right? And as we say that, the circle slap bang right on the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Now I can give DX Xavier some time for this, but similarly, Down One Gaming certainly do get the circle in this situation. This happened a couple of times. Even just last Miramar, it was basically slap bang in the center for them as well. Reject going against DX Xavier. Quite an important fight here for Reject. Most of the players are out of the way, though, and I think Regiosio being the only remaining player for this team, and Divine and Dweller will be finished off.
Couple of points snaffled away there by DX Xavier on the eastern side as they cut across those rotations. And you're right, it is just Regi for Reject now. still, they're in 10th place and need to chase. So every game getting more and more critical to go down to 3 here, where everybody else around you has 4 or 3 players in the case of Rico Infinity with 1 down. You've got to be worried for Reject. They've got to get as far into this as they can. Stalwart up against it, 6-8 there.
Yeah, 6-8's got a fantastic position in the Wizard Tower. It's going to be hard to breach it. And I think for 6-8, they're going to start losing members. Luckily, Pika's just be able to... Wow, man, he was crawling fast. You know, he's got little wheels on his feet as he comes on down. We'll be able to get him back up again. Ryzen making some big outplays, actually, right now versus DRS.
I mean, they were world champions, Blank. Once upon a time, Ryzen was in the God Squad for that Bigatron win, and you know I remember back in Kuala Lumpur, they were like 100 points or something ahead of everybody else in the lobby, and they were just absolutely wiping the floor.
I do think that whenever I think of Ryzen, I kind of think of this impenetrable wall. I remember specifically a play on Vikendi. I can't remember which team it was, but they sent into them, and Ryzen basically backs off 3 separate players in the PMGC. So he is one of these players you don't get away with easily. Mafia Ninja tries to make away with this one. He is now down to just his old self.
Another story to Ryzen, but no luck really. Enigma Galaxy on the south side have a close-range scuffle with Cryptics. And it's going the way of Enigma Galaxy right now. Stalwart as well, trying to move in continuously against this 6-8 position. But they are getting shut down on these pushes. Pika falls out in the open next to Action. And the close push is good, but Yu Yang has equally been shut down. It's DXavier to chime into this fight, Blank.
I mean, maybe Scry can get into this and help out, but it's very unlikely at the moment. I mean, Pika, Action, I believe one of those players is getting res back up again. This fight is not going well, and this is the power of the Wizard Tower. It's very hard to breach from this position. It's all uphill. You have great sightlines if you are 6-8 here. Enigma Galaxy, though, getting shot from all sides. Down1 Gaming as well as DXavier back on Potato Hill. I think this is a good move from DXavier. You know, they've cleared out that northeast side now. They know there's no one there. Move down towards Potato Hill and try and scout this out. And they've got much less of the zone towards their backside. Next circle, very, very central at this point in time. Down1 Gaming still in it. And MS Chumbury with a good chance on the northern side.
If they can clear out Ryzen, if they can clear out the remnants of Reject, their big task will be Rico Infinity team. But hopefully for them, if you're an MS Chumbury fan, certainly, Nova might have something to say about that. It's Nova sending up to the little compound there on their hillside. You can see them moving up really quite early, nicely as well, I might add. And finally, the fight in the farmhouses on the Pachinki Fields east side for Rivals and Genesis Dogma, both going to have to leave that position.
Team Secret rocking up just behind. Rab is there, and he's been caught off guard. Now it's really a case of DXavier getting into position. This is the difficulty with holding a lot of Potato Hills. You need to be quick on the swivel here. One going down, Rabbit's most likely not going to get back up on his feet. And in the meantime, the Infinity, they've set it from the south side. They're coming towards Down1 Gaming's position. Potato Hill, again, like I said, it usually does become this mix-mash mess towards the end of the game.
Certainly does. Difficult to navigate. Excellently complex pieces of terrain weaving into one another. Can find yourself a little bit puzzled by it. And there we go, there's the flush coming through over onto Rabbiz. The elimination point going over to Team Secret in a crucial position as well towards those tables, trying to ramp on up and grab every single point that they can find.
Now looking at this fight between Down1 as well as Infinity, if I looked at this fight maybe 2 weeks ago, I'd be securely saying that the Infinity would easily win this one. But like we said, Down1 Gaming, they've just been stockpiling power throughout this entirety of the league in East, and they're getting so much stronger. And it's almost very hard to place who will win this fight between them. I think with Down1 Gaming currently holding much of the high ground, but the Infinity in the bunkers, you know, in the trenches, they might just be able to hold out here.
Hopefully there's no gout-ridden situations going on for the Infinity. Keeping alive, keeping moving. They have
Keep
to be
those boots dry.
Exactly. Let's always have a change of socks. That's the rule. That's the rule. But the Infinity trying to hold that out. Genesis Dogma piled in towards Potato Hill first, and 4 Rivals now at their back. Rico Infinity team a little bit closer to the north. and everybody's struggling to get up this hill. Duck goes down in the forward position, and again, DXavier, they're leaking out. Small dribs and drabs are getting taken away from them.
DXavier just not able to hang on to this position. Nice grenade comes through there from Stalwart, who are still going, by the way. Action Scry's still up. Quickly, Scry finishes out one player before he gets back to Action, who's just about to bleed out, but I don't think he'll be able to get him back up again with the circle coming in like that. The Infinity still holding on, though, with a Northern Shift. MS Chamburi, their chances looking much better, but Team Secret in the wings, ready to get the cane out and steal this chicken dinner away.
And remember, never count down one out. Not in these finals. They have been swinging for the bleachers. And more often than not, winning out those fights. MS Chamburi and Team Secret. Team Secret, of course, on that bubble. So a very, very crucial team to keep your eye on. To get as many points in this as they can. They started the game blank. They started the game on, I believe it was 102 points. So about 20 points away from feeling pretty safe. Ooh. But nades back from MS Chamburi give them a little bit of a shudder down the spine.
Absolutely, MS Chamburi is able to deal with these two players very handily here, and the other guys are just not in position to help out. And it is at this point in time, I don't think that MS Chamburi are going to be taken away from this northern spot. Team Secret are probably the best ones in this. 4 rivals firmly sandwiched between the circle and a huge amount of teams. Damwon Gaming, goodness me, the Infinity, they're able to make it happen, and that's Damwon Gaming. Damwon Kia now out to the Infinity.
Okay, apparently they were angry about their top spot being stolen. They go up Potato Hill, they hold it off as well. Is it foreboding? Is it portent of things still yet to come? We'll have to wait and see. The Infinity still going strong, still 4 players, but they too have downed as 4 rivals on the western end getting eliminated as well. 2 eliminations for them, and not the greatest of point-scoring games as Stalwart fall to boot.
That'll be their theatrical performances put to an end on the west end, like you said, John. MS Chamburi moving up to Team Secret's position, though. 1 player still going for the rares, but MS Chamburi puts a quick end to it. This time, MS Chamburi trying to climb those rankings. They are quite far down towards the bottom, though, but this would be a good beginning for them.
And what a team to do it against as well. Team Secret on that bubble at the start of the game, racking up 6 eliminations already, Blank. They're doing well, but Rico Infinity team are also on that chase. The Infinity themselves, the top dogs from league play, fallen from grace somewhat, but this is a good game to get back in the good graces. And there is a chase potential, but with DXavier still alive, still going, they're looking good to keep that top spot firmly out of the way.
It's true as well. It's so cool that we have these teams in our final moments of our angle here. We got 2 teams playing for survival. We got 2 teams playing for glory. And we'll see how far these teams can actually go. MS Chamburi, Rico Infinity team, both of these teams looking for those points. They need them desperately. I think MS Chamburi is in a good position to try and get up towards that safe spot in this game alone. But with only 2 games remaining after that, you do see yourself in dire straits if you're towards the bottoms of the rankings. Lamborghini gets knocked. Frankie still alive for the team, but it's only him remaining now.
Infinity, oh God, Tiny hits the deck just in time to avoid the knock. Only 1 player now for DXavier. Frankie getting peppered across the way. Newsy has the spray down, but they're holding well. The circle moves away.
Oh my God, Good Tony's just sending out wide to find Frankie in the midst of it. Does rock around, doesn't get out of the vehicle yet, but does expose the player to all his teammates behind him. Really well played there to God Tony to open that one up. And it was a very important play as well. They know for the Infinity, they have to clear this player out before they start moving into the circle. Now it really is Rico Infinity team and MS Chamburi. Both these teams looking for the chicken dinner, with the Infinity looking so hot right now. Is it even possible?
We'll have to wait to see. 3 teams remain, and there is fighting force on all fronts. Blank spray down towards Rico Infinity team. Mela gets the knock and gets away with it too. Has those first aids, will be able to heal on up. But Godtuddy from MS Chamburi is taking fire, taking punishment. And the top of the hill is looking less and less secure as the blue zone crunches them down. Ponzai forwards on position, gets behind that vehicle as Rico Infinity team try to fend off against the crash. Logan in, gets taken down. Prestiga standing strong right now for Rico Infinity team with 1 player player down. Mela steps up, and now one player left for Rico Infinity Team, but it's Jasper to finish them off. And the push from MS Chonburi, there's only Skate on there, and it is easy pickings from the Sharks to the bottom of the tables. They're striking for that bubble.
Unreal flanks coming through from MS Chonburi, and this is the game that they desperately needed here to put themselves in good standing. And Chicken Dinner with a fair few elimination points as well will do just that. I believe it was 97 points at the beginning of this game, and this will be more than enough to put them in striking position of that safe spot. So survival may have just been guaranteed here, John.
Oh yeah, you love to see it, you love to see it. Finishing that game, I believe, on 9 eliminations as well. It's going to be a really solid point scoring. I think that makes the, 24 total on that game. Starting the game on 70.
I believe then.
Starting this game on 70 points.
70?
Yes, 70 is what I have on the tables
yes.
At the moment before that game. So that's going to see them closer, yes, but they do still have a long way to go. But if they're going to make it, that's how you want to be making it, right? Getting some decent eliminations on board, getting some decent placements. And by decent, of course, Chicken Dinner. I mean, what's more decent?
Oh, yes. You're so right. You're so right. I have been fooled. I've been fooled by another team above them. It's okay, though. It is, I believe, a good amount of scoring points there. Not quite safe just yet. Just need to go a little bit further in this game. Ryzen, though, having the time of his life there, but the time of his life was coming to a swift end afterwards. Stalwart, very difficult fight here versus 628, not able to go much further, so the boys on the desk not too happy with that prediction, but I do think that Stalwart's still looking rock solid here in the finals. 2 more maps to go, John.
Well, I have to say, Xavier getting as far as they did, they're going to probably be looking to push up over Damwon, who did go down early to the Infinity, and the Infinity themselves looking pretty hot in that game in terms of moving into that position, getting that agency back in their favor. But they could not hold out against Rico Infinity and MS Chonburi, who took the Chicken Dinner. They need more like it, but it's a great start.
Well, they are in a better position than, let me check my notes, Bigatron, who I think now are officially out of contention here, as I was, in fact, you're pretty much saying before, but I wanted to at least give them a sliver of hope with Ryzen being the last man alive.
No.
Yeah, not a chance here in the world, unfortunately. But MS Chonburi, 24 points. That is the start, as you just heard John saying, that they desperately needed. But again, they can't just depend on the one match. They still have 2 left to go, and they have to do pretty similar things on the next 2 games. So Infinity, 23 points. Rico Infinity coming to 22. D Xavier, I know, Clarus, you really wanted to dive into them a little bit here with their position on Potato Hill relatively early on in the match. Set themselves up for success, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be.
Well, it's them and Damwon, actually. Both teams that are also like very high up in terms of the standings right now. Also understand that, you know, in those previous circles, Potato Hill and controlling some of that spot, especially if the circle comes to you later on, is going to be really powerful. However, the circles did not go their ways. We are in hard shift galore right now for this tournament, and unfortunately it shifts north of them, and it's difficult. All of those teams kind of pinched up against one another, Max, here in those moments.
Yeah, we did move away from the first page already. I do want to bring up once again, Rico Infinity were towards a lower position in rankings. They were actually before this game in 12th, I believe it was. And the fact that you can see on the second page, Reject not able to get himself a really strong performance, and Team Secret, I believe, only got 7 points that one. So they actually got himself a really good game where the teams that are currently serving as that gap in 9th position had their weaker performance. So I'd like to see on the overall rankings how close Rico Infinity are, but there is hope that in these last 2 games, and now Rico Infinity could just barely push himself above the edge in that top 9 to make it to the grand finals in January. So they're getting close, and Prestigio especially, right, Laris, has been a player we've been looking at for the past few months now, and he's been impressive every single time. He was one of the main reasons why Rico Infinity had a hold on that western side versus, what was it, Nova versus also 4 Rivals, Infinity. He did a lot of heavy lifting there.
It's close, Jason. Look at it. Ooh.
I mean, all right, keep going.
I mean, okay, so with MS Chonburi moving up to 94 points and also Team Secret now being kind of that cut off where they're currently sat, of course, John has talked about, you know, where that is going to sit at later on down the line. But now there's a lot of teams in the running to still qualify in these next 2 games for that top 9. So it's 100% coming down to the wire here in these last 2.
I mean, yeah, look at 628, look at 4 Rivals. They're at 112, so only a few points ahead of the 9th place position as well. So they are susceptible. I'd say the teams above them think it's around 140 so odd points. They should be safe considering how the matches have gone so far. And you guys should be safe as well. I don't know the actual viewer count we've been able to hit, but if you're looking to unlock the treasure box, you can continue to watch between the 22nd of December and the 13th of January and get some permanent items unlocked as well as some special rewards. The 500,000 concurrent viewers is what we're looking for. 900 PMGC tokens when you only need 1,200 to open up the box. So obviously tell your friends. And I believe we're going to be heading to a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in just a short amount of time. Oh, now we're back. Okay,
It was a short break,
I don't know what
guys.
we're doing.
That's
Are
quick.
we going to break? Are we going to break? I don't know. 500,000 viewers? Yeah. All right, there we go. We're here. Hi, welcome back, guys. As you did see, we had about 2 minutes until we are coming back, though. So we don't have that much time to fill in for. I believe we can go to break, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't quite catch it there. As you can see, I'm still DJing it up right now. But if we are, then I'll see you guys soon. If we're not, we'll find out.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, welcome. Just join us. You've missed out on, well, a lot of PUBG Mobile, but if you are here now, that is the best time to be because we have 2 matches left to go before we find out our 9 teams representing the East League in the grand finals, and of course, the team taking home $362,500, or as I like to say, what Max has in his savings account. But gentlemen, we're gonna be moving over to Sandhawk here for the last time actually, in the entirety of this year actually. It's the last time we're seeing Sandhawk in this year. That's crazy to think, as it is obviously December 24th. Max, don't be too happy about it. But I'm a little bit worried. They the Galaxy. Forget predictions when it comes to who's gonna win. Are we gonna predict who's gonna come in second?
That's what I've
down
done.
To the player name.
Yeah.
Damn it, Jason! He figured me out before I even got there. I can't. You're too smart for me. Too smart.
Just predict how many first stage he's going to have also. I think that's a good one too, I guess. I say...
Really? I don't know. I wish
35.
we checked in earlier with him because we never get to see when he starts to do the heal off because he's
just
got
have a Ralph cam in the bottom of the screen, just like
Yeah,
Ralph
the
cam
whole
every time.
Yeah, give us a picture-in-picture, man, and it'll just be him healing the entire time, and everyone else just dying around him. But yeah, the thing is, I don't know where they get all these meds from. I don't know how they stack it up so quickly and so easily. Because if I'm not mistaken, he was healing from like zone 2.
Yeah, the thing is that you can do it with bandages to start off, right? And that kind of offsets the first aids. And then later on, you got to bring in those big heavy hits as the first aids to be able to continue it on.
Well, what I am hearing actually is that a key to his success, I was just told by production, is him using the 1+ actually to help heal himself off in these matches on Sandhawk. I love Max's face. You'd be a great actor. With his flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers, the 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially heal off on Sandhawk. Don't want to have any drops in FPS. Make sure you can hit the heal button as quick as you possibly can, or else you're going to be eliminated from the lobby. But Sandhawk is coming up now. And some teams, You know, I was thinking towards the top, it's actually insanely close. I was expecting to be a little bit more, let's say, one-sided. Because again, Infinity had 97 more points than anyone else out there in the Super Weekends. But the Xavier, Damwon, Stalwart, Nova, I think maybe Infinity is a little bit too far out of the running for that potential first place now. But there's legitimately like 4 teams who could take home the trophy.
I think if you're looking at Infinity, Enigma Galaxy, you're going to need them to try and get some wins here if they want to gun for that first place, which Enigma Galaxy is a Sanhok game. They're going to get second. We know it. It's written in the script. Correct. It's how it goes every single time, so they're going to get second. But yeah, it's very close. Only 1 point difference between Xavier and Damwon in that top position, but Damwon have showed a little bit more consistency, I have the impression, in how they especially frag out these games. So if there's a team that I'm looking at the top that would potentially be first between those 2 teams, it would be Damwon. But we got Stalwart that's in third, and you know, Stalwart, they're going to try and bring into those big games towards the end here. So I think Stalwart are still going to be aiming for that first place. And I would even predict might be first place after these 2 games.
Really? Okay.
Oh.
But would you predict them in this match? No. We'll obviously get into that in just a little bit of time here. Just taking a look at some more stats. And when it comes to down towards the bottom of the table, as you were mentioning with Rico Infinity and the points they got last match, Max, we're seeing they're actually relatively close and actually ahead of Team Secret when it comes to our stats across all matches. Yeah, I guess in the finals, that's what it's saying.
Yeah, Prestijo did a lot of work, as I mentioned earlier on the segment, where he was allowing himself to clear a lot of space, getting rid of Nova, getting rid of 4 rivals. Infinity towards the very end to secure that second position. So, really well executed from Rico Infinity. I would like to see a win, though. I think that would be just perfect time to get himself a win. Maybe this game, maybe the game afterwards. And Rico Infinity in the past, and this tournament also has had some decent results on this map of Sanhok. So if they can be the win to outlive Enigma Galaxy, take that first place in their stead, I think that would be the best way for them to try and make sure that they make it in the top 9.
Okay, well then let's get our predictions in. Are you going with Rico Infinity?
Yeah, Rico Infinity, yeah.
Okay, pretty simple. Mine is the other kind. It's Infinity. Because, yeah, it's just great. And now, Kalaris, you have to bet towards an Infinity team as well, right?
No, it's Enigma Galaxy. Because I was going to predict them for a second, and Jason caught me. He caught me very early on. But I also would love to see Ralph break 10,000 healing here in this final.
Well, I guess for them, they are always the bridesmaid when it comes to Sanhok because of the healing. But speaking of healing, John Allen's voice will do just that for you, as well as Blank to join him by his side.
It's healing. It's healing
It's healing time.
You know it's healing time because it's Sanhok time.
We got Sanhok coming on the cards for you right now. Last match before the final. And that is where it's going to really be decided all. And I think for James, predicting Enigma Galaxy, not a bad idea, to be quite honest with you. I mean, if you could predict him for second place, I would do that every single game because it's almost a guarantee at this point that Ralph is going to get second or third. I think Enigma Galaxy getting that first place, very unlikely with the way they play us now, particularly because if they do have 3 members at least at the end of the game, they will typically leave Ralph out in the blue and then use those 2 members to try and clean up as many teams as possible to make Ralph's job even easier and force that final fight sooner than it might have happened, even if that means them going down earlier on in these fights. It doesn't matter. Ralph is just going to keep it going. Bigatron dropping on Paradise Resort with Rico Infinity team. I do believe that this is the Hail Mary from these guys. Press to go. Already going down to Ryzen.
I mean, it's unexpected, right? It's a change for the actual hot drop, right? They moved up this way a little bit earlier. He's even going to punch him out as well. Rico Infinity, they do get some retribution in the form of Luxy going down and Zuxy soon to follow. Goodness me, that's one angry fragger. Coming on out, swinging.
Absolutely.
Liquid and Ryzen in the mix this time around. Infinity team losing a player though, which could be crucial moving forwards, coming down south, especially when we know that they are fairly strong on those rotations as well. Liquid knows that this door's been opened. Oh, the window shift is good. Not quite able to get that knock, not quite able to get that flush, but he pushes out a little bit too wide and an ass backs him off, but he's not going to stop there. Has to be put down for him to slow. Reload is good, and there's backup as well. Bigatron, they're out of it.
That's it. They're not going to the grand finals. It's very much confirmed now. For Rico Infinity team, that could have been horrific for them, to be quite honest with you. Sat in 10th place, but those extra elimination points in 4 will be very useful for getting them into a safe position now, John. So this is good for them. This is actually really good.
just thinking about the mathematical possibility of making it into the next game, because it's not very often that we have a mathematical impossibility of making it. The current bubble, 109. If it stays that way in the next game from 44 points, what would you need? You need 50 plus 6 plus 9, which is, as we all know, 100. No, that's not right. 65? No, 63. That's the one. 63 points. So mathematically
you would have
possible.
to get...
Still possible. Still possible. Sorry about that.
For
Still
who?
possible. For Bigatron.
For who? No, it's not. They'd have to get 2 elimination points on their own teammates, John. There's only 60 elimination points available.
Yeah, you get placement points, though.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Very, very, very smart. I did not think about that. But, yeah, I mean, possible. Well, so unlikely. In fact, no. It's impossible, John. Shut up. No, it's Why are you making me think this way? No, it's not. It's not possible at all. Nova and Painan no longer have Bigatron to find some cheeky, easy eliminations onto if they leave this position, with them dropping up towards Paris Resort recently. Reject, on the other hand, again, a team in a scary position at the moment with 97 points still. Having some points getting here on Sandhawk would be nice coming into the final game of the day, but with only a 5.3 average over Sandhawk total, you know, it's not the greatest of spots. Still, they have a fairly central position with this circle, which is, you know, teasing us with a Northwest finish.
Yeah, I know. I don't think we've had a Northwest finish. Certainly not to my memory in these global stages. Maybe towards the earlier stages of the tournament where we're seeing Sandhawk a little bit more, but certainly not for a long time. And it seems like a lot of these Sandhawks have been going to that main island, going to the middle sort of areas of it. So it'd be good to see that mountain finish, and maybe 6-8 could sweep up a whole bunch of points from holding the top of that. We've seen teams do that before. But it's going to be tricky if people want to head out that way.
Yeah, and I know you said your bubble's at 109. Look at this. Rico Infinity Team 108, Team Secret 109. So there is, at the moment, like this little awkward zone of 4 rivals being in 7th place with 112 points. Cryptics on to Genesis Dogma. Meaning that, to be honest with you, I think Genesis Dogma also not making it to the grand finals anymore, which is a huge change of pace for us considering the astonishing ability they showed in league play. But yeah, very, very sad. I think that if we have two outliers, the grand finals, it's Bigatron from past performances and Genesis Dogma from current performances. So very strange it will be not to see either of these teams in the grand finals, but I think that the teams in that top 9 will have fought tooth and nail to get there. I would like to see Team Secret make it in, because I think they're a team that have had that reform in terms of new players been added, Yuhai been taken out, sent over to Bigatron, and they've been able to make it work just about. I would say that the synergy isn't quite there yet, and they're not at that position to make those hugely confident plays, but they are getting there. They are getting there.
Is it iShot's the only one who's really the longest tenure player in this Team Secret roster, I believe?
Yes, I would say so, yeah.
Seems to be. I think the others are much newer additions. Jumper coming in from... I forgot which team he came from.
You do.
That's the one.
You do.
You do coming in, obviously, as a star player there, so phenomenal for them to be able to step up. I mean, at 9th right now, they're on the current bubble. They need about 10 to 15 points more out of these next 2 games to be looking good to get in. First down to 6th at the moment on those tables, and I would be confident in saying that they are pretty much guaranteed to be 6 of the teams that we're sending from the East League to the Grand Finals later in January. But it's really from 7th down to about 13th that has a chance at making it into those last 3 spots.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of variability. I mean, you can see there the jump from 7th place up to 6th place with Enigma Galaxy getting 145 points. Bing bang, you're done. Unfortunately, Top will just send one of Reject's players howling in pain to the ground.
Oh dear. It's not ideal for Reject, especially in their race right now. 97 points. Seems like a lot of teams who really need the points right now are getting hit the hardest. I mean, Rico Infinity Team losing a player, Reject having a doubt. Sure, it's not a flush. Okay, it's a flush coming through. They're down to 3. Genesis Dogma, I mean, they're pretty much down and out of the tournament at the moment anyway, as you were saying, losing a player. But Rico Infinity Team and Reject, 2 teams that really, really needed it now, are going to be stopped a little bit short. And on Sandhawk, we know how important having more players up is. It's probably the most important map to have all 4 players alive.
Exactly. Now, I know that we've talked about this 7th to 13th place fighting for those top 9 positions, but we've got to look at first, second, and third. Look at that. 172 points to Stalwart, 183, just 1 point breaking between DXavier and Damwon Kia, and that is a lot of money that it makes difference between these teams. If we're looking at just the first placement, that is $362,000 for first place, $145,000 for second, and $72,000 for third place. So there's some massive jumps in between those minimalistic points here in the league finals. So it's going to be very much down to the wire when we get to that final angle game, unless one of these teams has a breakout performance here on Sandhawk.
For Rivals, starting the game in 7th place, 112 points. They've just lost a player to MS Jonburi, who are on that big chase after their chicken dinner. And with the Northwestern Island, there is a small possibility, Blank, they could make it again. The Infinity have their players being circled. Out in the blue, both DRS and Team Secret still reside. Both of those teams really need these points. It's difficult. Logan, in the meantime, I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but Jumper is going to find it. Logan opens the door and shuts a player down for Rico Infinity team. A lot of these bottom of the table teams, Blank, they're getting taken down.
Yeah, it's very scary indeed. I think for DRS losing a player, Reject losing a player, Rico Infinity team now down to just 2. They do find a little bit of return, but the Infinity coming in hot and fast to this position. And Nas with a nade in hand. One of the star players from Rico Infinity being quite possibly one of the main fortifying positions for the team.
Nade over towards Logan for an ass. Rico Infinity team on that chase. Newsy wants to push into it though, wants to get his teammate back up, keep Infinity alive. They know the value of having a full 4 squad alive here. An ass really trying to pick up the pieces as there's only 2 of them left after losing a player to Bigatron, after just losing another to Logan. What are you to do? And Logan is ticking away, which is going to force Newsy into this situation a little bit further. You can see Mela on the off angle there, a little bit further up the hill than Godtani, who's also on these hillsides. Logan pretty much done and dusted now.
Yeah, Logan will be out. Not that it matters too much to the Infinity. I think if they had 2 breakout games here, perhaps maybe they get towards the top of the standings and get some of that juicy cash online. But Newsy going down to a NAS here. I think Rico Infinity understand how important this fight between them and the Infinity is. Sat in 10th place, 109 points total now with the defeats that they got on through. 5 total after their previous fight over towards Paradise Resort versus Bigatron. Right now, this is going really well, though, because now they've put themselves in a 2v2 versus the Infinity. And this is one hell of a hold on from Rico Infinity.
Certainly is. 5 eliminations so far. A lot of points. I mean, the good news about a lot of the teams towards the bottom having these early little chips taken out of their performances right now is that everybody else is also having the same thing happening to them, which means that that group, that pack, that bubble doesn't push up that much further, so it becomes a little bit more achievable, even if you don't perform here. But what it does do is put the nerves right in you for the next Erangel.
Absolutely. It is going to be biting when you get to that angle, knowing that, you know, one small slip up, one small mistake could be the difference between you making to grand finals and going home, which is very, very awkward. DXavier rocking up on this position just underneath the Infinity's spot over here. The Infinity still with potentially 3 players left remaining if they can get Newsy back up in this. But DXavier, they're looking to get a few more easy eliminations on board. This would set themselves up good versus Damwon Kia, who are down towards the southwest side of the map on that southwest bridge. Again, we still don't really have a clear idea where this circle is going to be ending, as it's headed up towards where the 3 rivers meet. So it's a bit of a tricky spot to play in at the moment for most of these teams.
That confluence is always treacherous, Blank. And looking at the spread of players right now, obviously we've been focusing a lot on this northern side, but that confluence, that trifecta around the middle of that map that is very, very difficult to navigate at the moment. Reject hold both sides of it. Cryptics have the bootcamp south hill, and Nova have the southwest island main hill there, just to the east of Ruins. So those are the big dominant forces in the middle, but 6 to 8 hold the mountains. Currently the western bridge held by Down 1 and propped up by a duo from MS Jonburi.
DRS, Team Secret out in the blue at the moment. You can see that on your map. Team Secret moving down towards the south side of the map, though, towards Nigma Galaxy position. It would be hilarious to see Nigma Galaxy actually get into a full 4v4. It's not happened very often. Ralph is already out in the blue by the time that strikes. Right now, they're kind of forced into this spot with their actual beginning position on the map. Well, Team Secret struggling a little bit. This is a nasty circle. This is a mean circle as we head into our penultimate map of the day.
Oh, Nigma getting caught. Nova looking for the push, and Freak does go down. Ralph only like 9 first aids. Oh, he's slacking. Needs to pick up a couple more if he wants to have that chance, but you can see he immediately turns around and maybe looking to disengage from Nova. They held a lot of this hillside on the southwestern island. Reject regrouped to this southwestern island as well. Reiji immediately shifted back down south flank as soon as this circle popped.
It's a really good spot to play in for them. There is a lot of defensive capabilities. The issue is that when a team gets right up on the bank side of that river, it becomes a lot harder to keep them back and at bay. 628 is a team that knows all well how to play its position the Reject's currently in, fairly often actually heading down towards this spot. So 628 could be a problem in the future. Rico Infinity the other time, and they could not have asked for a worse circle. I mean, it's moved all the way away from them on that north side, and they're going to have to creep their way down into this. It is awkward, that's for sure.
Anas, nade in hand. You said he was the prop for the position. He's going to get scrappy here in just a minute with the Infinity. 3 players are alive. And the push could come through, and Rico Infinity team desperately need to pick up these points if they can. Keep themselves in the conversation for that bubble position. Team Secret are a bubble team right now. But Anas has fallen in the Infinity move forwards. There's a flush coming through, and Rico Infinity team down to 1 player blank.
Just YWZ remaining here. Zone 3. Not exactly easy to stay alive over here. He does have a lot of boosters to keep himself up. Only first aid kits. That's not going to do him through. The Infinity will be looking for this final player. Stalwart playing a split across the rivers over towards Bootcamp. They have already found a quick knock over towards DX Xavier, who moved down from that north side. They didn't have to fully engage onto that fight between Rico Infinity team and the Infinity. See how this actually ends up, because we do have so many big contenders here, not only towards that bottom side, but towards the top side, still in the game and in good positions as well.
Healing coming through from Newsy as he pushes through YWZ. He had those boosters, as you noted, active currently, so his health total keeps on ticking up, just a little bit slower than the Blues taking him down, but the pushes from the Infinity as he lies in wait. They're spraying around the door. They see one. Mela steps up, gets put back, but there will be no more there. The reses are going to be good for about 15 to 20 seconds. I think they're blank. It's going to be able to get those reses depending on what meds are available, but the Infinity should be able to be 3. They've still got a long way to go.
They should just be able to do it, but like you say, there is a long way to get back down again. Stalwart plinking away at a couple of teams. DXA were able to get everyone back on their feet, and it's very important for them as well, because being on the opposite side of the map of Damwon Kia as well as DXA, oh my lord, this circle though, goodness me, Reject in a great position. This could be exactly what Reject were looking for to get themselves into that top 9. 4 rivals suffering over towards that northern side.
Wow, wow, wow. And as well as the Reject position being strong, remember we were talking about a lot of those other teams towards the bottom not having the greatest of performances right now. I mean, you've got, who have you got? You've got 4 rivals obviously going a little bit low there, taking a couple of knocks. Rico Infinity team crucially getting eliminated as well. It's really, really great news for Reject. They just need to hold on now. 4 rivals against Stalwart. Need to push down south, and the zone will push them in just about 10 seconds there. Nades long as one finds its mark. 4 rivals again caught flagging.
Storm just got some sick grenades, to be honest, coming through from this team. Half the time they don't have to engage properly because they're so good at this. BFU going down and a quick flush as well. That is the top 180 right for you. Spinning top, to be honest with you, for Stalwart. Nice nade, almost takes down Kid. But Team Secret, look at this. They are down to minimal numbers. Nigma Galaxy Lord tries to move on the side. Kid has to hold his own.
It's not going to work out, though. Ralph, though, the survivor, the eponymous second place finisher for Enigma Galaxy here on Sandhawk. I wonder how many meds he has. Kid will not be able to get these reses unless his teammates can crawl into this next circle. The Infinity now moving in. 3 players alive from this circle at the back of Stalwart. Can they succeed where 4 rivals failed? With the opening onto that first knock, Scry gonna stand up and look for it as well. Pika takes a knee and gets flushed.
Really good play from the Infinity, and quite quick as well. They struck from that northern side, though. Imela does go down to action. Down One Gaming, they took a very, very nasty fight versus MS Chumbury earlier on, with Sung taking it down at least one of them, but the rest of the team were just nowhere near to help them, already making their way towards the circle. Junie finds a shot onto AJ, will flush him out, so DRS are actually taking quite a bit of damage here. The team is flagging.
Nade over the top, but Kid survives for just a moment longer. Has to pop the bandages, has to pop whatever healing he has. He spots the players sending over the top as the spray down comes through, but Ponzite makes it through the gauntlet for MS Chonburi. Remember, they needed a spectacular game, either here or in the next, to be able to be in with a hope of getting into that bubble, but they've only got 1 player in this circle. Unless they can heal out for a really solid points total, I don't see them getting too much further.
DRS been taken down there, I believe. Now out. Down One Kia, making that one happen. 628 still the one that's northwest side moving down. Oh my lord. This next circle is brutal. It will really send these teams through the ringer. DXavier still have a fairly decent position on that eastern side, but with this eastern shift with a lot of water in it, Reject sitting pretty. Kid goes down to Nova.
And all of a sudden, that bubble is looking all the more flimsy. Team Secret eliminated there. Oh, just one, sorry, with eye shots, seeing how far they can go on the heel. Close to Ralph, if you can spot it out. This might be the kryptonite to Enigma Galaxy strategy, but Reject have a great spot. 3 players of theirs are alive, with Reiji on the off, and 628 at the walls, banging down the doors. They have 3 players of their own. At the moment, there's only 1 team with all 4 alive, and that's Nova.
Yeah, this is the difficulty. Once you get up to this compound, it gives abilities for the teams who are actually aggressing inwards to get cover, to get position. Luckily, for the guys from Reject, they're able to get at least 1 knock as they came in, but down One Kia, look at this. They are taking punishment from 628, holding off 2 teams at once. MS Chumbury also goes down, so no longer able to keep up that same kind of totals they got from that last map.
Slowing things down. 628 have some buildings. Cryptics feeling pretty good about themselves, but I feel like it's too little too late right now. They're a little bit too far down the tables.
Oh my lord.
What an aid coming on through. Reiji finds Jimmy, and Nova struggling to move up to this Reject position. This could be good. They only have 1 defeat right now, Blank. They only have that 1 point for eliminations. If Reiji can break Nova here, it would be phenomenal for Reject's position.
But this is classic DXavier circle, right? Moves over towards that east side. Now DXavier in a perfect position to swoop in, pick up as many eliminations as possible. Yes, they made some good rotations from that northern side and decided when to disengage nice and early, but now this is DXavier's game to take and DXavier's game to solidify themselves towards the top of the leaderboard.
Divine stopping 628 from getting any further in the water. We still have a couple of healers out in the zone. The push comes through and Order finds 1 from Reject and will slow them down. Does he know there's a player around the door side? Of course he does.
Oh!
Order up, dings the bell, and Reject lose 2. Now they're down to Divine and they have to get across this river now. DXavier looking to guard it out. There's the spray. Duck finds 1. Duck finds the second as well, puts them back down, and Nova will struggle to get through. The healers out in the zone doing wonders for their teams respectively. You can see in the picture-in-picture there, it's done one with, I think, what's that, 2 first aids left. And they're going to struggle to get too much further.
Yeah, Fabian trying to run his way in, but when Duck unloads the clip there, you better be ducking on your side, because otherwise he is absolutely going to tear you apart. Cryptics have a fairly decent position. Now it's time for DXavier to really shine. Oh, this is too much. This is too much. This circle is unbelievable.
Down 1 are out, and the circle moves to DXavier yet again. They will hold it out. 5 defeats, and the luck keeps on rolling good for DXavier, but they still have that final hurdle to cross. It might have been enough, though. They were close towards the top of the tables. In fact, they were at the top of the tables at the start of this game. And Blank, they're looking to open that lead with Dumb1 going down a little bit earlier than they are. They are going to put themselves with a little bit of a buffer. Lazy Boy goes down.
Now looking for Senkai next. Duck still performing madly here. One will go down the side, and it is Rabiz. Lamborghini still on the backside. Marshall moves up, 2v2 now. Rabiz unlikely going to get back up on his feet. If Cryptics can win this game, it will be an unreal result for them.
Slow and low on the bottom of the tables. It might be too late, but they certainly start to speed up. Rabbit is not really getting broken out towards, and there's still healers going. We have Team Secret and Enigma Galaxy both with chances. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the nades go back and forth. Senkai pushing up, one player to handle, 3 teams still alive as we still have Ralph going. Look at this guy go. There is nothing that he cannot survive through, but it is the push from Senkai as Duck might be spotted up the top. Senkai needs to find him, but no. DX Xavier take him down.
Ralph.
Enigma Galaxy gets second again. Blank, it's ridiculous what this team can do. Ralph, what a guy.
Oh, but the dance as well at the end, the disrespect coming through from Ralph. No matter the situation, no matter if they're under fire from Nova, whichever team, Damwon here, Ralph is always going to find himself a little spot to bring out his hospital gear and set up on a bed and lay easy until the end of the game.
My goodness me. Well, there's the chicken dinner coming through from DX Xavier, though, and they are looking good as our favorites going into the final game of the tournament. Blank, I don't think DX Xavier won anyone's bingo card to take this top spot.
But here they are regardless. DX Xavier looking for that cash on the line. They're looking for that $362,000, which is a huge amount of money. And the drop-off from there to second place, you're basically halving the prize pool down to $175. I think it's even lower than that, $145,000 for second place. So it is crazy how much this first spot means. But still, we have that fight for 9th place. We're still looking for our teams to be sent to the grand finals.
And it's so close around that area. I mean, a lot of teams who are looking for a lot didn't quite find it. I mean, Rico Infinity Team obviously going down earlier. You've got Team Secret who did heal out quite far, in fact, Blank. I think they went down in 4th place in the end. I'll have to double check exactly the timings.
Yeah, they came 4th place, Team Secret. iShots was out in the blue for a long time. And to be honest with you guys, if you remember anything from previous tournaments, you know that iShots was the OG medic specialist, all right? Ralph may have perfected his little surgeon room that he's got going on for himself, but iShots was the beginner, right? He set the pace, he had the bandages, and he was making the moves, and he was the one actually got a chicken dinner aisle, I think, from the blue itself. So he's done some crazy stuff, but Ralph is really innovating.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Ralph is still healing at the start of next Erangel. This guy keeps on going, but DX Xavier go that little bit further, taking the second to last, the penultimate chicken dinner, and putting themselves in a great position to take the title.
I don't know what it is, but the doctor is in. The man is just going off with heals. Kalaris, 23 points. DX Xavier, they should be in the lead of this entire event right now, and they're about to win $362,500.
Yeah, I mean, I guess who can argue with it? Once again, this circle on Sandhawk was one of the most brutal circles, not only that we've had in the final, Max, but that we've had in the entire tournament, centering on this trifecta location and then just shifting over to the east as things go on. I feel sorry for the teams having to deal with this one.
It just kept given to Reject, like, oh, Reject maybe gonna get the win, and then just like let right turn over to the eastern side, half shift after hard shift after hard shift over to the Xavier. They held teams away, no respect to the Xavier on making sure they had 100% control of that one. It got really close down to that 1v1 at the end, but as we always expect, Ralph is going to be able to secure that second place at the end, regardless of what happens. But I mean, yeah, Xavier getting himself a win here when it was so close between those top 4 teams. I mean, even a really good game between teams that are trying to contest for that first place might not be even enough. So we already might have our first place team here.
Ooh, yeah, we might.
Guys, Secret, they got 10 points. They're up to, I think, 119. Rico Infinity get 5. Reject get 4. We're talking about teams, even 4 rivals, unfortunately getting 0. We're talking about 4 teams here who are in contention of holding on to top 9 or breaking into top 9. It's getting really scary here, and it's going to come down to the final match here. Obviously not for only just first place, but for 5 different teams. It's do or die. It's life or death coming up into this last game of the entire event.
It's really, really close. And of course, you know, as we finish things off as well, and when I think we're going to Erangel, right? Look at that, Xavier getting themselves a 17-point lead now up towards the top. But yeah, you're talking about that cutoff point. There's a lot of talent that is sitting near that cutoff point, and it will be a shame to lose, you know, quite a few of these teams. But it's very, very close. Anybody can make it here.
I would say anyone from DRS and above could still make it in there. 4 rivals. I know you can't close off games. If there's one time better than now, that
might be now.
You gotta try and get
Do
the
it.
win. It would be now. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna predict them later on. We need to see the win, right? This is way too close for comfort. They've been slowly but surely falling out of relevancy in that top 9. Overtaken by Secret, 628. So 4 rivals, you need to hold on, man.
And Jason, importantly, 17 games down. Rauf did break the 10,000 mark.
Oh, that is the most important part.
11,500 healing in 17 games.
Well, also, just to note, beyond the healing factor, those numbers, the numbers for Cryptic still with a chance. 97 points for 97 points for DRS. Cryptic's at 87, so maybe Cryptic's is unfortunately out of the running. But DRS at 97, when you need 112 to qualify, we've got even more teams below the cutoff that if they get a chicken dinner here, they can get themselves through into the grand finals. But we still have to wait a little bit before we can really get into that and see what's going to happen. We got to remind you guys about the treasure box happening where you guys can get permanent items unlocked as long as you get the PMGC tokens from watching the Esports Center over on YouTube by clicking the link on the rewards button right under the stream. It runs until the 13th of January. It also has extra special prizes. And if you hit 5,000 concurrent viewers, you get 900 PMGC tokens that you can use to unlock a box, which is 1,200 in total. So that's how it all works for you guys. I'm sorry, I'm speeding things up because I want to get into this next match. I don't need a breath. I am just all coffee, all ready to get underway with this one, but it is getting very scary. I don't want to be in the position ever in my life to be one of these teams in this contention for holding on or getting into top 9, but this is where our teams become champions. This is where our teams really prove their worth, show their grit, and potentially make it through into the finals in January of next year. Max, this is gonna be tough. I mean, obviously there's 2 battles, right? Battles at the top for $362,500, but for me, my real focus is always going to be down towards the bottom of the table. Who's going to make it to the next event?
Yeah, it's so close between a lot of these teams. 628, 4 rivals, Rick Infinity, Reject, MS Chonburi, DRS. They're not sure to make it in. DRS did get himself a really strong performance today. Same for MS Chonburi. They did get himself a chicken dinner. If they can get themselves the double today, they might just put themselves barely in the top 9. But it's just so close. And as you said, I would hate to be in their position. This must be horrible for them.
All right, well, horrible for them, great for us and the viewers to watch. We're going to head to a short break while we get things ready to go here for our final match of PMGC 2021 East League. We'll see you in a few.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this on-time now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no, Nima!
Help already from the inside here from Yasna Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical location.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is using this as hay.
Valo, though, in a position to maybe receive open arms Reggie in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But as the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window, lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Cheeky, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams the likes of Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He up.
No!
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
It all comes down to this, the final match of PMGC 2021 East League, and the teams have one final chance to get points to either rank up in the leaderboards to get more money, to maintain a first place position, or just to live to fight another day at the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 with 9 teams from the East League, 6 teams from the West League, and 1 team from India. And on that note, again, at the end of the show today, we will be able to talk about who that team might potentially be. So just a little bit of a teaser there, not going to spoil anything just yet. I did see 1 or 2 of you did follow me on Instagram, and I will be DMing you the exact information during this match. So if you haven't done that yet, well, you're missing out. But Aaron Gill, gentlemen, Maxman, and Kalaris, it all comes down to this, and I'm excited to see how these teams are going to play. Again, focusing on the teams who are in that contention position, I feel like they're going to have to play so safe to not give up that final game.
The point gap is so close between a lot of the teams around that 9th position right now. It's in the air as to who's going to be able to barely make it in. So you want to aim for that chicken dinner if you're towards that 9th place right now. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. A middling result will not be enough. It's not going to cut it. You need a big banger to close it off to make sure you are in that top 9 at the end.
And one way to get that big banger is by using a 1+. Our sponsor here at PMGC with its flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially make it in to the grand finals. And gentlemen, it's time, our last time, for predictions. Me, Infinity, Maxman.
I have to go for 4 rivals. It's the last game. They currently are on 9th position. They're just 3 points ahead of 10th, so they need to win. Let's go for rivals.
I feel like if you really wanted them to qualify, you wouldn't have predicted them, because we know your track record with predicting 4 rivals. Kalaris, what do you got?
Stoking the fires of those teams trying to qualify for the top 9. MS Chombre, I think they're going to clinch it out.
That would be amazing to see if they did, but obviously sad to see some other teams not qualify. But it is time to head over to our commentators here for the final match, PMGC 2021. John Allen and Blake.
Over Erangel we go. One last ride here in the East League. DX Xavier sat 17 points clear ahead of Damwon Kia in the standings right now. And that 9th place spot on everybody's minds.
DX Xavier can smell the money. But Damwon Kia not far behind, can still make it happen. They need a good match here to get that first place and bump them up from that 145,000, but they're not safe yet. There's still teams behind them looking for that second place if they can't hold on to it, but it's that 9th place and under that we are currently looking at. Even 7th place is not safe right now. These teams, it's go hard or go home, quite literally in this final map on our angle.
Team Secret dropping out early to Zaki. This time around, again, one of the teams that, sure, they're in 7th place with 119 points right now. I feel like all they need to do, get like 6 points this game, right? That
No!
would feel good for them.
No,
I said
this
it.
is
I've said
so sad. You've cursed them so badly. Team Secret, the Kameshki Kings, drop towards Zaki. And it's almost certainly a Kameshki circle. MS Chumburi quickly pick up DRS. Oh.
The fight on DRS is actually fairly impactful here, Blank. I mean, DRS, sure, they're towards the lower end of possibility, but they were definitely in contention. And the fact that, I believe that was Rico Infinity Team, or no, it was MS Chumburi who were able to pick up those points. That's a great start, right, for MS Chumburi, starting the game on 98 points. They need a banger. James knows it. We know it. The fans know it. So it's good news for the start.
Having both MS Chumburi and Damwon Kia make it into the grand finals will be a huge boon to their regions. They'll be extremely happy with those teams getting in and representing. It's 4 rivals we have on our screen right now, dropping in Rozhok, a team that everyone has hopes for getting that chicken dinner. But it's so unlikely at this point anymore, John. I mean, Maxman's been repping these guys for a long, long time, but they just refuse to deliver and sat on 9th place with 112 points. You know, 4 rivals, they can't rest on their laurels anymore. It's no longer enough to get into the top 16. You need that top 9, and they are on the edge of dropping out.
Never has a game been more crucial and probably more influential with so many teams at risk here of losing out to that bubble. Is he currently 112? Predicted to be 119, so still a little bit of a way to go for some of these teams potentially. But it is a struggle mentally, if nothing else.
Mentally, it's a slog, 100%. This final game, there is going to be so much pressure on the teams below. Reject know that they are so close. Their Orangles have not looked good recently, going down so early from that very peer position. And now they've got to head up through teams like Nigma Galaxy, through Damwon Kia, DXavier currently looking hot at the moment. Getting up towards Yasnaya side. MS Chumburi, though, this is a good start for their game. Dropping over towards Yasnaya, getting a quick and swift elimination onto DRS will open up things for themselves in Yasnaya, particularly between that fight between them and DRS in the beginning of the game, most games. So, MS Chumburi, this is a great start for them. Sat in 12th place with 99 points. Like I said, John, it has to be a banger, and it has to come with some mash if they want to get towards that top spot.
Almost necessary to get a chicken dinner. I think for everybody, almost 11th and down, 11th to 13th, so Reject, MS Chumburi, and DRS, they need a chicken dinner to be in with a chance of qualifying here. The teams above them, they're looking a little bit more at around a solid 3rd place to definitely be into those qualification spots, but it's still a tall order. Hopefully, one of those teams can make it. Someone needs to rise here to that 9th place bubble.
Team Secret taking shots on Rico Infinity Team. Team Secret just need to live for longer here. And they're swinging over the top of the north coast. Good stuff for them. They'll keep it running as well, but iShot slightly behind. There's still a potential that they will lose at least one player. Good shots coming through from YWZ. Luckily, slips undetected other than that from the rest of the team. We'll just get by on the beach side.
The low profile of the buggy coming in clutch there. If he was at a UAS, that would have been a knock almost immediately, but iShot stays alive for Team Secret. Will regroup with the team. They knew there was a player on that north peak, so it was a difficult and treacherous rotation. They knew that, but they had to make that call.
Absolutely had to make that call, John. It was crucial that they went for it, and went for it early as well. I think that's the big thing. Damwon Gaming quickly put themselves in a good position just out of outside DRS's spot, over towards Lipovka, splitting up towards Damwon Kia. Really nicely done for Damwon Kia. Usually they are very quick at looting and getting into position, and this spot here will afford them a lot of opportunities towards that late game, which they desperately need. And already they've leapfrogged over DXavier, who are about to get crunched between Genesis Dogma, Damwon, as well as DRS. Though DRS most likely here looking for a bit more survival as opposed to those early engagements. Ryzen in the shack, Reject, rolling on pass.
Staying alive is the only way you get to these chicken dinners, so fair enough. We said it would have been a great way for Bigatron to finish with that chicken dinner, but I feel like, quite frankly, for most people watching, everyone's rooting for someone else to be able to find this. How poetic would it be for 4 rivals to solidify their position, for instance, in those top 9 with their first chicken dinner of the tournament?
It would be one hell of a way to go out. DXavier spot DRS Gyalzen. Gyalzen, a very good player from DRS, but how much can he do when the rest of DXavier are flooding into his position, and DXavier looking to grab some more elimination points themselves, see themselves pretty up towards the top spots. Even just losing a knock here would be terrible, though.
Uh-oh. DRS have already lost a player. Gyalzen push down those stairs with the nade. Rav is looking to suppress that line. Gyalzen there around the side, trying to hold off DXavier, but these guys do not stop. They're at the top of the tables, and they are opening that gap time and time again against Damwon, who are really, at the moment, the only team who can take them down.
And realistically, if they start a game off like that, solidify the position on this eastern coast, they're looking so strong right now. Even just keeping up towards that top 5 placing for DXavier is going to make it so tricky for Damwon Kia to be able to put up the points needed to leapfrog over them in the standings, but it would be one hell of a way to finish out this league finals.
Cryptics, after a decent game over on Sandhawk, getting taken away from them at the last moment by a hard northern shift. Sat down in 14th, 87 points, and I think most would agree with me. It's very unlikely that this team makes it through now, Blank. I mean, they need to do more than they've ever done in this tournament, and I just don't see it.
I think that when we think of Cryptics doing more than they've ever done before, it just leads me back to when they just barely made it through that league play into Super Weekend by just coasting along outside the blue, on Sandhawk, living, surviving. But it really wasn't that kind of play that you're seeing from Damwon Kia, from Stalwart, from DXavier, taking control of their own fates and pushing it through to these final games. So I think you're right, John. I think it's too little too late for Cryptics.
Either way, they will hold on the northern side of the river near the Yasnaya Bridge and the Roshok Bridge as well. Close to 4 rivals. We saw them taking shots at before. Rico Infinity team have moved down. Team Secret stanchioned back up towards Stalber Kameshki on the split. And the shift comes back down towards those Yasnaya fields. Blank. Honestly, I can't think of a better place to end it if it goes to those Yasnaya fields.
Yas fields are a test of endurance, test of mentality, being able to get through those rough moments where all you have is a hay bale in front of you and the rest of it is just bullets shimmering across the skyline. It is a terrifying ordeal to go up against, but if you can make it work, make it happen, you can see yourself for chicken dinner towards the end. But there's been a fair few times where Yas finishes have been occurred where it's just that one Snake player towards the end standing up tall. So there is still a chance for a few of these teams, even if you put down on your luck. If you are DRS, you only have 2 players remaining. There is still hope in the chamber.
Certainly running low. Need to swap that out as soon as you can, but you've only got this chance to do it. One more game. This is the final game that we will be seeing here in the East League. Imagine just the tension within these comms as well. Hopefully they're keeping it calm, especially this early in the game, but as time goes on, as players start to drop, it will get more and more fraught.
10 minutes in. Most Orangles finished around about 16, 17 minutes in to, from now at least, 27 minutes into the game. So we don't have long left to run it back. Cryptics versus MS Chamburi taking a few shots. Marshall already down. Pop managing to run around, keep himself safe behind this wall.
How does he do it? Nobody knows. Lazy Boy finally finds the shot, but sat down by a teammate. Ponzai with the backup. Beautiful for MS Chonburi. Picking up the points whenever they can. They keep everyone alive. That's what they want to do here. El Chapo rides in, but Jasper has the angle, and out in the field, NC2 has the off. Jasper does get taken down by Senkei across the way, but Ponsai has the angle. He's looking for the spray to take down Cryptix, and MS Chonburi are able to pick up the points. It's 5 eliminations now in a potential start to the run for MS Chonburi.
Cryptix out, will not be seeing them in the grand finals. MS Chonburi, Ponsai once again standing as one of the best players on the team, hits a cracker shot through the wall and the window. Put an end to Senkai's terror, who certainly has been a terror here in the league play and the league finals. Senkai can go home happy, I would say, as playing as one of the best players in this tournament.
What a way to go as well for MS Chonburi, holding out the western side of Yasnaya, with the circle centering onto them. It's a good start, but it's not enough yet. It's not enough yet. They need more, and they'll take what they can get.
Genesis Dogma currently just taking pot shots over towards Damwon Kia's position, currently sat in a 2-2 split. We'll have a couple of the players. Satar over towards the eastern side of Yasnaya, waiting to allow that regroup with the rest of the team. Stalwart over on this eastern side, very close to Damwon Kia. Again, it would be certainly a game because Stalwart still can technically take that first spot. And look at this circle up on DXavier, Damwon Kia, and Stalwart all still in this. Our first, second, and third place teams respectively, all battling it out for those final points, those final numbers.
The difficulty, though, for Damwon is that they need 17 points more than DXavier. They need DXavier to go down early. Otherwise, they won't be able to take that top spot. And with Stalwart breathing down your neck, is it worth trying to sacrifice your game to potentially get that first place when you could drop down and instead of getting 145,000 for second place, you end up halving that and going to 72.5 thousand US dollars for that third place finish if Stalwart are able to take you down in the process. It's such a difficult situation because there's so much potential earning, but there is so much to lose for these top teams.
Exactly. Rico Infinite Team, though, still have followed suit with Team Secret. Will find one knock onto Kid, who is most likely not getting back up. The rest of the team leaves him behind. He may not be part of their journey towards the 9th place in the final game, but Team Secret will live on for the time being. 4 rivals immediately drop into the northern fields of Yasnaya, just keeping this one up for the time being. And MS Chonburi come face to face with Genesis Dogma.
MS Chonburi tested once more. Daybot falls first, and NC falls as well in a trade. Going through, MS Chonburi low, looking for the heals. Daybot around the side. Ponsai suppresses the side, looking for the spray, but the peek out is good, and it's 1-for-1 yet again. MS Chonburi trying to pick up these points, but it's not looking too stellar right now on the eastern end as 4 rivals have oversight on this whole fight as well. They are looking at this with hunger in their eyes, looking to secure themselves into these finals as well. 3 players from MS Chonburi alive, and they are fully healthy now.
Genesis Dogma booms. Nickel also still in this building. Daybot has potential to be brought back up into the fold, but it's a 3-way fight at the moment, and 4 rivals have finally found a position that they can call home in this circle. Damwon Kia haven't had to move too much, but there's still a potential we head to the western side.
Peace for the moment, but certainly a tense one. Can break at any moment on the eastern side, and two of those teams, Genesis Dogma excluded, are in such pivotal positions. MS Chonburi, of course, we know they've got 6 limbs. They managed to pick up that extra point as well against the Genesis Dogma players. But they're down to 3 now as well, which is all the more difficult to break out of this position when Damwon are looking right your direction.
Genesis Dogma have nothing to lose at this point. They are not making it to that grand finals. But it's MS Chonburi. They can drop everything. And everything could go badly, but here's the western shift. And Nova happy about this one. Daybot will go down, but remember, Stalwart and Nova currently tied 179 points apiece. So potentially Nova can steal that away from Stalwart. Genesis Dogma go down, and MS Chonburi will survive. There's still an onslaught to be had from 4 rivals.
More and more points going into the pockets of MS Chonburi. They are absolutely out for blood. And with this shift, it's Damwon who have to move towards them. This is great news for these Yasnaya starters. They have the top of the building, and the 4 rivals who have had oversight for so long spot out Damwon as they push in.
That is a swift and instant move from Damwon Kia, and one we know them for in this league finals. Stalwarts start to make their approach towards this circle. They swiftly went over towards that top side, swung around, and they're going to play from that position. Reject making their way through, but taking heavy casualties on the approach. Regiosio goes wide. There's nowhere for them to go.
There's just no home to be found as Reject getting cut down. Just Sarah remains. Infinity suffering as well. Nova closing them down. DRS are out in the middle of Yasnaya as well, looking at all of these angles and everybody trying to crash in. DXavier and Enigma Galaxy both late to the party. This could be the time to stand up towards that top spot. If Damwon can hold on out here, it could be their time.
DXavier have no hope in hell. They've sent Duck across, but he's most likely going to be spotted heading directly into 628's position. They lose 1 player on the approach, down to just 3 now. Look at this, 4 rivals taking an insane spray across towards them as well. And in the midst of all that, Nova has gained 4 points over Stalwart, taking that 3rd place away from them.
Oh, what a rested control position. Excellent stuff. South side for Nova on a big split as well. And it's all to play for. An urban finish potentially on the card. Certainly lots of teams still in it. Bigatron resting on the outside, the south side of Yasnaya Fields right now. If it shifts their way, they'll be laughing, but it's unlikely.
DXavier lose another to Nova in the process, only down to 1 player in Lamborghini now, and this was the hope in hell that Stalwart, Damwon Kia, Nova all wanted, all scrambling for these points to make their way towards the top of the tables. If DXavier go out now, they will get 0 points total, other than the first elimination they got onto DRS. It will open things up towards the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place in our leaderboards.
People know where they are as well. MS Chonburi have rocketed to the top floors here, and they have an oversight on DXavier's position. You can see Pop there on that south side will be looking out for it, checking that repeatedly. Enigma Galaxy swerving around on the hillsides yonder, not really finding too much. Frankie taken down a peg, knocked by Nova.
Only just got back up on his feet again, and Nova is giving them no quarter whatsoever. Daoshi, the building just looking outwards. Stalwart have that position on the north side, but so many teams could get caught out if we get a north or a south shift. We'll see where this one heads. We get our next circle on the screen, up towards that northeast side. Damwon Kia. Okay, they're still in this one, and Team Secret, luckily, stay in this circle, and they can continue to get those points and solidify their position in the finals.
4 rivals on the east end as well. In a sliver of this circle, MS Chonburi potentially here as well. I mean, it's all coming to the crunch. We'll see how much they know of that in this final difficult circle, because a lot of it is outside the territory of Yasnaya.
Frankie gets eliminated, and DXavier are crumpling under the weight of this final game. Enigma Freak has to drop out the vehicle, will be taken down in the process, and Stalwart have made their way onto that northern side. Very quick rotations. In the meantime, Damwon Kia take a knock on their side, looking to pick that player back up again, but they're right in the midst of it, in the middle. Sung even being briefly outside the compound is dangerous.
Moving out, Enigma Galaxy trying to control. Lamborghini will have to move for DXavier. Potentially looking for a heal strat at this stage. Every point super valuable. Bigatron on a long swing. They were on the south side for so long. Who's picking up these points? Because MS Chonburi are getting knocks. 4 rivals are getting points as well. Who is getting these eliminations? I mean, Bigatron, you can see no eliminations just yet, but these rattle downs from Ryzen look pretty good. I mean, on to 1, sure. Slowing Enigma Galaxy out in the open field.
Stalwart have a position to actually take a couple of these points from Enigma Galaxy, but iShots would love any single one of them that he can pick up in his own time. 7 plays, but by no means safe at all. 119 with Rico Infinity Team and MS Chonburi still in this match. And Reject still hang on with Sarah, just barely with the fingertips.
A wing and a prayer, but Sarah, such an incredible player for Reject, has done so much for the squad. But they need more from him now.
Problem is that even a second place would not see him safe. Sarah needs to get a few eliminations on his back as well. And for Reject, it does not look like a fun time for them. No team willing to move in this. MS Chumbury do find a knock over towards Damwon Kia's position. Not likely that it will be flushed out considering the position that currently Damwon Kia hold. Enigma Galaxy probably in the most danger at the moment. It is the only spot they could find. Lamborghini begins to heal outside the blue, and a disgusting shift up towards Rico Infinity Team and Team Secret. This could be Rico Infinity Team's chance in 10th place to find their way into those grand finals.
And for Team Secret to hold on to their position, a long, dangerous march across the way for MS Chonburi, for 4 rivals. For Bigatron, for Enigma Galaxy, for everybody on the south side. It is go time, now or never. Into the crunch as DXavier have fallen. Blank 208 points is the mark for Damwon, but they have so much to do.
So much ground to cover, and where do you pick up these points? Where do you find these points? Realistically, needed to be in one of these compounds nice and early. So many kills coming through, and Rico Infinity Team take a huge amount of damage on their side. Oh no, it could be curtains for them.
Escaton down, and As moving through the smoke field that's created there. As they want to pick it back up. 4 rivals with a mad dash up towards Bigatron's position as well. They go for the sprays. They're just trying to suppress these lines, but a tumble in the open field. It's all crashing down around their ears. The 4 rivals. There's no chance that they make this push. Bigatron are going to pick up some of those points, and now it's just Pemburu. He is in just the edge of the circle, and the last chance for the 4 rivals stays alive for now.
But it is so close. With Rico Infinity Team biting at the heels with 3 players still alive and 628 not far behind from overlapping them. Rico Infinity Team could just take this position off 4 rivals, but it all depends on 628 and the points that they can accrue. Somehow, some way, Damwon Kia have made their way into the circle itself on that eastern building. They lost Junie in the process. There doesn't seem to be any fire coming towards him, and he might just be able to crawl himself to safety.
How do they do it? Damwon with a foothold now. MS Chonburi will be pushing in on the back in the meantime, though. Team Secret now isolated to their 1 position, looking to hold on to their spot. 4 rivals, the same story, and 628 in danger as Rico Infinity Team and MS Chonburi are biting at their heels.
DRS leave, stage left here. 97 points, 13th place, 4 rivals down. 118 points total, but by no means are they safe. MS Chonburi make their way up to the wall. Damwon Kia trying to get as many points as they can. Favian will finish off Liquid.
Those reses can come through, but Damwon have a game all their own. The Infinity trying to play spoiler to Nova, but they have opened a gap against Stalwart, looking for that 3rd place finish. Nova looking good. The Infinity fairly solid. Can they leapfrog Enigma Galaxy, though, in the meantime? No, they can't. Solid in 6th place now for the Infinity. A great behemoth in the league stages. Fallen off slightly, but they will make it to the global finals.
MS Chonburi, I think they've met their match. 628 finding eliminations to their side. Damwon Gaming Kia hits Junie with a nasty nay, but Nova, they might likely just go out here with the nays being popped by Dalshi. The utility coming through, beautiful stuff. 33Z ends 2 of them.
628, if they can push out the Infinity, if they can jump up a lot closer towards the Infinity, they are looking good. They now have the advantage over Team Secret as well with 120 points, but that will not go easily. Rico Infinity Team now down in 10th place, 111 points with 9 to make up here. They need teams to start going down.
They absolutely do. It is terrifying stuff. Damwon Kia grabbing that extra elimination means if they get a chicken dinner, that will be them heading over DXavier. And with 4 players still remaining, other than 628, they are looking in a fantastic position to do it. This could be spectacular for Damwon Kia.
at the top, that's where the major fluctuations are happening right now because Rico Infinity team, they're down to 1, they're in 10th place. If they go out here, we have our top 9 blank. There is no way that it can change with a bubble of 118. But Rico Infinity team could move up if they pull off a miracle against Stalwart. But Prestiga put down again, and Team Secret defending their spot in these finals with the fervor granted to them by the passion they've shown throughout this tournament.
They lost Kid, but they will protect this position, like you say, John. Jumper finds a Molotov onto Daoshi, though, which is great news for Damwon Kia, because 628 were really their major opposition in this circle. They are still, both these teams, right on the precipice of the circle, and with Junie going down, they need to take a little bit of time to bring him back up again, very close to our next circle, and that will determine all.
And remember that 196 is without placements. They are 12 points behind right now in the overall standings. A second place would do it. 2 more kills and a third would do it, but they need to survive.
Goodness.
5 teams now remain. 628 looking to push in, and Damwon Kia are laddering up. 5 remain, all alive. The shift is up towards Stalwart, though, and they will hold it on, but Team Secret have something to say. It's action to fall on the roof. And another soon to go down. 628 open up against Team Secret as the buildings get leapt to and from. And the push from down 1 goes through. Lord is still alive for Enigma Galaxy, last standing.
It is a fantastic push from Damwon Kia here to make themselves into this building under the midst of the chaos that was occurring on that western side. Now they're in position to make this happen. Still, the only team now with 4 players alive in this circle, right on the barest edge. Lord could prove. Massive spoiler here, though. Junie drops out the backside. Will he spot the player in the vehicle? He will, but Lord! Oh my goodness!
Junie crucially taken down and Lord put back in the meantime. That's another point for Damwon. It's great news that they took down another team, but they need more. Blank on the placement point tiebreaker. It will be DXavier who win out. So Damwon need a clean victory. Not only do they need to get a 3rd place, they need 2 more kills from now on top of that to secure it. That's the minimum. If they get to 2nd, they have won this tournament.
A 2nd place is all they're looking for. But 628 Team Secret do not look likely to let go of this game. Fabian hits a nice nade, which might open up just a little bit of opportunity. And Team Secret very, very occupied with Stalwart at the moment. Another knock goes through. It's iShots, who's been performing mad good in this final game. And now they go for the push. They're making it across under the guise of the pressure coming through from Team Secret, and they make it.
Perfect timing from Damwon. They back the players off the window. They move up just as the crunch comes in. And Damwon are fighting for this top spot. It is a massive pay jump. It's $362,500. They stand to gain 120 grand. Jumper goes down. And the spray is good as they try and fail to get in towards 628's position. Fredo's there. iShots at risk. Fredo on the ground. And teams are starting to fall. It is a 2nd place target or a 3rd place with 2 more kills for Damwon. And the push comes in. Team Secret up to bat. Forest looking to go close here. Maybe looking to pick up one of those 2 crucial kills. But the nades are in as well for 628 as Damwon flood the ground floor. Upstairs it's Stalwart, but they just need to hold on out. Damwon fighting for their lives.
Stalwart need a 3rd place here if they want to jump over Nova. So really that's all they're looking for. Forest will find iShots now. Now they can go for the 3rd place.
They need 1 more kill if they're going for that 3rd, though. It's only 10 points in the placement tiebreaker. We'll see DXavier at the top, but 628 are flagging. Stalwart, 2 players alive. Damwon control the ground right now, but they are in such a tenuous spot. 8 eliminations already on the game, and blank. 628 are crumbling. That's another point found. Now they just need the 3rd.
Oh my
goodness! Another
goodness!
frag to go on through. Scry falls and Stalwart will remaining.
Oh my lord here, if Damwon Kia can get the chicken, then it'll be an unbelievable ending. Fabian quickly turns around. Yu Yang desperately trying to stay alive in this situation, but Damwon Kia, they are high on the glory that is coming.
Damwon stay alive in the elimination of 628. That will see them with the placement points to the top. If they can finish with a chicken dinner, what a way to go. Stalwart are going to ladder up into 3rd place. It's a question of who gets that final piece of glory, who gets that final piece of the pie. But we have found our winners, and it is Damwon to come back swinging off an almost insurmountable goal. South Korea stand tall. Pika with the final shotgun on the roof. It looks like we're going down to the meds. And I mean, what a way to close things out. Stalwart will stay in 3rd place. Nova fall down. And it's all like done and dusted. The push from Forrest, but he will fall to the zone. 5 first aids, but I don't think they'll do it here. Stalwart with the boosters, with more damage. He's standing right in the center. There's no way that they can go, but there's 3 first aids there and some boosters. I just think Stalwart are going to win this one out. Sung starts that first aid, so potentially looking to heal out a little bit longer, but I just don't see it happening. Here we go into the final throes of it. Damwon from South Korea find themselves at the top. Stalwart find the final chicken dinner, get up into that 3rd place position. But the top was fragile at the start, and DXavier cannot hold it when it matters most.
And it is so easy to get lost in the forest of Damwon here. If you are any other team here, it is not easy to get out. Those trees looming over the top of you, and Damwon Kia will finish this game high as the Canadian Maples here. Oh, what a way to finish it. I am just blown away by that last game. So many things had to come together. And remember, that was not an easy game for Damwon Kia, John.
No, they fought tooth and nail. You can see that they deserved this spot at the top, right? As the champions of the PMGC East League. I mean, what a phenomenal run they've had over the course of these finals, surprising us all, being such an incredible force that nobody expected coming out of left field, and taking that spot back when it mattered most. I can't think of a better way to close it.
I absolutely can't. It came down right to the line. But we have solidified our top 9, guys, and we have got our winners of the $362,000 in Damwon Kia. And not only that, Stalwart fighting for their lives for that 2nd place, but DXavier, that money gets cut in half.
That is disastrous for DXavier. They were slower than Damwon. Remember, they were in a similar position during that game, right? But Damwon, they took initiative, and DXavier did not. It is the comparison we have been making between these 2 teams. And honestly, I think the right team has just won this.
I absolutely do too, and I don't say that. I don't get to say that very often, especially in the league finals. Things get very topsy-turvy. But even with Damwon Kia having a topsy-turvy performance from league play, they have been incredibly consistent for the entirety of the league finals. And right now, right here, Damwon Kia is the best of East.
They have taken that top spot, and with no more left to say, the conversation is over. The crunch is over, and it is Damwon to take the top.
$362,500 richer here for the team from South Korea. Damwon have been able to surprise everyone out there in the world, taking home the title of being the best team in the East. Going from a mobile scene in Korea where it's just starting to really build up. They, I think, have started to cement mobile dominance in South Korea, but still, there's more to come. They still have the grand finals to play with teams from the West and a team from India, but they have definitely made a statement here.
I think we were tense in agreement right there, Kalaris. And the execution of those plays in one of the hardest situations that you can be in a tournament, in one of the hardest finishes in a tournament with a urban finish. And the execution on Damwon's end was beautiful from start to finish, able to just barely overtake DXavier's first position by just about 4 points. And they needed those eliminations at the end too, right? Because a tiebreaker, DXavier would have won that. So they needed those eliminations at the end.
I was losing my mind here at the very end. And now, after this tournament has concluded, I can now say, here in PUBG Mobile, I bow to our South Korean overlords. 212 points, Jason. It's a magical thing for them to round out that last game as well in this way. I mean, they don't get themselves the win, but they put in such an effort in this last game to make this happen.
Hey, do you think they're going to care about a chicken dinner when they just took home that much money? I don't think they'll care at all here. But let's give it a little bit of focus, though. Obviously, towards the bottom of the leaderboard here, we have Secret in 8th place, able to maintain their spot and qualify. 4 rivals barely getting through, but Rico, Infinity, and Fortune there, as we saw, not able to do enough towards the very end. Some other teams as well, MS Chonburi getting mixed up in some fights early on, down to 110 points in 11th place. Reject, the team from Japan, the old Bluebees crew, not able to qualify. But we have our 9 teams now from East, and I mean, at least I am happy to see most of the teams, if not all the teams we have qualified. I mean, Stalwart Esports as well, to give them a little bit of a highlight. The team from Mongolia picking up the reins from Zeus from last year. We've seen top action. Pika, we've seen so many players from that team be so dominant. And also here, for you guys to want to know, the Indian team that is coming in is the winner of BGIS 2021. So that is going on currently still in India, but they will be joining the likes of the 9 teams from East and the 6 teams from West. And that means we'll have our 16 teams for PMGC Grand Finals.
It's barely even an invite. You have to walk through fire and win an entire tournament to then also then come to this PMGC Grand Finals. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see that actually go down. But yeah, we have 9 great representatives from East, I think, here, Jason and Max, and I'm very happy to see Damwon Kia, you know, finish this off the way they did. We were talking at length, Max, about their transitions, their smoke usage from building to building, because they weren't in an easy spot to play, I think.
Yeah, it was a really tough one actually for a big portion of the game, but yet they made it work out in an urban finish. Super proud of Damwon being able to dominate towards the end and take home that first place. But you know what this also means? There's still a world where we could still potentially witness a 4 rivals chicken dinner. I'm keeping the hopes alive, okay? We'll have to wait for January, but the hope is still there.
It's going to be tough, but you're very right. I mean, they have almost a month's time, just under a month's time, to revamp their play style, to improve on themselves, to research even more. But now I think Damwon in particular, them and DXavier, to be fair, are going to have so much pressure on them as being the top teams from East. Teams that I think no one really would have expected necessarily to be this high up on the leaderboards. Qualify, yes. But to be 1st and 2nd place respectively, I don't think there's many people out there that could have predicted that correctly. I mean, you have the likes of Nova in there. I mean, 628 as well, the way they qualified into PMGC to make it now into the grand finals. There's a lot of good stories here. Infinity being so consistent throughout the entire event, being the most consistent team. Yeah, they didn't get 1st place here, but they still make it into the grand finals. And even Nigma, you know, the team that really surprised us coming in from MENA, able to make their big play, their big step through, and now be able to represent their region in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, a really big step up from so many teams coming into this one. And so many of these actually we referenced back in last PMGC, right, Jesse? We said when you're looking at the Japanese teams, when you're looking at the South Korean teams, those regions are going to come in really strong next year. And man, Damwon just absolutely dominated at the end in these finals. So really huge step up from them. So I am hoping that we're not going to see, you know, a performance like they did in the Super Weekends where it was a little bit up and down. If they play like this in the finals versus all of the best teams in the world, and Damwon might be able to take home 1.5 mil in those finals, that would be one achievement and a half on these guys, and that would even more press that point forward, Kalash, right, of the South Korean domination now coming to PUBG Mobile.
I mean, yeah, even now, I know you want to talk about these, Jason, but even now we're just talking between the commentators and us, just saying the smoke transitions, the molly window cutoffs, everything about that last game was just, it was picture perfect. It really was. I mean, down to, you know, you're on different tiers and that's how the finish works out. But yeah, it was really cool, that last game. Wow.
Yeah, very cool indeed. And I mean, I feel like almost every final we've had now have been just so dramatic and exciting. Even in the very final match, we haven't had clear-cut winners like we've had in previous years. But just to bring this up one more time before we continue to talk about this, the treasure box is still happening between the 22nd and 13th of January. You get permanent items unlocked for yourself when you're watching in the Esports Center or over on YouTube. And also, hopefully, we've been able to hit that 500,000 peak concurrent viewers because it gets you 2/3 of the way through. 3/4 of the way through to getting a treasure box unlocked for yourself.
It's not me.
That's why. Hey, I've been up since 3 a.m. All right, help me out here. But it's such a job well done, and so happy to see. And you know, now DXavier, you got to do it again. You got to repeat the performance in just a month's time.
That'll be the true test, I think, for them. They found themselves in an amazing position here, did DXavier. Now the question is going to be, can they replicate that on the biggest stage of them all here in PUBG Mobile? They've got a test ahead of them, but they've shown that they're able to do it.
Yeah, the team that I'm looking at as to how they might perform in the finals, right, is going to be Infinity. They've been so strong during the Super Weekend games, and they had a little bit of a fall off coming into these finals matches, which is, fine. It took maybe a little bit of a step back, which was with this amount of prize pool, I would have liked them to see them potentially in that top 3 position. I think that was the idea I had initially planned out for the entirety of the Infinity. Not able to quite hit on that kind of level, unfortunately, but they will come back stronger in the finals, potentially aiming for that championship caliber position, maybe.
Yeah, and definitely. And Jason, do you want a final tally of Ralph's healing throughout the finals? Do you want...
Sure.
Okay, 11,709 across these games. There you go.
That's a heal of the week.
That's a heal of the week.
Well, for you guys, by the way, at home, if this has tickled your fancy to be starting to play competitive PUBG Mobile, we do have an exciting event happening with the community and Game TV. It's open to everyone. You can go register to play, and you get PMGC tokens and potentially Google Play cards. And you can participate and maybe dip those toes into the big lake that is PUBG Mobile competitive. But gentlemen, it's been 4 weeks of time. We've had so many ups and downs from some teams. We've seen so many exciting plays. Thinking back over the course of this last month. Thinking of Sung in that 1v2, thinking of that very last match there, thinking of the flying cars, the self nades, the help me's coming in for reject.
All of that.
It's been a crazy event, and I'm sure we're almost done with the show, but I want to at least give you two a quick little chance to say some final words.
Really, when it comes to this event, I think the expectations for everyone, myself included, have been absolutely shattered. Where people came in saying that, South Korean region maybe not going to be doing that well, not going to be too strong in the finals. Well, they're first place, and people expected BTR to do extremely well. Then last position, not even able to make into the finals. Don't have any more expectations as to what's to come in the future, because they're going to be absolutely wrecked once again.
Yeah, you know me, Jason. The fans know me. I will never say no to a South Korean victory when it comes to this tournament. So, 감사합니다. And yeah, that's it. That's it from us.
Okay, well, a big shout out to all the talent working on the show here. Professor Tarzan, Imperium Bled, John Allen Blank, obviously these two to my left as well. And of course, Starladder and VSPN for putting this entire event on for us and making sure it goes off without a hitch. And finally, a big shout out to all of you at home who have been making PUBG Mobile amazing for these last years, and of course, making it even better in the years to come. But we still have West to conclude. We still have West to kick off today to finish off to find our other 6 teams. And of course, in just under a month's time, on the 21st of January, we'll be jumping into the grand finals, and we get to see India back in the mix. We'll see you then, and have a great night.